from Bihar and several other important national leaders of the BJP they have also landed in Patna to participate in the event. And as far as the program schedule is concerned, JP Nadda would be doing a road show in Patna, and in between there are 3 stoppages. He will be garlanding on the near the Ambedkar statue, and thereafter he will address a gathering and then go for the internal meeting of the BJP. So how important is this meeting is that as far as Bihar is concerned, it's a very important state in the run-up to the 2024 elections, and keeping in mind the fact that the JDU and the BJP are at loggerheads, the BJP wants to prepare itself for the battle ahead in the 2024 elections, and Bihar being the key state. So the message is loud and clear that BJP wants to spread its wings in Bihar as well, and that is why this meeting has been organized. And spread over 2 days, there will be several meetings, and tomorrow Union Home Minister Amit Shah is also likely to attend one of the meetings. And JP Nadda, the BJP president, has also sought time from the Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar for a meeting, because the NDA is in alliance here with the BJP and the JDU government, and most likely, if at all, Nitish Kumar is well, because he is suffering from COVID right now, then JP Nadda and Nitish Kumar would be meeting. So important day as far as the BJP is concerned, and during the course of the day, and this road show will be held. It's a very short stretch, but the road show is being held from the airport. You would be arriving at the Patna High Court near the Ambedkar statue, where garlanding would be done. That's the place where I'm present at the moment, and thereafter he would head for the Bapu Sabhagar near Gandhi Maidan, where the meeting would be held, where important functionaries and all Bharatiya Janata Party Youth Morcha functionaries have also arrived for the meeting. Back to you.
So, the BJP's Pravas program begins with the arrival of JP Nadda, BJP chief, at Patna airport. Earlier also, the past 2 days have seen various functionaries of the party in 240 assembly constituencies in the state. And today and tomorrow, there will be conclaves held, there will be meetings held. Our senior correspondent, Prakash, they are telling us all the details as they happen, giving us all the updates. It's a 2-day visit of the BJP chief, and Union Home Minister Amit Shah will also be arriving there to attend the conclave. All senior officials, there we can see Ravi Shankar Prasad, senior members, senior leaders of the Bharatiya Janata Party converging in Patna for that 2-day conclave. And these are visuals we're getting you from Patna airport. And it's coming up, all the details on the BJP's conclave as BJP chief JP Nadda arrives at Patna airport and is welcomed warmly by party functionaries.
Packets or envelopes with the department's insignia. What exactly was such kind of a documentation, such kind of money that was due with Orpita Mukherjee?
It's 15 crores and 3 kg gold vase, viewers, from the same Arpita, the close aide of the TMC minister.
The enforcement director says that most of these properties have been bought from the proceeds of crime. They suspect that this was the money that was basically being round-tripped money was actually taken. In lieu of that, posts were actually given, looting the public money first of all, and secondly selling off government jobs.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Live Stream with you everywhere. Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news.
question. This time, very clearly, no answers from him. Our keys continue to be with his men. We faced intimidation here. We've been trying to get in touch with you and ask you several questions on the land deals that you had along with Priyanka Vadra and Robert Vadra. Why are you trying to avoid the cameras? Once again, trying to get in a word with Mr. Vijay Mallya. Persistently been asking you only one question. Mallya, why did you escape in 2015?
Me and my Vijay are together. Absolute pandemonium, chaos. In fact, massive security thrown around. Big push diplomatic visit, which is going to be, of course, capped by the Quad leaders meets. Uddhav surrounded himself with unelectable coterie. You expect these people to dictate terms to a grassroots strong leader like Eknath Shinde?
You're watching Live and Breaking on Republic TV, and news just coming in of Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, that's Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh, meeting President Draupadi Murmu. And we'll give you more details about that. But, well, those are the visuals there. Earlier we had seen how the Home Minister Amit Shah, and before that Union Minister Smriti Irani and MOS also in Minority Affairs had met the President. This is their first meeting with President Draupadi Murmu at Rashtrapati Bhavan after she assumed office. Clearly courtesy calls, congratulations, and well, those are visuals we're getting you of the meeting. Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh meeting President Draupadi Murmu. His first meeting with her at Rashtrapati Bhavan after President Murmu assumed office as the President of India. And this happens in the backdrop of the entire controversy, which as of now has ended with an apology from the perpetrator, Mr. Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary of the Congress. And coming up, as preparations were being undertaken for the BJP's conclave, visuals there of BJP chief JP Nadda arriving in Patna for the Pravas program that the BJP is undertaking.
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge.
I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
Heavy rainfalls are expected in Mumbai for the next 4 days.
A lot of people over here with tricolors commemorating the victory of Draupadi Murmu.
This week, watch Checkmate to know why India is buying the latest arms and ammunitions. Why is India getting the latest defense technology from the world? Why is India arming itself at such a rapid rate? But I will tell you what I believe. I believe India has global ambitions. I believe India wants to be a global leader. When India says that it wants to become a Vishwaguru, it is not just talking about intellectual pursuit. It's not just talking about soft power. India is also talking about hard power.
packets or envelopes with the department's insignia. What exactly was such kind of a documentation, such kind of money was doing with Orpita Mukherjee?
It's 15 crores and 3 kg gold vase, viewers, from the same Arpita, the close aide of the TMC minister.
The enforcement director says that most of these properties have been bought from the proceeds of crime. They suspect that this was the money that was...
Republic News Network is the only network to get you an aerial view.
सोनिया गांधी से ईडी पूछताछ नहीं कर सकती। इसको रोको यार, तुम हम पे रखते हो इधर से। ये क्या मतलब है?
Chandigarh police has applied the water cannon to disperse the protesters.
Top stories at 11:30 a.m. Viewers, amidst mega backlash, officials say Kejriwal government likely to roll back the liquor policy now. BJP hits out at the Aam Aadmi Party government over policy rollback decision. Asks, did CBI probe compel Kejriwal to go back on the policy? High drama ensues in Punjab. Minister questions VC over untidy beds. Upset with insult, VC steps down. It's a mega crackdown on terror in the valley. One terrorist gunned down in Baramulla ops, one still trapped. More trouble mounts for sacked TMC Minister Partha Chatterjee. Aides Manik and Sukanta summoned by the ED now. Following mega cash hauls and back-to-back summons, TMC swings into huddle. Abhishek Banerjee to chair the key meetings today. Hello and welcome viewers. Thank you for tuning into Republic TV. I'm Priyanka Sharma. We are live and breaking and straight away getting you the updates of what's really happening in Andhra Pradesh, where a girl, in fact a 17-year-old girl, had died by suicide after harassment by loan recovery agents in Andhra Pradesh. And now after alleged harassment by the bank loan recovery agents, a 17-year-old had committed suicide in Andhra Pradesh. Now, after receiving the complaint, a case has now been registered and further probe will be done by the authorities. Aneri, my colleague, is joining us on the broadcast with more updates. Aneri, tell us more about this girl that has committed suicide and why really she has done so. Was there any note that had been left and what is the investigation being carried out?
Well, Priyanka, we have been seeing that this is the first incident which has taken place in Andhra Pradesh, where we see that a 17-year-old girl who is an intermediate topper as well, and she committed suicide, alleging that 4 days back when the bank loan recovery agents had come asking for the recovery of the payment, as the family members had taken a loan of near about 3 lakhs 2 years ago, but they could not pay it back, and so these loan recovery agents came to their house and created a nuisance, leading to which we see that now the girl has committed suicide. Also at the same time, police officials say that they are investigating into the matter. The complaint has also been registered and now further investigation has been taken up. However, we see that these loan recovery agents had tried to pressurize
And viewers, we're straight away cutting across to some more breaking visuals that we are tracking, this time from Patna, where the BJP National Chief JP Nadda has arrived at the Patna airport. Those are the visuals of Patna, where JP Nadda has just arrived, and in fact he is to lead a roadshow in Patna itself ahead of the national executive of the frontal leaders, and the roadshow will be conducted from the Baba Saheb Bhimrao Ambedkar statue near Patna High Court to Jai Prakash Narayan statue near the Gandhi Maidan. So
political significance as well of that entire route of the roadshow leading from Babasaheb Bhimrao Ambedkar statue to Jai Prakash Narayan statue near Gandhi Maidan in Patna. Now it will be for the first time that Bihar is going to host the national executive meeting of all 7 frontal organizations of the BJP, and JP Nadda, the national BJP chief, is going to be present there. And just before that meeting, in fact, as well, there is a massive road show that has been planned for JP Nadda. And Prakash Singh, our editor, or as well joining us on the broadcast. Prakash, tell us more about what's really the itinerary of JP Nadda and what's expected to happen in this national executive meeting.
Well, it's a 2-day Pravas Yatra spread over 200 assembly constituencies, and the BJP has left 43 assembly constituencies for the JDU, and BJP National President JP Nadda would be here, so would be Union Home Minister Amit Shah tomorrow, and it's a very important meeting. Union Minister of State for Home Nityanand Rai is joined by me. नित्यानंद जी, ये क्या है प्रवास यात्रा आप लोगों का, इसमें क्या क्या होने जा रहा है? नड्डा जी तो आ चुके हैं।
देखिए, भारतीय जनता पार्टी हमेशा अपने संगठन और जनाधार के विस्तार में लगी रहती है। उसी कार्यक्रम के तहत यह कार्यक्रम है और भारतीय जनता पार्टी के सभी मोर्चों का संयुक्त राष्ट्रीय कार्य समिति की बैठक यहाँ पटना में आहूत है, जिसका उद्घाटन आज माननीय राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष जगत प्रकाश नड्डा जी के द्वारा होगा। कल समारोह माननीय गृह मंत्री माननीय अमित शाह जी के द्वारा होना है और कुछ नहीं है, यह भारतीय जनता पार्टी के एक रूटीन कार्यक्रम का एक पार्ट है। और यहाँ जितने विधानसभा में जो हमारे राष्ट्रीय पदाधिकारी मोर्चों के या उनके कार्य समिति के लोग गए हैं, अभी हम लोग इसके पहले पार्टी का राष्ट्रीय अधिवेशन हुआ था तो हम लोग तेलंगाना के सभी लगभग सीटों पर राष्ट्रीय कार्य समिति के लोग 2 दिन का प्रवास किए थे। तो इस संगठन विस्तार का है और हम लोग जब यह इतना कार्यक्रम का संगठन विस्तार करते हैं, इसका लाभ एनडीए के पूरे परिवार को मिलता है, जनाधार बढ़ता है भारतीय जनता पार्टी का, इसका मतलब एनडीए का।
24 में चुनाव है तो बिहार को ही क्यों चुना आप लोगों ने? क्या ये 43 सीट जो आपने जेडीयू के लिए छोड़ दिया, तो कहीं क्या जेडीयू को संदेश है कि आप 43 पे मजबूत हैं, हम 200 पे मजबूत हैं?
देखिए, आपके प्रश्न के पहले से मैं बोला हूँ कि हम लोग भारतीय जनता पार्टी के संगठन और जनाधार को बढ़ाने के लिए काम करते हैं और जिस समय काम करते हैं उस समय हम लोगों के संकल्प में मन में होता है कि इसका लाभ पूरे एनडीए को मिलेगा और कोई बिहार में ही नहीं हो रहा है। आप देखे होंगे कि इस प्रकार का कार्यक्रम भारतीय जनता पार्टी जहां राष्ट्रीय स्तर का कार्यक्रम करती है वहां विधानसभाओं का।
नीतीश जी को भी मजबूत करना चाहते हैं, साथ साथ
पूरा एनडीए को मजबूत चाहते हैं और पूरे बीजेपी के मजबूत करने का मतलब ये है कि पूरा एनडीए को मजबूत करना। इसलिए यह उस दृष्टिकोण से नहीं जिस दृष्टिकोण से आपका प्रश्न था, आपके प्रश्न के पहले ही जो मैं कहा था वो मेरा भाव था, भारतीय जनता पार्टी का वो भाव था। और आज पूरे पाटलिपुत्रा की धरती पर दुनिया के सबसे बड़ी पार्टी, राजनीतिक पार्टी भारतीय जनता पार्टी के राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष जी आ रहे हैं और पूरा पाटलिपुत्रा आप देखे होंगे कि उमंग से भरकर एकदम उमड़ उठा है राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष जेपी नड्डा जी के स्वागत करने के लिए। और कितना उमंग का माहौल है, इसका मतलब है कि आज प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में देश जो आगे बढ़ रहा है, जेपी नड्डा जी हमारे राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष है जिनके नेतृत्व में आज पार्टी बढ़ रही है, यह उमंग का जो वातावरण है। यह
एक और सवाल है कि तेजस्वी यादव ने आप पर आरोप लगाया था कि आप उनसे मिले थे और बोले थे कि आप आरजेडी में शामिल होना चाहते हैं, इस पर आपकी प्रतिक्रिया नहीं आई है, तो इस पर क्या बोलना चाहेंगे?
देखिए, वैसे लोग को झूठ बोलने से फुर्सत ही नहीं मिलती है। कभी धन छुपाने के लिए झूठ बोलते हैं अपना, कभी अपनी काली करतूत। आज मत इसको जोड़िए भाई, समझे ना?
क्या
हम बोले ना कि वैसे
बताइए।
चलिए ठीक है, आइए
बताइए ना।
तो आज पूरा पाटलिपुत्रा की धरती।
अच्छा, एक और सवाल है कि लोग स्कूल जो है
अध्यक्ष जी को यहाँ स्वागत करने के लिए हम सब मिलकर।
अच्छा, एक और सवाल है कि जो संडे को स्कूल खुला रह रहा है, फ्राइडे को बंद रहा है।
आज पाटलिपुत्रा की पावन धरती पर संयुक्त मोर्चा के उद्घाटन सत्र को संबोधित करने के लिए दुनिया के सबसे बड़ी पार्टी के राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष आदरणीय जेपी नड्डा जी आ रहे हैं। पूरा पाटलिपुत्रा की जनता उमड़ कर उमंग के साथ राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष जी के स्वागत में सड़कों पर खड़ी है। देख रहे हैं कि फूलों को लेकर खड़ी है, माला लेकर खड़ी है और लोग आज जिस संख्या को आप हजारों लाखों की संख्या कह सकते हैं, स्वागत का जो वातावरण है अद्भुत है।
अच्छा, ये जो 500
बताया कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी अपने संगठन को मजबूत करती है, तो उसके अंदर का भाव यह भी है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी को मजबूत करने का मतलब, उसका जनाधार और संगठन बढ़ाने का मतलब पूरे एनडीए के लाभ को पहुंचाना। जैसे एनडीए जिस सीट पे लड़ेगी, तो आज एनडीए भी के बाकी घटक दल भी अपने सभी कार्यक्रमों को हर सीटों पर और अपना जनाधार बढ़ाने के लिए करते हैं, उसका लाभ पूरे एनडीए को मिलता है। उसी प्रकार
ये बताइए ना नित्यानंद राय जी, आप केंद्रीय गृह मंत्री हैं, राज्य मंत्री, तो क्या फ्राइडे को स्कूल खुला रहना चाहिए या संडे को बंद रहना चाहिए?
आज पाटलिपुत्रा की धरती पर राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष जी आ रहे हैं। इस पर आपसे हम जब माननीय गृह मंत्री जी कल उनका आगमन हो रहा है पाटलिपुत्रा की धरती पर, इस कार्यक्रम के बाद आपके साथ बैठकर इस पर हम लोग बात करेंगे।
संजय राउत का एक वीडियो आया है जिसमें वो एक महिला को धमका रहे हैं फोन पर।
देखिए, आप पाटलिपुत्रा की धरती पर आ रहे हैं, चलिए जनता के बीच जाकर उनके उमंग को देखिए और पूरे भारत को दिखाइए कि पाटलिपुत्रा की धरती किस प्रकार से राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष जी के स्वागत के लिए आज खड़ी है, समझे ना। और उस उमंग को देखिए और उत्साह का जो वातावरण है, जो नज़ारा है और जो आपके सामने है, उसको भी देखिए। धन्यवाद।
All right, we just heard from Prakash Singh asking questions to Nityanand Rai of the BJP. Him answering some of them, sidestepping some of them, but the focus still remains, viewers, on this very important national executive meeting that is going to take place today. And those are the visuals, viewers, of JP Nadda arriving in Patna. And we are taking a quick break now, but we will be bringing you the updates and those pictures from Patna, where JP Nadda has just arrived, and he will be also present in this national executive meet that is expected to take place there. Stay tuned. And now let's get all the updates from the world of sports, viewers. The opening ceremony of the 2022 Commonwealth Games took place at Alexander. Birmingham was announced as a host on 21st December 2017, marking England's third time hosting the Commonwealth Games after London in 1934 and Manchester in 2002. England's Alex Yee won the first gold medal of the 2022 Commonwealth Games with victory in the men's triathlon at Sutton Park in Birmingham on Friday after New Zealand's Hayden Wild was penalised for unclipping his helmet early during the transition between cycling and running disciplines and had to settle for a silver.
Shinde will be visiting the state for the first time after assuming the post of Chief Minister. Shinde will take stock of Marathwada and parts of Western Maharashtra. During the visit, the Chief Minister will also meet several local leaders to discuss local level issues in Aurangabad, Silod, Yewala, Vijaypur, Pune areas, and also review problems and development work in each district with the collector. In a big order by the Kerala High Court, it has been observed that transgender persons must be permitted to participate in categories of their choice in the absence of a separate category for them to compete in sporting events.
This week, watch Checkmate to know why India is buying the latest arms and ammunitions. Why is India getting the latest defense technology from the world? Why is India arming itself at such a rapid rate? But I will tell you what I believe. I believe India has global ambitions. I believe India wants to be a global leader. When India says that it wants to become a Vishwa
Welcome back, viewers. Once again, cutting across to those images that we are tracking from Patna for you. For JP Nadda, in fact, has just arrived in Patna, and we saw the massive welcome that the BJP chief, the national BJP chief, in fact, has gotten in Patna itself. He is expected to first carry out a roadshow between the statues of Babasaheb Ambedkar and Jai Prakash as well. And we are seeing how the National Executive Meet is also expected to take place, in which tomorrow Amit Shah is also expected to be there, along with several of the senior leadership of the BJP that we have seen arriving in Patna, including BL Santosh, CT Ravi, V Satish, Shiv Prakash and other leaders as well. These are the names that we are tracking for you, viewers. And Prakash Singh is on the ground, getting us all the updates, getting us all the voices, and he is speaking to the senior leadership of the BJP leaders who are in Patna right now. Prakash, if you can hear me, if you could speak to us over these images about what is really expected to be discussed in this National Executive Meet, what really will be the focus going ahead for the elections as well? Is that going to be one of the points? And also, what are the names that you're picking up, the senior leadership of the BJP that have already arrived there in Patna?
Well, as far as the meeting is concerned, the very foundation of the BJP is based on the strength of its cadres at the grassroots level, and that's what it is all about. Because Bihar becomes a critical state, and from here they want to send a message across different parts of India, and that is why this Pravas Yatra has been organized, spread across 200 assembly constituencies, where the leaders of the BJP from various parts of the country would be congregating at different assembly constituencies and staying there overnight. And an important meeting would also be organized here in Patna's Bapu's Sabhaghar, where all the important leaders, including JP Nadda, BL Santosh, Giriraj Singh, Nityanand Rai, Ravi Shankar Prasad, in fact, Tejasvi Surya is also here, the BJYM national president, and other youth leaders are also here, and various other leaders have come here to Patna to take part, to participate in the meeting. And over the next 2 days, all important issues concerning the state, the flagship projects, the programs, the reach out programs would be discussed as to how to go about in the run-up to the 2024 assembly elections, to 2024 Lok Sabha elections is concerned. So, tomorrow, BJP National President JP Nadda is also expected to meet Nitish Kumar, provided he is well, because he was suffering from corona, and discuss the possibility of taking the alliance further to a new strength, because that's what Nityanand Rai said, that we are trying to strengthen the NDA, but we have seen that of late the JDU and the BJP has been at loggerheads ever since the JDU was relegated to 45 seats in the last assembly elections in 2020. So this meeting becomes critical and important from the point of view of 2024 elections, because this is for the first time that the National Executive Meeting of all the morchas of the BJP is being organized here, and so that they can percolate and penetrate into different segments of Bihar and make the people understand about the flagship project of Narendra Modi, as well as what Bihar government is doing, and keeping in mind the fact that Bihar is a very critical state as far as politics is concerned. Back to you.
Well, of course, Prakash Singh there joining us on the broadcast with those details of what's really the political significance, viewers, of JP Nadda being there in Patna and the national executive meeting that he will be a part of for the 2 days. And tomorrow, we will see Amit Shah also being there in Patna, along with several big names of the central leadership of the BJP, along with BL Santosh, along with CT Ravi, along with several other names that we're picking up. We're seeing those images of those leaders coming down to Patna, and those images right now are that of JP Nadda being welcomed there at Patna. And viewers, we are taking a short break now, but we'll be staying with those images on the other side and getting you updates from Patna.
police vans have also come in right now just to give the security to the BJP legislators right now as they are staying here for a while before the government formation actually takes place. About 17 locations where these searches are being carried out. In all likelihood, the number is going to go up. There could be some arrests. Total of 8 CCTV footages that have been accessed. This encapsulates Kohli's murder that has taken place.
Shinde will be visiting the state for the first time after assuming the post of Chief Minister. Shinde will take stock of Marathwada and parts of Western Maharashtra. During the visit, the Chief Minister will also meet several local leaders to discuss local level issues in Aurangabad, Silod, Yewala, Vijaypur, Pune areas and also review problems and development work in each district with the collector. In a big order by the Kerala High Court, it has been observed that transgender persons must be permitted to participate in categories of their choice in the absence of a separate category for them to compete in sporting events.
Here on the live coverage on Republic TV as we report from outside Raj Thakre's residence. The Chief Minister of Maharashtra vacates his residence. Sena supporters coming out in large numbers showing their support to Uddhav Thackeray. The NCP huddle has begun. We're keeping a close track of all the senior leaders coming in and going out.
And now let's get you all the updates from the world of sports. Viewers, the opening ceremony of the 2022 Commonwealth Games took place at Alexander. Birmingham was announced as a host on 21st December 2017, marking England's third time hosting the Commonwealth Games after London in 1934 and Manchester in 2002. Now viewers, once again we're cutting across to those images of the last drive of our Braveheart, the pilots that had lost their lives in the MiG crash there in Badmer in Rajasthan. And our correspondents are on the ground, viewers, tracking that last drive of India's Bravehearts before the last rites are conducted of the mortal remains that have been brought back. I see Gursimran there on the ground. And Gursimran, if you can hear me, speak to us about these images, speak to us about those heart-wrenching images really of the family members as well and the last rites that are expected to carry out.
See, Priyanka, I request Gaurav to keep showing you the visuals that the mortal remains of Flight Lieutenant Aditya Bal has arrived at his native residence in village Jindar Mahelu, and the people, there are thousands in numbers, have gathered for the last rites of this Braveheart who attained martyrdom. And you can see that the people, there are thousands in number, have arrived here to pay last tribute to this Braveheart, the Braveheart that has laid down his life. He made it very sure that the MiG didn't land in the villages that can cause a lot of damage to the civilian population. Without caring for his life, he made sure that the crash land take place at some place which is not near the civilian population. And now a sea of people, if Gaurav can show you the people who have gathered here, a sea of people from the local and the areas have arrived here at the residence of this Braveheart to pay the last tribute. The locals, they say that they were proud that a young boy from their area had joined the Indian Air Force and is a fighter pilot. This is something they have never dreamt of, but he has made the entire area proud. And now the last rites of this Braveheart are being performed here. Now the last journey of this Braveheart, Aditya Bal, is taking place here in Jammu Araspura sector. When we spoke to him yesterday, when we spoke to his family members, his mother, she was of the view, she was saying that she recalls her conversation with him that happened a day before, some 2 hours before the last flight of this Braveheart, and they say that she regrets telling him that you should speak as you have a flight to take. She said she never knew that it was going to be his last flight. The family members, they are totally inconsolable because they don't know what has happened. Advitya was all fine. He was speaking to them a day before, but what happened at 9:10 yesterday evening has completely changed the thing for them. They are inconsolable. They don't know what to speak. They don't know how to react because they have lost their dear one, and the country has lost a brave heart, a fighter pilot of the Indian Air Force who had more than 4,000 hours of flying experience, something which is always considered as an experienced pilots do have. But the unfortunate incident that has unfolded day before yesterday, the entire Jammu and Kashmir is in grief for this Braveheart, because this Braveheart was the one who rose from a very small house, a very medium family where they had limited resources, but he rose to the ranks. He had a courage and a determination to serve the family members. He always wanted to serve the country, and that's why, that is the sole reason he went to the Sainik school at the age of 11, and since then his mother was saying that he was not with her, and she feels that something that has unfolded a day before yesterday has left they are left with nothing, because they share the conversation they had with her. Now I'll request Gaurav to keep showing you the visuals that thousands and thousands of people from the village and nearby villages, the border belt. This is a border belt of Araspura, from where the people have arrived. The people, they have seen forces very closely working, how they have been working round the clock to thwart the attempts of the enemy, and they have a high respect for the forces on ground. This is the photograph of Flight Lieutenant Advitya Bal. One of the last photographs, he had got this framed at his place also. Senior officials of the Air Force and the Indian Army, they too are arriving for the last rites of this Braveheart, which will be performed in a short while from now. His batchmates too are here, who have worked.
Well, viewers, we are staying with those heartbreaking images of the last riots that are also expected to be carried out of the pilot that has lost his life in the crash that took place in Rajasthan of the MiG as well. And we are seeing that the family members of the pilots also being completely inconsolable. But Republic is, viewers, tracking the images of these last riots. We're taking a short break here now, and we'll be bringing you updates on the other side of the last riots and of the pilot that are also expected to be carried out. But apart from that, of course, several other stories lined up where we are seeing that the Delhi government rolling back the liquor policy post condemnation from the opposition.
And in other national news, in a fresh trouble for sacked TMC Minister Partha Chatterjee, sources have now informed that Partha's aides Manik Bhattacharya and Sukanto Acharya have been summoned and will be interrogated in the Bengal cash scam. Following mega cash hauls and back-to-back summons, the TMC has now swung into a huddle mode. Reports suggest Abhishek Banerjee is set to hold a number of meetings to decide the future course of action for the party.
Here on the live coverage on Republic TV as we report from outside Raj Thakre's residence. The Chief Minister of Maharashtra vacates his residence. Sena supporters coming out in large numbers showing their support to Uddhav Thackeray. The NCP huddle has begun. We're keeping a close track on all the senior leaders coming in and going out.
than 30,000 kgs of narcotics to be incinerated in 4 locations across the country in virtual presence of Union Home Minister Amit Shah. According to an official release during the conference, more than 30,000 kgs of drugs will be burnt and disposed of by the Narcotics Control Bureau teams in Delhi, Chennai, Guwahati and Kolkata in front of the Home Minister.
Police vans have also come in right now just to give the security to the BJP legislators right now as they are staying here for a while before the government formation actually takes place. About 17 locations where these searches are being carried out. In all likelihood, the number is going to go up. There could be some arrests. Total of 8 CCTV footages that have been accessed. This encapsulates Kohler's murder that has taken place.
Those are visuals there of the last final journey of the pilots killed in the MiG-21 crash which took place on Thursday evening as an Indian Air Force MiG-21 jet crashed during a training sortie in Rajasthan's Barmer. Local residents there, some protesting, some mourning. The last salute to the 2 pilots who were killed on Thursday evening in the IAF MiG-21 jet which crashed in Rajasthan's Barmer. Gursimran, our reporter, is there on the ground. Gursimran, we can see that crowds are gathered there. They are holding flags. Some of them are raising their arms. What's happening?
Yes, right now we are outside the residence of Advitya Bal, Flying Lieutenant Advitya Bal, who attained the martyrdom day before yesterday in an unfortunate incident that has unfolded in the Barmer district of Rajasthan. And as the mortal remains of this braveheart arrived at his native residence, I'll request Gaurav to show you a 360 view of the area, that how the people, a sea of people, thousands in number, have arrived from different parts of the Jammu to pay a tribute to this braveheart. The people, they are up at their rooftops, they are on the roads. They just want to get a glimpse of this braveheart, Advitya Bal, who has made a supreme sacrifice. Important to mention that he entered into NDA in 2013 it was, and got into Indian Air Force in 2017. It was his first place of posting in the Barmer, Rajasthan. And the locals, this was a champion kind of a person. Even for the juniors, he was a soft-spoken, and yesterday when we were inside his room, the room he has decorated for himself, it had a photo, a giant photo of Advitya with a aircraft, and it had messages written from his colleagues. The messages were that the messages that his colleagues wrote for him, they clearly depicted what kind of person he was. There were messages that he is a person who everyone looks for at a time when they are kind of a depressed or when they are looking for motivation. So it really conveys that he was a person who has always been motivating and always wanted others to grow in life. He has always been helpful to others. So this is kind of a person Advitya Bal was, but the unfortunate incident has taken Advitya away from the family and the dear ones. And now what the locals say, that they are proud of Advitya Bal. Advitya Bal Amar Rahe is the slogans that are being raised by the locals. So locals held him a high respect, and in a short while from now, the mortal remains of Advitya Bal will be taken from his native residence to the crematorium for the last rites.
So it's the last journey. Gursimran, our reporter there on the ground, the last journey of Flight Lieutenant Advitya Bal, who was killed in that MiG-21 jet crash which took place in Barmer in Rajasthan during a training sortie. Those are visuals we're getting you from his hometown, where his mortal remains are likely to arrive at any time now. Locals holding the Tiranga there in memory of the young brave officer who lost his life last Thursday evening. The Indian Air Force officer and Flight Lieutenant Aditya Bal, who was killed in that MiG-21 jet crash. His mortal remains arriving there for the last rites. Our correspondent Gursimran on the ground. The last journey of Flight Lieutenant Aditya Bal of the Indian Air Force, who was killed on Thursday evening during a training sortie in Rajasthan's Barmer. He was one of 2 officers who was killed. His mortal remains arriving there for the last rites. Flight Lieutenant Aditya Bal belongs to Jammu, and there you see locals gathering there.
Matram! 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 जिंदाबाद का नाम रहेगा, जिंदाबाद का नाम रहेगा, मातरम, भारत माता की जय, भारत माता की जय, भारत माता की जय, मातरम, 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 भारत माता की जय,
हाँ जी भाई, हेलो हेलो,
Well, locals there holding the Tiranga as a last salute, can we say, and shouting slogans for Flight Lieutenant Aditya Bal, who lost his life in a training sortie as he was flying a MiG-21 in Rajasthan's Barmer. He was one of 2 Indian Air Force pilots killed in Thursday night's crash of the MiG-21 trainer aircraft in Rajasthan. Along with him was Wing Commander M. Rana. Wing Commander Rana hailed from Himachal Pradesh and Flight Lieutenant Bal from Jammu. And there you can see. And those are his mortal remains arriving for the last rites. The 2 Indian Air Force pilots lost their lives on Thursday in a crash of a MiG-21 trainer aircraft in Rajasthan. Flight Lieutenant Aditya Bal is one of the Indian Air Force pilots who lost his life, and there you see his mortal remains arriving for the last rites. Gursimran on the ground. Gursimran, it's over to you. Take us through what's happening. Earlier you were telling us how, there were calls of, as a last salute, locals there gathering for the last rites, for the funeral of Flight Lieutenant Aditya Bal.
The supreme sacrifice in the unfortunate incident that has unfolded day before yesterday. We have some locals with us. We'll try to speak to them. Sir, आप यहाँ के हैं. हमने जब भी आपसे बात की, आपने कहा बड़ा फक्र है कि यहाँ से एक फाइटर पायलट गया था. जो हादसा हुआ है, कहीं ना कहीं दिल में क्षति रह जाती है.
Yes, this is very unfortunate. We have lost the son of a soil. हम बड़ा दुख है. He was inspiration to the youth of our Pura locals. और बहुत दुख है. परिवार को बहुत संवेदना है कि आज ये हमें छोड़ के चले गए. तो तो पूरा गांव, पूरा शहर, हमारा पूरा आरएसपुरा जो है इस वक्त बड़ी दुख की घड़ी में है। आप देख रहे होंगे कि कैसे यूथ और सब गांव के आगे पीछे सारे गांव के लोग यहाँ आए हैं। तो एक बड़ा दुख का माहौल है कि जो हमने 2 भारत के रत्न खो दिए।
भारत के 2 रत्न खो दिए, द 2 gems द इंडिया हैज लॉस्ट। सर, लगातार हज़ारों की तादाद में लोग यहाँ श्रद्धांजलि देने के लिए आ रहे हैं। कितनी बड़ी क्षति जो है वो परिवार और आप लोगों को पहुँची है, क्योंकि आप लोग बताते हैं कि वो सब पूरे इलाके के लिए कहीं ना कहीं प्रेरणा स्रोत।
ये सिर्फ घर का लाश ही नहीं है, अद्वितीय बल हमारे इलाके का, गांव जिंदड़ मेले का ही नहीं, आरएसपुरा का, जम्मू का, बल्कि JNK का एक प्राइड था, जिसने एक फाइटर प्लेन चलाने का गौरव हासिल किया। एक छोटे से गांव से उठ के इतनी बड़ी पोस्ट तक पहुंचा। और हम तो उसको बचपन से जानते हैं, बचपन में मेरे साथ आके बैठता था और हमेशा उसका यही सपना था कि मैं एक पायलट बनूं। और देखो, बच्चे होते हैं वो बड़ों से दूर भागते हैं, लेकिन ये बड़ों के पास आके बैठता था, उनसे इंस्पायरेशन लेता था। छोटा भाई जब भी इसको बुलाने जाता उसके कहता है नहीं, मैं ताऊ जी के पास बैठा हूँ, कुछ अच्छी ज्ञान की बातें सीख रहा हूँ इनसे। तो देखो, एक छोटे से बच्चे के मन में कितनी बड़ी सोच है एक। तो ऐसा एक हीरा हमने खो दिया है। ये सिर्फ घर का ही लाश नहीं है, ये पूरे इलाके का लाश है। और हम तहे दिल से उनको पूरे दिल से श्रद्धांजलि देते हैं और हम भगवान से दुआ करते हैं कि उनको ऊपर रहम फरमाएं और उनको अच्छी जगह पे जगह।
तो the locals are giving tribute. I'll request Gaurav to show you the people, those who are sitting on the rooftops. The people have arrived from almost all corners of the Jammu city. If you have a look, you will see a sea of people coming from the various parts of the Jammu region. They are coming to pay tribute to this brave heart of the Mother India, who made it very sure that even when the crash happened, when the technical glitch occurred, he made it sure that the aircraft doesn't land in the area which is populated, that can lead to loss of some lives of the civilian population. He risked his life along with the wing commander and made it very sure that the civilian remains safe. These are the youth of this very area. This is Jindar Mahlu area of Arespura in Jammu, where the youth, they are raising the slogans of Aditya Bal Amar Rahe, because they also know that they have lost their inspiration. It was an inspiration not for the youth, but for the almost all the people who live in the nearby area. We spoke to the elders, we spoke to the youth, and what they are saying, that he was an inspiration for all. I'll request Gaurav to show you the visuals of that side also, that how the locals, the women from the other villages, they too have arrived. They are on the rooftop, just wanted to have a glimpse of this brave heart, the brave heart who made the supreme sacrifice for the country. And it is really tough time for the family who has lost Advitya, a near and a dear ones. They are all in grief, and what they are saying is that they are proud of what Advitya has done, and the entire area will remain grateful for his services to the country, because when he flew, he was of those elite club, those fighter pilots who, despite all odds, have made it sure that the security and the integrity of the country remains intact, and has faced many such challenges even before also. But the unfaithful incident that unfolded day before yesterday has taken this brave heart away from the family members, and now in a short while the last rites of Advitya Bal will be performed at his native village. Important to mention that born in 1996, Advitya Bal was in Sainik school from his class 6th, and for the 6 years he was born and brought up. He studied in an atmosphere of the Sainik school, which made him well disciplined and a person who always have an aim to be pilot in the Indian Air Force. And he soon after his class 12th joined the NDA. In 2017 he got into the Indian Air Force, and it was his first place of posting in the Barmer, Rajasthan, wherein this was almost 4,000 hours of flying experience he was carrying. So this was what Advitya Bal was, a trained professional. And now the officials from the Indian Air Force, they too are arriving, as the body will leave shortly for the last rites that will be performed in the native village of Advitebal only. And what the locals say, that they are really very proud of what Advitebal has contributed, the laurels he has brought for the country is something they say is never they have imagined, because this area is very near to the international border, and the people here usually they don't expect that someone from here will shine and rise like Advitebal. And when they looked after him, they looked after him with a great respect, because of who is serving in the Indian Air Force as a fighter pilot is like a dream come true, not only for the family members but also for the villagers that are now proud of this brave heart who has made the supreme sacrifice. Yes.
Well, Gursimran, we are getting those visuals and we are hearing those cries of hailing the bravery of Flight Lieutenant Advitya Bal, who at such a young age gave his life for his in the line of duty. We believe that he was on a training sortie when that's what the IAF has released in its statement, and there was also with him another officer, that was another pilot, Wing Commander M. Rana, and Flight Lieutenant Advitya Bal. And well, Gursimran, we are also getting those visuals of the mortal remains being carried in state, the Indian tricolour draped over the coffin, and very soon, well, we do expect that the last rites will be performed. And even though, well, it is a matter of great pride, we can clearly see for people there, people who've known him, people who've seen him as he grew up in Jammu. It's also a day of mourning, the loss of a young officer. Gursimran.
Yes, it's a day of mourning for the not only for the Jammu Kashmir but for the entire country, as they have lost a brave heart who was a fighter pilot and have given his services for almost 3.5 years in the Indian Air Force in the active flying. Important to mention, as you have said, that his mortal remains were covered with the tricolour. This is what this brave heart has earned in the times of the services. He made the supreme sacrifice, but it was for the country. This supreme sacrifice. He made it very sure that the aircraft Wing Commander Amrana and Flight Lieutenant Advitya Bal, they both made it very sure that this MiG-21 doesn't crash in this populated area, and that's why they risked their own life. They achieved the supreme sacrifice, but have saved many precious lives. Had this MiG-21 crashed into the civilian areas, this would have caused a havoc. But these brave hearts, they, without caring for their life, they remained stuck to it. They didn't took themselves out and made the supreme sacrifice. And yes, this is the tricolour on the mortal remains of Flight Lieutenant Advitya Bal is what he has earned, the respect, the love of the entire country. And at this time, the country stands with this brave heart who has made the supreme sacrifice. In a short while from now, in another 10 to 20 minutes, the mortal remains of this brave heart will leave his residence in the Jindar Mahlu for the crematorium, where the last rites of this brave heart will be performed. But if Gaurav can show you from this side, you will have a clear idea that how much respect and the love, affection he has earned from the locals. The locals, thousands in numbers, have arrived at the residence of Advitya Bal to pay him last respect, to pay the last homage to this brave heart of the Indian Air Force who has made the supreme sacrifice. And this speaks of the saga of the forces, because these people who are very near to the border, this falls in the Araspura sector, this is the Araspura sector of the Indo-Pakistan international border, and these people, they have seen the forces really very closely, working round the clock to ensure the unity and the integrity of the country. And that's why they were really very proud of Advitya Bal when in 2017 they got to know that he joined Indian Air Force, and later he was flying the fighter planes. They were really very happy and proud that a young boy from their area have made it to those heights where it is almost impossible for many to do so. But when the news of this horrific incident came, it was at around 11:50 same day before yesterday, 11:50 in the midnight, when the incident they got to know about the same, and since then the people have gathered here at the residence of Advitya Bal to express their grief to the family. The family as of now remains inconsolable. They don't know what to speak. We spoke to her, we spoke to mother of Advitya Bal yesterday morning, and what she was saying is that day before yesterday, when this incident happened, 2 to 3 hours before the incident, he had sent a mobile phone for his mother, and she made a call to him via that new mobile, and she recalls that she said that he told her that he had a flight later in the day, a night sortie that was to be taken by him and the wing commander Rana. And now what happened is that her mother, she told her to sleep as he has to take a sortie, but she said that she regrets saying those words, that now you should speak, because she say that she never knew that it was the last time she was telling him to speak. So this is what the parents were actually feeling, and these locals, they have gathered here in large numbers, carrying the tricolor, sending a simple message to all that these people, they stand with the brave heart at a time when the country is in grief. They are with the family, and they say that this is their personal loss, not the loss of only family, but the loss of the entire country. Yes.
Yes, Gursimran, we can see those visuals and we can actually feel the kind of emotion, a sense of pride in a young brave heart who lost his life in that tragic air crash. It was a training sortie that claimed his life and that of Wing Commander Rana. Even as locals raise their voices in memory of the young Flight Lieutenant Advitya Bal, whose last rites will be performed, as Gursimran was just telling us, in another 15-20 minutes from now. Well, there's also a sense of mourning, as Gursimran tells us his family is inconsolable.
People are proud of the sacrifice which has been made by Flight Lieutenant.
So hundreds gathered there for the funeral of Flight Lieutenant Advitya Bal, and Gursimran taking us through every event as it's happening, to the event as it's going on. Gursimran, a short while back, we were just looking at those visuals of the mortal remains of Flight Lieutenant Advitya Bal, the young braveheart who was martyred while on a training sortie in Rajasthan's Barmer. His funeral, we believe, in a short while from now.
See, in a short while from now, the mortal remains of this brave heart will leave from his residence here in the Jinder Mahlu village, and the sea of people have gathered outside his residence. The locals, the youth, they all are inspired with what this brave heart has, the sacrifice this brave heart has made. And we have seen that in the recent past also some of the unfortunate incidents have taken place, but these youth, these border youth, they are proud because they know the value of the security forces. मुझे ये बताइए कितना फख्र हो रहा है देश के?
फख्र तो बहुत ज़्यादा है। एक छोटे से गांव का लड़का इतनी दूर पहुंचना कोई नॉर्मली बात नहीं है। हम बस यही चाहते हैं कि जो जहाज़ हैं बिल्कुल बंद किया जाए। शायद जब से ये जहाज़ आए हैं 179 पायलट शहीद हो चुके हैं और आम नागरिक 39 to 40 मतलब ऐसे आग नागरिक में मरे जा चुके हैं।
तो मुझे बताइए, आप बॉर्डर के लोग हैं, आप तो फोर्सेस को बड़े पास से काम करते देखते थे, हम आपके लिए हमेशा एक इंस्पिरेशन रहे होंगे अद्वितीय।
सर हम तो बस यही चाहते हैं टोटली, और तो कुछ कहने के लायक नहीं। हम यही चाहते हैं कि ये जहाज़ टोटली बंद हो जाए।
So the locals have their demands also that the MiGs should be barred, should be grounded, as they have become really a challenge as the recent incidents have taken place. Yes.
Well, Gursimran, stay with us and we'll be coming back to you for more updates. Meanwhile, I'd like to reiterate, to tell our viewers once again, these are visuals of the last salute as the nation mourns the passing away and yet holds its head high in praise of Flight Lieutenant Advitya Bal, who lost his life in the line of duty, who was martyred while on a training sortie. The Indian Air Force's MiG-21, which crashed along with another officer. And moving on to other top stories before we go back to that last salute once again. Ranchi's Birsa Munda Airport receives a threat to blow up the airport on July 29th via text message with a demand of 20 lakh rupees. Following the threat, airport officials have informed that police are taking the necessary action and an investigation too has been launched into the case. Amidst a mega backlash against Kejriwal government's liquor policy, officials have now informed that the Delhi government is mulling rolling back the policy. This comes after Lieutenant Governor recommended a CBI probe into the implementation of the new excise policy of the government of Delhi. Hitting out at the Kejriwal government over the decision to roll back the liquor policy, BJP IT cell head Amit Malviya asks, if the new excise policy of Kejriwal is not a mega scam, why is the government rushing to revert to the old policy after CBI inquiry was ordered? In other words, it is an admission of violations, corruption and loss to exchequer, as pointed out. And the BJP's Pravas program begins in Patna. BJP chief JP Nadda arrived a short while back at the airport and the program has begun. Time now for
Amity University has India's largest scholarship program, from which over 25,000 brilliant students have already benefited. Students with over 95% in Class 12 boards get 100% scholarship, and students with over 90% get 50% scholarship. Join brilliant, like-minded students who want to be successful. Apply at amity.edu/scholarships.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be addressing the first ever inaugural session of the first national meet of District Legal Services Authorities at Vigyan Bhavan today at around 10 a.m. Union Home Minister Amit Shah scheduled to address the National Conference on Drug Trafficking and National Security in Chandigarh today. Chief Ministers of Haryana, Himachal Pradesh and Punjab, officers from the Border Security Force, National Investigation Agency and Narcotics Control Bureau, as well as Anti-Narcotics Task Force chiefs of respective states and members of Narco Coordination Center will also be present at the conference.
Me and my Vijay are together. Absolute pandemonium, chaos, in fact, massive security thrown around. Big push diplomatic visit, which is going to be, of course, capped by the Quad leaders meets. Uddhav surrounded himself with unelectable coterie. You expect these people to dictate terms to a grassroots strong leader like Eknath Shinde?
And in other national news, in a fresh trouble for SAC TM.
Republic News Network is the only network to get you an aerial view.
सोनिया गांधी से ईडी पूछताछ नहीं कर सकती। इसको रोको यार, तुम हमें लगते हो इधर से। ये क्या मतलब है ये?
Chandigarh police has applied the water cannon to disperse the protesters.
ऑडियो क्या?
The final journey of Flight Lieutenant Advitya Bal of the Indian Air Force, the young brave heart who was one of two pilots who lost his life in that ill-fated crash of a training sortie on Thursday evening. These are visuals from his hometown in Jammu. As local residents chant his name in pride, our correspondent Gursimran on the ground taking us through every detail of the performance of the last rites for Flight Lieutenant Advitya Bal. Gursimran, the mortal remains have arrived, and as you said, they've made their way from his residence, from Flight Lieutenant Bal's residence, and perhaps this is the final journey when his last rites will be performed at the crematorium, as you were telling us. Take us through what's happening.
Yes, the last journey of this brave heart has begun from the native residence in the Jandar Mahlu village, and the mortal remains, they are now heading from the village, the native village, towards the crematorium. And this is an example, the locals, the way thousands and thousands of locals have gathered from almost all parts of the Jammu. This clearly speaks that what kind of saga and history this brave heart was carrying, what kind of proud the people of the local area were, the kind of supreme sacrifice. Because we spoke to many people, and what they are saying that they are really proud of, because he was an inspiration to the people, the inspiration to the locals of the border area of Araspura, who always looked to him like an inspiration, who has made it to a next level, where it's almost always a dream of many to make it. He was a fighter pilot, and this is really a big achievement for the locals, that persons from the area, from a remote village of Jammu, has made it to the Indian Air Force. Now the brave hearts of this brave heart of the Indian Air Force is leaving for his last journey. The officials of the Indian Air Force, even some of his badge mates, they are giving the support to Advitya Bal, who attained the supreme sacrifice day before yesterday. Yesterday we spoke to his uncle, who has looked after him, as his father has also served in the Indian Army. So his uncle was with him all the time, be it his admission in the class 6 in the Sainik school, or the recent or the incidents that have after that. Now the Gaurav is continuously showing you the visuals, the tricolors that are being raised by the locals in respect of this brave hearts. This vehicle of the Indian Air Force, it will be taking the mortal remains of this brave heart to the final destination. A tough time for the family, the locals, for entire Jammu and Kashmir, as he was the one who has made them proud for many years. He has been and will remain in their memories. This is what the locals say. When yesterday we spoke to his uncle, he said that once Advitya told them that he will make him proud, he did so, but it was not for a longer tenure. It was just for the 4 to 5 years of the service that he gave for the Indian Air Force. And an unfortunate incident that has unfolded has left the entire family inconsolable. The family don't know what to speak, how to react. It's like they feel that they have been left shattered totally due to the incident that has unfolded day before yesterday. The brother of Flight Lieutenant Advitya Bal, Harshit, was in Delhi when he got to know of this unfortunate news, and what they say, the family members say that they cannot believe even that this has happened to them, and what has actually unfolded in the recent incident. Yeah, and we are showing you the visuals of the last rites of Flight Lieutenant Advitya Bal. The mortal remains have left from his residence and are now en route to the crematorium, where the last rites will be performed. And this incident has left a big void, a gap for the family that is completely unfillable, because they even understand that Aditya won't return, and though the people of the country stand with them, but now we have seen that this unfortunate incident has taken this brave heart from the family. Live visuals is Gaurav was showing you of the last rites of this brave hearts as the mortal remains are being taken to the crematorium in the Jindar Mahlu village. The incident was reported at around 9:10, few minutes after the wing commander M. Rana and Flight Lieutenant Advitya Bal left for this training sortie, and this sortie after a few minutes of the flight, possibly a technical snag, which it initially seems. However, a court of inquiry has already been ordered by the Indian Air Force, and due to the technical snag, they couldn't come out of that. However, they made it very sure that the MiG-21 is not landed in a civilian populated area, otherwise it would have caused the loss of civilian lives also. So without caring for their life, risking their lives, and they are making it very sure that all of them, they are safe, all the civilians are safe, and they have made it really very sure that there is no loss of civilian lives, though they attained the martyrdom during this crash, the unfortunate incident that has unfolded. And so this was the incident that unfolded day before yesterday, and now the sea of people have gathered here to pay tribute to this brave heart. Yes.
Well, Gursimran there getting us the pictures, viewers on the ground, where we are seeing that the Braveheart Flight Lieutenant Advitya Bal's last rites that are all set to take place as well. Remember to give you a recap of what had really happened of this unfortunate incident. The two Indian Air Force pilots had lost their lives on Thursday night's crash of an MiG-21 trainer aircraft in Rajasthan. In fact, Wing Commander M. Rana and Flight Lieutenant Advitya Bal had been on board, and they have both achieved martyrdom in this training sortie that they were carrying out in Barmer in Rajasthan. And Wing Commander Rana hailed from Himachal Pradesh, and we had seen that the last rites of Wing Commander being also carried out. And Flight Lieutenant Bal is from Jammu, where Gursimran is reporting for us. He's getting us the pictures, heart-wrenching pictures, really, viewers, of this last rites of Flight Lieutenant Advitya Bal that are being carried out. You can see a pool of tirangas. You can see a sea of tirangas of being waved by the civilians who are marching along with the family members in this last journey of Flight Lieutenant Advitya Bal. Let me try to bring in Gursimran once again, who is reporting on the ground. He's there at the site where these last rites are being carried out. Gursimran, speak to us a little bit about the mood and the atmosphere where you are right now. We see civilians holding and waving the tricolor. You can see the entire sea of tricolors in this last journey of Flight Lieutenant Advitya Bal. We saw that the family members were completely inconsolable, which is quite natural, of course. But we are seeing that the civilians coming there, showing their support for the Braveheart, saying that this is our son of the soil who's lost his life, achieved martyrdom by doing something for the country.
Matram! Matram! Matram!
All right, we will connect with Gursimran in just a bit because viewers, he's there on the ground where these pictures we are getting for you, and quite a heartwarming image at the same time as well, viewers, since civilians chanting there, chanting in support of Flight Lieutenant Advitibal, the brave heart from Jammu, who lost his life in the sortie that he was carrying out on Thursday night in the crash of the MiG-21 trainer aircraft in Bardmer in Rajasthan. But we see that the pool of civilians, the pool of people who have gathered there just to bid their goodbye to Flight Lieutenant Advitibal, to take a moment and recognize all that Flight Lieutenant Advitibal has done for the country and how he has achieved martyrdom. I believe Gursimran is back with us. Gursimran, over to you. But before we go across to him, we are staying with those images, viewers, that we are tracking for you of the last rites of the Flight Lieutenant Advitibal from Jammu. Heartwarming images of civilians gathering there, trying to get a glimpse of this entire platform as well, where Flight Lieutenant Advitibal's mortal remains are being carried out as well. And we see not 1 second of quietude there, but people chanting. People chanting in support of Flight Lieutenant Advitibal, also showing support to their family members, walking along with the family members of Flight Lieutenant Advitibal, trying to show their support, saying that this is not just the family members who've lost their son, but all of them really who have lost the son of the soil, who has achieved martyrdom while doing something for the country, while he was in the trainer aircraft of the MiG-21 that had unfortunately, viewers, crashed on Thursday night in Bardmer in Rajasthan. One more person had been there with Flight Lieutenant Advitibal, that was Wing Commander Rana. And we are seeing the last rites right now in the middle of the sea of Tirangas, in the middle from which the mortal remains of Flight Lieutenant Advitibal are being carried out, so that the last rites can be done by the family. But the people there, really, viewers, walking along with the mortal remains of Flight Lieutenant Advitibal, trying to tell the family members of Flight Lieutenant Advitibal as well that they are with them. They have not just lost their son, but all of them, in fact, have lost the son of the soil, the brave heart, Flight Lieutenant Advitibal. And as we stay with those images, viewers, Wing Commander Bakshi, in fact, is also joining me on the broadcast. Wing Commander, please speak to us a little bit about the last rites, the images that we are seeing of the Flight Lieutenant Advitibal. But I also want to get in a word from you about this entire incident that had come to light from Thursday night about the crash in Bardmer in Rajasthan. Please speak to us first about these images of how civilians are also saying that they are the ones who have also lost the son of the soil, Flight Lieutenant Advitibal.
Thank you for having me over. This is a very sad occasion, but our heart goes out to the family of late Flight Lieutenant Advitibal and his kith and kin. But the question arises out here. The emotions of the people on display are absolutely what they will come out as if they have lost their own kith and kin, their own brother, own son. This is absolutely true because the citizens of India feel very high about the armed forces. Armed forces are very high in the hearts and in the respects of our citizens. The question is, Flight Lieutenant Advitibal was a flight lieutenant. He had sufficient experience. He was flying with a senior, very senior officer also, and they unfortunately had the sort of an emergency, which probably ended up in a fatal accident for both of them. That's very unfortunate. There have been a number of accidents of late of the MiG-21s which they have taken our youth, our young officers. By MiG-21, when it comes to discussion. Of course, it's not our right place for me to discuss the significances and limitation of the aircraft. But the aircraft was old. It was due to change. A lot of countries have changed the old aircraft. Even Chinese who have made this aircraft are also flying, but they are fairly new, given to Pakistan and Bangladesh and Sri Lanka and a number of other countries. They are all flying this aircraft. Our aircraft are having a problem. That government is looking into it. The MiG-21s are being replaced. The last 4 squadrons are left. But the question arises out here is that all this aspect had to be seen earlier, 40 years back, when the aircraft were 60 years back, the aircraft were inducted, but they should have started up. Way in 85, 86, the replacement should have been very seriously taken, which was not taken. Why? Because our indigenization programs were poor, and that is why we could not find a replacement. Buying from outside is a very costly thing. Here is the funeral is in progress. The squadron mates of Flight Lieutenant Aditya Bal are giving the shoulder in the last rite. As you can see, they are in full uniform, and they will present the last rites to the late Flight Lieutenant. And this is a tradition of the armed forces. It's world over, and paramilitary forces too, and civil police forces. They all follow this right, because the person who was in uniform, who is to carry a weapon for the country, who laid his life for the country, has to be given the supreme honor. It is supposed to be the highest form of death in our Sanskriti, in our culture, and that is what is there. And that is why I told you that the people follow this, because it is there in culture, it is there in heart, it is in the blood of the people, and most of them have their kith and kin in the armed forces, especially from the Jammu and Himachal area. The maximum amount of soldiers and airmen and sailors come from this area, and that is what Aditya Flight Lieutenant Bal also was, and his colleague. So I personally feel that this is a very sad occasion, but and all the entire nation has taken a lesson from this, and something final statement has already come from government that we are going to totally replace the MiG-21 by 2025. Let us hope. September, this squadron is, Bal squadron is being replaced. The 51 squadron is being completely replaced by the new aircraft which are coming up. And we would like to now make sure and request the government to take it on top priority to replace the other 3 squadrons at the earliest without jeopardizing the safety of the country.
Well, Wing Commander, if I could also come to you about this. You have spoken briefly about it, but I would like it if you can expand on it as we stay with those pictures, Wing Commander, of the last riots that are all expected to take place of the Flight Lieutenant and Aditya Bal. And we are staying with those images, Wing Commander Praful Bakshi, but we have seen that there have been at least 6 MiG-21 Bison crashes in the last 2 to 20 months, in fact, with 5 crashes in 2021 and 1 in 2022. Now, we are also seeing that how 5 pilots have lost their lives in these crashes. However, this is the first such fatal trainer aircraft crash, in fact, of the MiG-21 Bison in a long time that we are seeing, Wing Commander. If you could expand on that, because you've already spoken about what might have been the reasons for this, and of course, there has to be an official inquiry on that. But speak to us a little bit about the MiG-21s, and also going forward, is indigenous aircrafts the way going forward?
You are very right. The MiG-21 is, of course, let me tell you one thing, perhaps has been one of the top productions in the world. Maximum countries have used MiG-21, and they are still using it. Chinese have bought the aircraft along with us in 1963, but they reverse engineered and made their own called F-7M, which became F-7P for Pakistan and other countries they supplied. We were wanting to make also this aircraft in 1978-79. We did do, but let me tell you one thing, there were enough pressures from Russia. They stopped us from making it further. And our main problem, as you know very well, is aviation. In problem is the engine. There are 3 major aspects of our aircraft: engine, airframe, and the avionics and the weapon systems. this if engine is the main thing, we never made engine. So problem was the buying of an engine, designing the aircraft. But whatever the pressures were on us, we did not make it. So the aircraft started getting old. Now, even if you are, I assure you, our maintenance is top class in the world. All countries have acknowledged it. The engineers, the procedures, the SOPs are top class. Pilots are top class. In various 6 to 7 world exercises, it has been proven. Even America and Russia and France have acknowledged it. They could not compete with our pilots. But the question is, why have we failed in producing our
Right-wing
aircraft?
Commander Praful Bakshi. Sorry to cut you short, Wing Commander, but we are short of time. We will be getting back to you as we stay with those images, viewers, of the last rites being conducted of the Flight Lieutenant Aditya Bal, and how the family members have been inconsolable, but we are tracking those images as to how the son of the soil, the Braveheart, has lost his life. He has achieved martyrdom, and how the civilians are gathering and chanting in his favor, chanting Indian slogans, and also we are tracking all those images. But we're taking a short break here now, viewers. We'll be bringing you all the images. We're bringing you all the updates on the other side. Australia enjoyed a successful opening day of the track of cycling competition as they led the way with 3 golds and a bronze, while New Zealand won 2 events. Paracyclist Neil Fashy claimed his 5th gold medal overall and Scotland's first this year at the paracycling event of the Games on the first day. Australia dominated at the swimming pool on the opening day of the competition, which included 2 all-Australian podium lockouts in the men's 400-metre freestyle and women's 200-metre freestyle finals. And England has become the first nation to win 3 successful gold medals for the Commonwealth Artistic Team Gymnastics events. Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Livestream with you everywhere. Republic Livestream, India's #1 streaming news.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be addressing the first ever inaugural session of the first national meet of District Legal Services Authorities at Vigyan Bhavan today at around 10 a.m. Union Home Minister Amit Shah scheduled to address the National Conference on Drug Trafficking and National Security in Chandigarh today. Chief Ministers of Haryana, Himachal Pradesh and Punjab, officers from the Border Security Force, National Investigation Agency and Narcotics Control Bureau, as well as Anti-Narcotics Task Force chiefs of respective states and members of Narco Coordination Center will also be present at the conference.
And once again, viewers, we are cutting across to those images that we are tracking from Jammu, where we are seeing the last rites of the Flight Lieutenant Aditya Bal being carried out. And you can see the number of people who have gathered here, the number of civilians who have gathered there in Jammu to pay their respects to the late Flight Lieutenant Aditya Bal, where now the last rites will be conducted as per the procedure. You can see those live visuals that we are cutting across to now, where the last rites will be performed of the Flight Lieutenant Aditya Bal, who unfortunately lost his life in the crash that took place of the MiG-21 trainer aircraft in Bardmer in Rajasthan. And we have seen how civilians as well coming out and trying to pay their respects to the son of the soil, the Flight Lieutenant Aditya Bal. And those are the live images, viewers, that we are staying with the last riots of Flight Lieutenant Advitibal. And I believe Gursimran continues to be with me from the ground. Gursimran, speak to us about these visuals. Speak to us about what you are seeing as per the procession that is being carried out of the last rites. In fact, I beg your pardon, being carried out of the late Flight Lieutenant Advitibal.
Yes, right now we are at the cremation ground wherein the last rites will be performed in a short while from now. A Tiranga rally is taken by the locals of the area as the mortal remains of this brave heart reaches the cremation ground here in the area Jinder Mahal. I'll request Gaurav to keep showing you these visuals. These visuals speaks of themselves that how this brave heart has left a void in the hearts of thousands of people who have come here to pay last tribute to this brave hearts. Now the mortal remains are arriving here in a short while from now, wherein the floral tributes will be paid to this brave heart, Flight Lieutenant Advitibal, who lost his life in an unfortunate incident that unfolded day before yesterday when the MiG-21 crashed in the Barmer district of Rajasthan, in which Wing Commander M. Rana and Flight Lieutenant Advitibal attained the martyrdom. And now the people have lined up to pay the last respect to the brave hearts. The locals say that he was an inspiration for many and will remain so. We are joined by some of the politicians who are arriving. Sir, we have seen that he was an inspiration, and a sea of people have arrived here.
Yeah, this is not a loss to a family, this is not a loss to a community. In fact, this is not even a loss to a state, but this is a loss to a nation. It takes a lot of immense power to strengthen a soldier. Definitely, India, our country, has lost a soldier, and soldier in the shape of Advitibal, who has just served for 8 years, and within 8 years, he was committed to his job.
So this is what the locals actually feel. These are the young youngsters of this very area, and what they say, that they see Advitibal as an inspiration, the inspiration who has led them. Coming from the border background, they have seen the forces working really very closely to safeguard the Mother India, the unity, the integrity of the country. But with the recent incident, the day before yesterday, the unfortunate incident that has unfolded has left a gap. I request Gaurav to show you the other side. The Jawans of the Indian Air Force, they are all set to pay tribute, the gun salute to this brave heart who has attained martyrdom. They are those who also see Advitibal as an inspiration. Advitibal, who was passed out from the Sainik School in 2014, was the one who joined the Indian Air Force in 2017. Yes.
Well, viewers, we're taking a short break here now, but we'll be bringing you on the other side all the updates, and we're going to be staying with those images coming in from Jammu, where the late Flight Lieutenant Advitibal, last rites of his being carried out, and of course the civilians coming out in huge numbers, saying that this is not just a loss to the forces but to the nation. And now on the other side, we're getting you the updates of the Prime Minister's address. Stay tuned for that.
Shinde will be visiting the state for the first time after assuming the post of Chief Minister. Shinde will take stock of Marathwada and parts of Western Maharashtra. During the visit, the Chief Minister will also meet several local leaders to discuss local level issues in Aurangabad, Silod, Yewala, Vijaypur, Pune areas, and also review problems and development work in each district with the collector. In a big order by the Kerala High Court, it has been observed that transgender persons must be permitted to participate in categories of their choice in the absence of a separate category for them to compete in sporting events.
This week, watch Checkmate to know why India is buying the latest arms and ammunitions. Why is India getting the latest defense technology from the world? Why is India arming itself at such a rapid rate? But I will tell you what I believe. I believe India has global ambitions. I believe India wants to be a global leader. When India says that it wants to become a Vishwaguru, it is not just talking about intellectual pursuit. It's not just talking about soft power. India is also talking about hard power.
Australia enjoyed a successful opening day of the track of cycling competition as they led the way with 3 golds and a bronze, while New Zealand won 2 events. Paracyclist Neil Fashie claimed his 5th gold medal overall and Scotland's first this year at the paracycling event of the Games on the first day. Australia dominated at the swimming pool on the opening day of the competition, which included 2 all-Australian podium lockouts in the men's 400-metre freestyle and women's 200-metre freestyle finals. And England has become the first nation to win 3 successful gold medals for the Commonwealth Artistic Team Gymnastics events. Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Livestream with you everywhere. Republic Livestream.
You're watching Live and Breaking on Republic, and we're bringing you the last salute. India salutes her martyr, Indian Air Force brave heart, Flight Lieutenant Advitya Bal from Jammu. Those are live visuals from Jammu as his mortal remains, as the young officer's mortal remains are being carried for the cremation. The last rites to be performed in a short while from now. It's a day of mourning, yet of pride, as locals have been telling us. Our reporter Gursimran on the ground there covering this event. As it happens, Flight Lieutenant Advitya Bal was killed in action, was killed during a training sortie on Thursday evening. He was with another officer, Wing Commander Rana. And as locals were telling us, it takes a lot to become, a lot of struggle, a lot of hard work to become a soldier for India. Gursimran, our reporter on the ground there, as I was telling you, giving us those updates. Gursimran, it's over to you once again. We are seeing the funeral procession of Flight Lieutenant Advitya Bal. Take us through what's happening now.
Yes, right now we are at the cremation ground where the last rites of Flight Lieutenant Advitya Bal will be performed. I'll request Gaurav to show you the visuals of the family. The family members have reached here, but they are inconsolable. They don't know what has happened to them, what has fallen to the family, because it was all right day before yesterday, but the unfortunate incident that has unfolded left a void in the family. They don't actually know what to do and how to react. Yesterday when we spoke to the family, they were all in tears. They said that they had a word with Advitya Bal yesterday itself, that is on the day of when this unfortunate incident took place. And I request Gaurav to keep showing you the visuals of the locals who have held the tricolor high, and they are raising the slogans of Bharat Mata Ki Jai and Advitya Bal Amar Rahe, because they also know that this brave heart has made a supreme sacrifice and has not only made the village proud but the entire country proud. And in a short while from now, the gun salute will be given to this brave heart of the Indian Air Force, who joined country, the elite force, Indian Air Force, in 2017, and since then he was serving the country. He had carried out above 4,000 hours of flying during the night hours, and he was a trained professional. But the unfortunate incident that unfolded day before yesterday, when possibly due to a technical snag, this MiG-21 crashed in the Barmer, and since then the family members were informed at around 12 in the midnight. और लगातार आप देखिए किस तरह से गौरव आपको विजुअल सिखा रहे हैं कि परिवार के जो लोग हैं, परिवारजन हैं, उनका रो रो कर बुरा हाल है। मैं सर जी गौरव से कहूँगा उस तरफ आपको विजुअल सिखाएं। जो भारतीय वायुसेना के जो तमाम आला अधिकारी हैं वो इस वक्त यहाँ पर मौजूद हैं और पार्थिव शरीर को इस वक्त जो है आखिरी विदाई देने के लिए जो जिंदर महलू गांव है वहाँ के शमशान घाट में लाया जा रहा है। देश के इस जाबाज ने पूरे देश का नाम जो है वो ऊंचा किया है। देश की एकता, अखंडता और संप्रभुता को बनाए रखने के लिए लगातार ये जो है भारतीय वायुसेना में था। फाइटर पायलट के तौर पर पूरे गांव और पूरे जम्मू कश्मीर को इस पर फख्र है कि ये युवा जिसने कि देश के लिए अपना सर्वस्व न्योछावर किया, ये उनके गांव के शहर और उनके केंद्र शासित प्रदेश से है। लगातार तिरंगे यहाँ पर आप देख पा रहे होंगे। ये तिरंगे इस बात का सबूत हैं कि गांव वाले जो हैं और आम जो लोग हैं यहाँ के, वो इस बलिदान को समझते हैं। वो समझते हैं कि आखिरकार कितना बड़ा बलिदान जो है वो देश के इस जाबाज ने दिया है। और लगातार अद्वितीय बल अमर रहे और जब तक सूरज चांद रहेगा तब तक अद्वितीय का नाम रहेगा कि जय घोष जो हैं वो यहाँ पर लग रहे हैं। चंद क्षणों के बाद जो है वो पंचतत्व में विलीन हो जाएंगे फ्लाइट लेफ्टिनेंट अद्वितीय बल। और विजुअल्स लगातार सरजीवन आपको यहाँ पर दिखा रहे हैं। अब से चंद मिनटों के बाद ही पंचतत्व में देश का ये जाबाज जो है वो मिल जाएगा। लेकिन लोगों का एक समुंदर जो है वो यहाँ पर आया है इस शहीद को श्रद्धांजलि देने के लिए, इस जाबाज को शत शत नमन करने के लिए जिसने कि वहाँ के गाँव में MiG-21 क्रैश ना हो उसकी फिक्र की, अपनी जान की परवाह नहीं की और अपना सर्वस्व न्योछावर किया। जी
The last salute is the last salute for Flight Lieutenant Advitya Bal in his hometown Jammu as hundreds gathered to pay their respects to the young braveheart who after 8 years of service lost his life in a fatal air crash of a MiG-21. Abhishek Kapoor joining us, our senior executive editor, joining us on the phone. Abhishek, we are getting the visuals there from the hometown of Flight Lieutenant Advitya Bal. Gursimran telling us about how his family is inconsolable. As of now, they are in a state of shock. But we also hear that they are demanding that the MiG-21s, this fleet, which at one point of time was a mainstay of the Indian Air Force, that it be phased out. It's a huge loss. At the same time, we can see that, you know, members of his family, members, people who knew him in his hometown, saluting his bravery.
Well, yes, it's a tragedy after all that someone as young as Aditya had to lose his life along with his senior officer. And this is, I believe, sixth crash of a MiG-21 since last Jan. And it's a continuing saga in many ways of India struggling to really plug the gap between aging warhorse and a trainer which can graduate pilots to a supersonic fighter. All the solutions are known to everyone concerned, and there was a brief period of about a decade lost in terms of decision making to get next generation of fighters and to speed up the trainer aircraft acquisition. And that's because of all those factors that we keep getting off and on these tragic crashes, particularly with MiG-21s. Remember, those fighters were inducted back in the 1960s, one of the world's first supersonic fighters. And what happens is, if you get trainees giving training on those high-speed supersonic fighters, and these are very old systems, avionics that are there in these fighters, in these fighter planes, because they were configured in 1960s. Of course, they were upgraded in late 90s and subsequently called MiG-21 Bisons. But still, there are 4 odd squadrons left, And till the time that phase out happens, the IAF and the IAF pilots really have no option but to continue to use them. And that's why, as I said, at the peak we had about 800 plus MiG-21s, of which almost 400 have been lost to crashes since the 1970s. As I mentioned, in the last 1 year alone, about 6 crashes leading to loss of 5 lives, 5 fighter pilots lost, and that's such a human resource, tremendous amount of human resource, young fighter pilots lost. So I hope that these pictures where there is a groundswell of support to the family of Aditya, and the Air Force present there carrying the coffin with the last remains, the casket with the last remains, and tricolors all over with supporters, residents there, family members, relatives, extended family, neighbors, everyone coming out, and emotions really coming out there. You can actually see some of the people with tears in their eyes. Women also coming out of the family. A young flight lieutenant lost to a process which has been unending. So I believe at some level these pictures would be sensitizing. Again, not that the establishment does not know what needs to be done. We have seen, for example, the entire Rafale saga and how it became embroiled in absolutely unnecessary politics to the detriment of nation's safety and security. And similarly, in the case of Tejas, for example, of the 123 odd that have been ordered by the IAF, just about 25-30 of them have been delivered. If we can really expedite the process of getting the light combat aircraft Tejas in our with the Air Force faster, obviously, then you would have less dependence on the MiGs. Already the process of phasing them out is on. Just 4 squadrons left, so about 70, 75 MiGs left. And we believe over the next 3-4 years, the last of the MiGs would be number plated. But the point is that for the next 3-4 years at least, the IAF will have to continue to use those old, aging war horses. And God forbid, nobody wants to see these pictures of young lives who could have been so valuable in combat for the nation, in service of the nation, and had a life ahead of them, really getting lost to these kind of tragedies, Rukma.
Right, Abhishek, you've really explained that so well and put it into perspective. The government has also taken note of it. But right now, well, as another life is lost to an aging fleet, there's really not much the government can do. Even the family has requested. Abhishek, stay with us. We'll be coming back to you. Earlier, Gursimran Singh spoke to the unconsolable family of martyr Flight Lieutenant Aditya Bal. Let's listen in to what they had to say.
कब आपको इस बात की जानकारी जो है एयरफोर्स की तरफ से दी गई?
ये सर हमारे को शाम को 9:30 बजे तक हमारे को ये जानकारी दी गई। उनकी पलटन से फ़ोन आया हमारे को कि बोला ऐसे ऐसे MiG-21 जो जहाज़ है वो क्रैश हो गया। बस उसी टाइम का फिर शोक चल रहा है हमारे घर में।
सर कब से ये भारतीय वायुसेना में थे और ये उनकी पहली पोस्टिंग थी?
ये उनकी फर्स्ट पोस्टिंग थी। ये बाड़मेर में थे और ये MiG-21 उड़ा रहे थे ये।
सर आप क्योंकि बचपन से जानते हैं, शुरू से ही देश सेवा का जज्बा था क्योंकि एनडीए के लिए गए, उससे पहले सैनिक स्कूल में थे।
सर ये हमारा बच्चा बहुत ही होनहार, बड़ा काबिल बच्चा था सर। हम एक छोटे से परिवार से ताल्लुक़ रखते हैं। इस बच्चे ने हमारे ख़ानदान का, हमारे गांव का, हमारे जम्मू का नाम रोशन किया सर। इस बच्चे पे हमें फ़ख्र है और दुख भी बहुत ज़्यादा है कि हमें छोटी सी एज में जो उसकी शादी की हम सोच रहे थे, आज वो हमारे बीच में नहीं है।
आखिरी बार कल बात हो पाई थी इनसे आप?
दोपहर को बात की थी उन्होंने अपनी मम्मा से। उनका मोबाइल ठीक नहीं था तो उन्होंने अपनी मम्मा के लिए नया मोबाइल भेजा था मम्मा, और उसी मोबाइल पे बात की थी मम्मा से, और शाम को बोला था मम्मा मेरी शाम को फ्लाइट है। बस यही हुआ था।
So family members there speaking with our correspondent Gursimran, who's been giving us each and every update as it's happening. Now, members of the Indian Air Force marching there in salute to the young Indian Air Force officer who lost his life to a MiG-21 air crash, Flight Lieutenant Aditya Bal. These are visuals of his funeral as it's taking place in his hometown in Jammu. Going back once again to our senior executive editor Abhishek Kapoor. Abhishek, you were telling us about how, well, this is a loss, can we say, to the entire nation. It's not just his family, whom we just saw speaking to Gursimran. It's not just his members of his hometown who've seen him grow up and to whom he must have been such an inspiration from a small town in Jammu, going on to become a pilot in a fighter pilot in the Indian Air Force. But it's a loss as well for the entire nation. The last salute, the funeral of Flight Lieutenant Aditya Bal, who was killed along with Wing Commander, who lost his life along with Wing Commander M. Rana in that ill-fated training sortie of the Indian Air Force's MiG-21. The crash took place on Thursday night, as we've been reporting continuously. Those are visuals from his hometown, Jammu. That's Flight Lieutenant Aditya Bal, who had completed 8 years of service in the Indian Air Force after having passed out from the NDA. He was on a training sortie. Gursimran, our reporter on the ground. Gursimran, this is the final leg of Flight Lieutenant Aditya Bal's final journey. We can see members of the Indian Air Force carrying his mortal remains, draped with the tricolour, even as behind him hundreds continue to form that procession, to follow in a procession with the Tiranga.
देखिए, स्वाभाविक तौर पर पूरा देश जो है इस वक्त फ्लाइट लेफ्टिनेंट आदित्य बल को श्रद्धांजलि दे रहा है, जिनका पार्थिव शरीर चंद मिनटों में यहाँ पहुँचने वाला है। उन्हें पंचतत्व में विलीन किया जाएगा। गौरव से कहूँगा कि गौरव आपको विजुअल्स यहाँ पर दिखाएं। जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस की बात की जाए, भारतीय सेना, भारतीय वायुसेना और तमाम आला अधिकारी जो हैं वो यहाँ पर मौजूद हैं। पार्थिव शरीर जो है वो इस वक्त अपनी अंतिम यात्रा के लिए जो है यहाँ पर पहुँच रहा है, जिसमें कि न सिर्फ इनके गांव से बल्कि पूरे जम्मू संभाग से लोग जो हैं वो यहाँ पर आए हैं। इस शूरवीर को आखिरी श्रद्धांजलि जो है वो यहाँ पर दी जा रही है। भारतीय सेना, वायुसेना के तमाम अधिकारी, जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस के, वो यहाँ पर पहुँच गए हैं और इन्हें श्रद्धांजलि जो है वो नम आँखों से पूरा देश इस वक्त दे रहा है, क्योंकि इस शूरवीर ने उस दिन जब MiG-21 में जो बताया जा रहा है कि तकनीकी खराबी आई, उसके बावजूद भी उन्होंने ये सुनिश्चित किया कि जो MiG क्रैश होगा वो किसी रिहायशी इलाके में ना हो। कई लोगों की जो है जान इन्होंने बचाई, अपना सर्वस्व न्योछावर करते हुए लगातार। गौरव आपको यहाँ से विजुअल्स जो हैं वो दिखा रहे हैं किस तरह से लोग जो हैं बड़ी तादाद में यहाँ पर पहुँचे हैं और अब सलामी जो है वो दी जाएगी। गौरव से कहूँगा विजुअल्स लगातार गौरव यहाँ पर दिखाते रहें कि तमाम जो लोग हैं और भारतीय वायुसेना के जवान हैं वो इस वीर को श्रद्धांजलि जो हैं दे रहे हैं। पूरा देश नम आँखों से इस बहादुर को विदाई दे रहा है, जिसने अपना सर्वस्व जो है वो न्योछावर किया। लगातार गौरव आपको यहाँ पर विजुअल्स जो हैं वो दिखा रहे हैं किस तरह से लगातार जो हैं यहाँ पर भारतीय वायुसेना के जवानों की बात की जाए या भारतीय सेना के, जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस के तमाम आला अफसर
लगातार गौरव आपको जो है विजुअल्स यहाँ पर दिखा रहे हैं कि किस तरह तिरंगे जो हैं वो यहाँ पर हैं। आखिरी विदाई देने के लिए लोग हाथ में शान से तिरंगे लेकर पहुँचे हैं और उसके साथ साथ परिवार जो है गम में ज़रूर है, लेकिन पूरे देश को निखिल लगातार गौरव आपको विजुअल सिखा रहे हैं। शहीद फ्लाइट लेफ्टिनेंट अद्वितीय बल को आखिरी श्रद्धांजलि जो है वो दी जा रही है। तमाम अफसरों की बात की जाए, हज़ारों की तादाद में आम लोग जो हैं वो यहाँ पर पहुँचे हैं श्रद्धांजलि देने के लिए देश के शूरवीर को, जो कि परसों राजस्थान के बाड़मेर में एक दर्दनाक हादसा सामने आया जब एक MiG-21 बाइसन जो है वो क्रैश हुआ, जिसमें कि भारतीय वायुसेना के विंग कमांडर एम राणा के साथ फ्लाइट लेफ्टिनेंट अद्वितीय बल मौजूद थे। और उस दुर्घटना में जो एक दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण घटना वहां पर हुई उसमें ये दोनों शहीद हुए। इस वक्त फ्लाइट लेफ्टिनेंट अद्वितीय बल को आखिरी सम्मान जो है वो भारतीय वायुसेना के अफसर, भारतीय सेना और जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस के अधिकारी जो हैं वो यहाँ पर दे रहे हैं। आखिरी सम्मान देश के इस वीर को जिसने अपने आखिरी क्षण में भी देश के लिए सोचा। पूरी कोशिश उनकी तरफ से की गई कि किसी भी तरह रिहायशी इलाके में जो MiG-21 है वो क्रैश ना हो, क्योंकि उससे काफ़ी ज़्यादा नुकसान जो है वो हो सकता था। तो ये शौर्य गाथा जो है वो भारत के इन शूरवीरों की है जो देश के लिए शपथ लेते हैं और देश के लिए अपना सर्वस्व जो है वो न्योछावर करते हैं। लगातार आप यहाँ पर देखेंगे तो हज़ारों की तादाद में आम लोग जो हैं वो यहाँ पर पहुँचे हुए हैं इस शहीद को श्रद्धांजलि देने के लिए। तिरंगे युवाओं के हाथों में हैं और युवा जो हैं वो मानते हैं कि अद्वितीय बल फ्लाइट लेफ्टिनेंट भारतीय वायुसेना के उनके लिए एक प्रेरणा स्रोत थे। यही कारण है कि इतनी बड़ी तादाद में लोग जो हैं वो आखिरी श्रद्धांजलि देने के लिए यहाँ पर पहुँचे हैं। लगातार देश के इस जाबाज़ को श्रद्धांजलि जो है वो दी जा रही है। हमने देखा इससे पहले कल जब इनके परिवार के लोगों से बात की गई तो उनका भी ये कहना था कि अद्वितीय शुरू से ही उन्हें कहा करते थे कि वह उनके लिए कुछ करेंगे और ज़रूर उन्होंने किया, लेकिन घर के जो लोग हैं वो काफ़ी ज़्यादा दुख में भी हैं क्योंकि उन्होंने अपने प्रियजन जो है वो खोया है एक दुखद घटना में जो सामने आई। और अब गौरव आपको लगातार विजुअल्स दिखा रहे हैं जिसमें भारतीय वायुसेना, भारतीय सेना, जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस और जम्मू कश्मीर सरकार के कई अधिकारी जो हैं वो इस जाबाज को जो है श्रद्धांजलि अर्पित कर रहे हैं। इसके बाद इन्हें पंचतत्व में विलीन कर दिया जाएगा। लेकिन जो घटना 28 जुलाई रात 9:10 में सामने आई बाड़मेर राजस्थान में, उसने कहीं ना कहीं पूरे देश को झकझोर कर रख दिया। सवाल जो हैं वो स्वाभाविक तौर पर उठने लगे MiG-21 पर भी कि आखिरकार कब तक देश के जो जाबाज हैं वो शहादत देते रहेंगे। लेकिन आम लोग जो कि इस गाँव के लोग हैं उन्हें फ़ख्र ज़रूर है कि उनके गाँव का ये जाबाज, सबसे बड़ी बात उनके लिए थी कि वो भारत का फ़ाइटर पायलट है, वो भारत के वो फाइटर विमान उड़ाता है जिससे कि दुश्मन जो है वो थर थर कांपता है। तो इनके लिए फ़ख्र की बात थी और अब ये लोग ये कहते हैं कि हमें जो है इस शहीद की शहादत पर फ़ख्र है। इस शहीद ने जो शहादत दी है वो बेकार नहीं जाएगी। देश और आसपास के इलाकों के जो जम्मू के अन्य इलाकों के युवा हैं वो कहीं ना कहीं इन्हें अपना एक स्रोत मानते हैं कि प्रोत्साहन का। इन्हें देखकर उनका कहना था कि वो आगे बढ़े, वो ज़िंदगी भर जो है उन्हें अपने एक प्रेरणा स्रोत के तौर पर देखते थे। और लगातार अब गौरव आपको विजुअल्स दिखा रहे हैं जहां पर अब से चंद मिनट के बाद जो है पंचतत्व में विलीन जो है उन्हें कर दिया जाएगा। इससे पहले गन सल्यूट जो है वो दिया जाएगा देश के जाबाज को जो कि 28 जुलाई को राजस्थान के बाड़मेर में एक दुर्घटना में जो हैं वो शहीद हुए थे। लगातार आप देखिए परिवारजन जो हैं वो यहाँ पे पहुँचे हुए हैं और श्रद्धांजलि जो है वो दी जा रही है। लगातार गौरव आपको विजुअल्स दिखा रहे हैं, भारतीय वायुसेना के इस जाबाज़ को जो है श्रद्धांजलि दी जा रही है। लगातार हमने देखा कि परसों 28 जुलाई को जो वाक़या 9:10 पर सामने आया, उसके बाद से ही पूरे जम्मू की बात की जाए तो गम का माहौल जो है, लेकिन लोग जो हैं ये भी कहते हैं कि उन्हें फ़ख्र है कि देश के इस जाबाज़ ने, जिसने भारतीय वायुसेना में अपनी सेवाएं 4 साल से ज़्यादा समय के लिए दी, 2017 में ये भारतीय वायुसेना का हिस्सा बने थे और उसके बाद से ही लगातार इसी तरह के कई फाइटर प्लेन्स की सॉर्टीज़ जो हैं, नाइट फ्लाइंग में भी इन्हें काफ़ी ज़्यादा एक्सपीरियंस जो है वो उन्हें था। तो परिवार का कहना है कि इन्हें फ़ख्र ज़रूर है, लेकिन जो नुकसान हुआ है, वो जो क्षति परिवार को पहुंची है, उससे कहीं ना कहीं परिवार जो है वो दुख में है, गम में है। परिवार के लोग जो हैं, उनकी माँ ने जब हमारे से बात की तो उन्होंने बताया कि किस तरह से इस दर्दनाक हादसे से चंद घंटे पहले उनकी अद्वितीय से बात हुई थी। अद्वितीय ने उन्हें कहा कि उनकी शाम को एक रूटीन सॉर्टी है, यानी कि देर रात वो फ्लाई करेंगे। तो माँ कहती हैं कि उन्हें कहा था कि कुछ देर के तुम सो जाओ, और माँ को अब ये लगता है कि आखिरकार मैंने वो शब्द जो हैं वो कहे तो कहे क्यों, क्योंकि वो शब्द माँ के उनके साथ बातचीत के आखिरी शब्द बन गए कि तुम सो जाओ। और माँ जो है वो अभी भी ये मानने नहीं पा रही कि उनका अद्वितीय जो है वो अब उनके साथ नहीं रहा। देश का ये जाबाज़ जो है एक दर्दनाक हादसे में शहीद हुआ है। देश ने अपने 2 जाबाज़ खोए, विंग कमांडर राणा जो कि हिमाचल प्रदेश के मंडी से रहने वाले हैं, और जम्मू के आरसपुरा के रहने वाले फ्लाइट लेफ्टिनेंट अद्वितीय बल को भारतीय वायुसेना और पूरे देश ने खोया। और अब उन्हें जो श्रद्धांजलि है वो दी जा रही है देश के इस जाबाज़ को। लगातार आप देखिए हज़ारों की तादाद में लोग जो हैं वो यहाँ पर पहुँचे हैं इस जाबाज़ को श्रद्धांजलि देने के लिए। और एक बात जो लोग कह रहे हैं कि वो अद्वितीय बल को एक प्रेरणा स्रोत के तौर पर देखते हैं। देखिए जो है वो जम्मू के आरसपुरा सेक्टर से आते हैं। आरसपुरा सेक्टर भारत पाकिस्तान अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सीमा पर पड़ता है, और ये वो इलाका है जो हमेशा से पाकिस्तानी शेलिंग से क्षतिग्रस्त रहा है। पिछले 2 साल से युद्ध विराम संधि के बाद यहाँ पर शांति है, लेकिन उससे पहले लगातार इस इलाके में पाकिस्तान की तरफ से गोलाबारी भी की जाती थी। और एक लड़का जो एक ऐसे इलाके से आया जो काफ़ी दूर दराज का इलाका है, जो वहाँ पर लगातार पाकिस्तान की तरफ से शेलिंग की जाती है, उस लड़के का भारतीय वायुसेना में पहुंचना और एज अ फाइटर पायलट भारतीय वायुसेना में अपनी सेवाएं देना, कहीं ना कहीं ये परिवार ही नहीं बल्कि पूरे जो आरसपुरा इलाका है, जम्मू है, उसके लिए एक बड़े फ़ख्र की बात थी। जब भी हमने यहाँ के लोगों से बात की, बुज़ुर्गों की बात की जाए, युवाओं की बात की जाए, कुछ लोग जो उन्हें जानते थे, जो घर के पड़ोसी थे, जिनसे अद्वितीय की बात होती थी, तो बताते हैं कि अद्वितीय हमेशा हर एक के लिए जो है उनके मन में आदर था। और वो हम जब उनके घर गए अद्वितीय के, तो एक बड़ी स्क्रीन फ़ोटो जो है अद्वितीय ने अपनी लगा रखी है अपने चॉपर के साथ, और उसमें बिल्कुल आप साफ देख सकते हैं कि उसमें उनके दोस्तों की तरफ से कई मैसेजेस जो हैं वो लिखे गए हैं। और उन सब में एक बात बहुत ही कॉमन थी कि अद्वितीय जो हैं वो उन सब के लिए मदद तब करते हैं, वो उन सब के लिए हमेशा मदद के लिए तैयार रहते हैं ऐसे समय में जब उन्हें ज़रूरत होती है। तो उनके जो दोस्त हैं उन्होंने एक संदेश ज़रूर लिखा था जो अपने दोस्त अद्वितीय के लिए, कि ये हमेशा मुश्किल में, जब भी उन्हें मुश्किल में लगते हैं तो अद्वितीय की एडवाइस जो है वो उन्हें काम आती है। तो कहीं ना कहीं परिवारजनों के लिए, दोस्तों के लिए, परिजनों के लिए और पूरे इलाके के लोगों के लिए एक बड़ी क्षति जो है वो यहाँ पर है। लगातार गौरव आपको विजुअल्स जो हैं वो दिखा रहे हैं कि परिवारजन जो हैं वो आखिरी विदाई इस वक्त अद्वितीय बल को दे रहे हैं। जी जी देखिए, लगातार जो है हम गौरव आपको विजुअल्स यहाँ से दिखा रहे हैं। ये जिंदर महलू इलाका है, ये अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सीमा के आरसपुरा का इलाका, जहाँ पर भारतीय वायुसेना के इस जाबाज फ्लाइट लेफ्टिनेंट अद्वितीय बल का घर था और यहीं से, इस गांव से उठे अद्वितीय बल ने भारतीय वायुसेना में फाइटर पायलट के तौर पर अपनी सेवाएं दी। अब पूरा परिवार और गांव वाले जो हैं वो यहाँ एकत्र हुए हैं। 1000 से ज़्यादा लोग, एक समुद्र सैलाब जो है वो आम लोगों का यहाँ पर देखने को मिल सकता है। जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस के अधिकारी और अन्य जो अधिकारी यहाँ पर मौजूद हैं वो इस वक्त परिवारजनों का साहस जो है वो बंधा रहे हैं। लगातार गौरव आपको यहाँ पर विजुअल्स दिखा रहे हैं कि परिवारजनों से वो बात कर रहे हैं। परिवार जो है वो अपने गम से बाहर नहीं निकल पाया, लेकिन गांव वालों ने हाथ में तिरंगा लिए और भारत माता के जय घोष से एक बात बिल्कुल साबित कर दी कि आखिरकार अद्वितीय बल उनके लिए क्या थे, उनके लिए एक प्रेरणा स्रोत थे। जी
All right, Gursimran there getting us these images of the last riots of Flight Lieutenant Aditya Bal's last rites, in fact, being carried out as per the procedure. And our senior executive editor Abhishek Kapoor is also joining me on the podcast. Abhishek, we are looking at those images, the heartbreaking images of Flight Lieutenant Aditya Bal's last rites being performed. We had seen how this entire tragic incident had come to light of 2 Indian Air Force pilots who lost their lives on Thursday night's crash of the MiG-21 trainer aircraft in Barmer in Rajasthan. Speak to us a little bit more about the entire incident and also the kind of conversation that it has also started over MiG-21 and indigenous aircrafts as well, Abhishek.
Before this crash, unfortunate crash happened day before yesterday, IAF has been in the process of phasing out its MiG squadrons beginning September this year. So just a couple of months from now, the Srinagar-based squadron would be phased out. After that, only 3 remain. I think all 3 in Rajasthan, Uttarlai, from where the unfortunate, from where Flight Lieutenant Bal and Wing Commander Rana took off day before yesterday in that ill-fated flight. It was a training night sortie, and that's the issue. I think the other 2 squadrons in Rajasthan are at Suratgarh and Nal in Bikaner. What is important is that everyone in the system understands what is the problem. It's just that because of the internecine and unending nature of procedure when it comes to defense acquisition, particularly in the UP era when we had almost a complete clampdown on any new purchases and hence the modernization and the speed of acquisition suffered. We have seen how the present government has struggled with the purchase of Rafale. Of course, Rafale is not meant for what MiGs and MiG Bisons have been doing, and this is about upgrading the fighter pilots to ace fighter pilots and that plugging that training gap on a supersonic plane. The only problem is that these are vintage war horses of 1960s. Their avionics were upgraded sometime in 1990, but still they remain very old. So the flight safety equipment and the avionics that are there in these MiGs are really not up to date. And that sometimes leads to the kind of tragic crashes that we see. Everyone in the IAF knows, everyone in the MOD knows, everyone in the political establishment knows. And yet, I mean, it's just a very difficult, complex nature of defense acquisitions that we have not been able to sort it out. Hopefully, with a timeline that has been fixed to phase out the remaining 4 squadrons beginning September this year and ending sometime in 2025, a quick replacement, for example, the LCA aircrafts, which should have come a little faster, have been a little slow to come by from the HAL, the LCA Tejas. If that picks up really, then maybe we would see less or maybe none of these tragedies really unfolding in the pictures, which were very beautifully explained by Gursimran on the ground. The entire family, friends, relatives, neighbors, the extended family of the IAF, the Indian Air Force officers, friends from the services, their paramilitary police servicemen, everyone present there to pay their last respects to Flight Lieutenant Advitiya Bal. I'm sure we'll see those pictures coming in for Wing Commander M. Rana as well. And so young, 26 years old, Wing Commander Rana just 38 years old, and they had entire life ahead of them. But for a better flying machine, they could have really served the nation for another 30, 40 years and been of so much more value in combat, in reconnaissance, in intimidating the enemy and keeping the enemy on leash. The tremendous amount of effort in terms of money, in terms of time, in terms of process, procedure, selection, grooming, whatever effort that goes into a fighter pilot, it all comes to a knot with these kind of tragedies. So obviously, Priyanka, these pictures are heart-rending and a big lesson for those watching in the Ministry of Defense and the IAF top brass, that they should be quickening up the acquisition of LCA Tejas and a mid-level fighter, trainee fighter aircraft, which is the absolute bottom line need of the IAF in the present.
All right. Thank you, Abhishek, for that. And viewers, we are staying with those pictures of the last riots of the Flight Lieutenant Advitiya Bal. As Abhishek had been also pointing out, this was a Thursday night crash that had taken place where the two Indian Air Force pilots that have unfortunately lost their lives, the son of the soils, in fact, brave hearts of the country who have lost their lives. One was, of course, Flight Lieutenant Advitiya Bal, whose last rights that we are putting out on your screens right now, and the other, of course, being Wing Commander M. Rana, who unfortunately also lost his life. Wing Commander Rana hailed from Himachal Pradesh, and Flight Lieutenant Bal is from Jammu, from where we are getting you these images, viewers. And of course, the two pilots had lost their lives. They were on board of this twin-seater MiG-21 aircraft that had crashed during a training sortie near Barmer in Rajasthan. And the IAF, in fact, had also conveyed about this sortie that was being carried out. And of course, we were told that the air headquarters had already ordered a court of inquiry into ascertaining the cause of the accident. But of course, right now we are seeing those images of the late Flight Lieutenant Advitiya Bal, who has achieved martyrdom. And we are seeing the last riots that are being carried out by the extended family of the Indian Air Forces as well. And viewers, we are seeing that sea of civilians as well that have gathered to pay their respects to the son of the soil, Flight Lieutenant Advitiya Bal. They are walking with the family, they're standing with the family and claiming that this is not just his parents who have lost a son, but the entire nation that have lost their son in Flight Lieutenant Advitiya Bal. But of course, also expressing about how they are proud of having known Flight Lieutenant Advitiya Bal, having ever spoken to him as well. And right now, they are standing in solidarity, standing in support with Flight Lieutenant Advitiya Bal and his family in this extremely difficult time for the family as well. And viewers, let's listen in to what the family members had to say. We had our correspondent Gursimran on the ground who had spoken to them. Let's listen in first and then we'll get back to these images.
हम दोनों ही रहते थे। जब छुट्टी आता था हम जाते थे घूमने के लिए साथ में, भैया यहाँ पे जाना घूमने के लिए, वहाँ पे जाना घूमने के लिए, और हम निकलते थे घूमने के लिए, पूरा दिन साथ में रहते थे।
ये सेवा का जज्बा शुरू से ही
बचपन से इतना सा था, बोलता था मैंने पायलट बनना है। जहाज निकलता था तो बोलता था भैया मैंने पायलट जो आज उड़ाना है, आज उड़ा के वो चलो।
And I believe right now Gursimran is joining us on the broadcast, viewers, as we stay with those images of the wreath laying ceremony.
This is the last salute being paid to Flight Lieutenant Advait Bal, who hails from the Jindar Mehru area of Arispura, and this brave heart has made the supreme sacrifice in an unfortunate incident that unfolded day before yesterday at around 9:10 in the night, when his MiG-21 Bison met an unfortunate crash, and the incidents has led to loss of two brave hearts, the Wing Commander of the Indian Air Force, Wing Commander Ambrana, Flight Lieutenant Advait Bal, who hails from the Jindar Mehru village of Jammu's Arispura. Now the salutes are being paid and the tributes being paid to this brave heart by the top brass of the Indian Air Force, the Indian Army, and the senior officials from the Jammu and Kashmir Police who have arrived. The family remains inconsolable. They don't know what has fallen on them because they have lost Advait.
And as we track those images for you viewers, we're taking a short break at this moment, but we'll be back with those images and the ground updates as to what's really happening with the wreath laying ceremony of the flight lieutenant, among with other stories.
पुराने नेटवर्क के आधुनिकीकरण के लिए देश के करोड़ों घरों तक बिजली कनेक्शन पहुंचाने के लिए हमने पूरी शक्ति लगा दी। इन्हीं सब प्रयासों का नतीजा ये है
And now we'll get you all the updates from the world of sports. Viewers, the opening ceremony of the 2022 Commonwealth Games took place at Alexander. Birmingham was announced as a host on 21st December 2017, marking England's third time hosting the Commonwealth Games after London in 1934 and Manchester in 2002. England's Alex Yee won the first gold medal of the 2022 Commonwealth Games with victory in the men's triathlon at Sutton Park in Birmingham on Friday after New Zealand's Hayden Wild was penalised for unclipping his helmet early during the transition between cycling and running disciplines and had to settle for a silver.
This week, watch Checkmate to know why India is buying the latest arms and ammunitions. Why is India getting the latest defense technology from the world? Why is India arming itself at such a rapid rate? But I will tell you what I believe. I believe India has global ambitions. I believe India wants to be a global leader. When India says that it wants to become a Vishwaguru, it is not just talking about intellectual pursuit. It's not just talking about soft power. India is also talking about hard power.
Shinde will be visiting the state for the first time after assuming the post of Chief Minister. Shinde will take stock of Marathwada and parts of Western Maharashtra. During the visit, the Chief Minister will also meet several local leaders to discuss local level issues in Aurangabad, Silod, Yewala, Vijaypur, Pune areas and also review.
Welcome back, viewers. We're staying with those images of the Martyr Flight Lieutenant Advait Bal, and my colleague Gursimran is joining me. Gursimran, over to you. Tell us what's happening around you from the ground.
जो भारतीय सेना के जो फाइट जेट्स थे उन्हें ये उड़ाते थे, यानी कि भारतीय सेना में बतौर फाइटर पायलट जो हैं वो कार्यरत थे और 4 वर्ष से ज़्यादा भारतीय वायुसेना में इन्होंने अपनी सेवाएं दी। देश की सर्वोच्च जो सेवाएं हैं उन्होंने दी, लेकिन 28 जुलाई 2022 को जो दर्दनाक हादसा राजस्थान के बाड़मेर में हुआ उसमें भारतीय वायुसेना का ये जाबाज जो है उसने सर्वोच्च बलिदान देश के लिए दिया। लगातार अब गौरव आपको विजुअल्स यहाँ पर बता रहे हैं कि परिवारजन, उनके जो सीनियर ऑफिशियल्स हैं जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस और भारतीय सेना के अन्य अधिकारी जो यहाँ पर मौजूद हैं वो एक तरफ परिवार का साहस बता रहे हैं, वहीं दूसरी तरफ श्रद्धांजलि भी देश के इस शूरवीर को यहाँ दी जा रही है। पूरा गांव जो है वो इस वक्त गम में डूबा ज़रूर है, लेकिन गांव के लोगों को फक्र भी है कि देश के
And we are getting in several voices now, viewers. Gursimran, my colleague on the ground reporting for us, getting us those images. But let's also get in Air Marshal P.K. Barobra, former Vice Chief of the Air Staff, who's joining us on the broadcast. Air Marshal, if I could come to you, sir, please speak to us a little bit about this images, heartbreaking images really, sir, that we are getting from Jammu of the martyr Flight Lieutenant Aditya Bal.
Look, let me put it this way. Unfortunately, I'm not at home to see a television and the heart, sad scenes on your thing to pay the last rites to another air warrior. It's very sad that we have lost 2 more air warriors in the last 2 days back. And it's only one thing about the defense services. Please understand. We have to train, and we have to train very well. The more you sweat in peace, the less you bleed in war. That is one of the sayings. Yes, and in this very rigorous training that we all have to go through to do service to the 3 services and whichever one you are employed in, these incidents unfortunately take place. There is inquiry, of course, which will find out what exactly happened. But we must be realistic with our feet on the ground that these will happen. Yes, people say that MiG-21 is a very old aircraft and this and that. Yes, it is true. They have been with us since the first half of 1960. We are still flying them, of course, after upgrading aircraft. And all aircraft which are certified to fly will only fly. Of course, the inquiry will find out what has happened, but it is a sad thing. 2 budding pilots of the Indian Air Force have now become martyrs in this process of training. Very sad, and we are very proud that your channel and, of course, the people who have attended, who are attending the funeral now and paying their homage and during the last rites. We salute all of you all for taking the time off to be able to attend this funeral. Thank you.
Well, absolutely, sir. Republic is always standing with our forces, and it brings us no joy to bring stories like this forward. But this is our duty to bring you these images that we are tracking now, viewers, from the ground, from Jammu, where you can see the wreath-laying ceremony that is being carried out of the flight lieutenant. And let me bring in my colleague Gursimran once again, who's been on the ground, getting us those images, getting us the voices of the family members, of the friends who are coming there in solidarity to show their respects, to pay their respects to the martyr, Flight Lieutenant. Gursimran, speak to us about these images. Speak to us about the atmosphere that you're seeing there right now, because we had seen civilians from across, in fact, coming over there at the wreath-laying ceremony, showing their support, paying their respect to the son of the soil.
Yes, the people not only from the local village but also from the Jammu region, they are coming to pay salute to this brave heart. I'll request Gaurav to keep showing you the visuals. These visuals speaks of the love and the affection that the locals, the batchmates, the seniors carry for Flight Lieutenant Aditya Bal. They have arrived to pay the last tribute to this brave heart of the Indian Air Force. In a short while from now, he will be laid to rest. Family members cannot believe what has unfolded on 28th of July in Barmer, Rajasthan. They are still inconsolable. They don't know what to speak, how to react to what has happened to them. But the family members, when we spoke to them, they said that Aditya was the one who was friends of friends, and never ever he was the one who thought something else than the nation building.
We will keep coming back to you over these images as well. But right now, viewers, we're taking a short break and getting you all the images, all the updates on the other side after this very short break.
के लिए, अपने बच्चों के लिए, अपनी भावी पीढ़ियों के लिए टालने वाली योजना है, उनका भविष्य तबाह करने वाली बातें। समस्या का समाधान आप अपने राष्ट्र की सुरक्षा के लिए से नो टू ड्रग्स।
Amity University has India's largest scholarship program, from which over 25,000 brilliant students have already benefited. Students with over 95% in Class 12 boards get 100% scholarship, and students with over 90% get 50% scholarship. Join brilliant, like-minded students who want to be successful. Apply at amity.edu/scholarships.
Police vans have also come in right now just to give the security to the BJP legislators right now, as they are staying here for a while before the government formation actually takes place. About 17 locations where these searches are being carried out. In all likelihood, the number is going to go up. There could be some arrests. Total of 8 CCTV footages that have been accessed. This encapsulates Kole's murder that has taken place.
And now let's get you all the updates from the world of sports. Viewers, the opening ceremony of the 2022 Commonwealth Games took place at Alexander. Birmingham was announced as a host on 21st December 2017, marking England's third time hosting the Commonwealth Games after London in 1934 and Manchester in 2002. England's Alex Yee won the first gold medal of the 2022 Commonwealth Games with victory in the men's triathlon at Sutton Park in Birmingham on Friday after New Zealand's Hayden Wild was penalised for unclipping his helmet early during the transition between cycling and running disciplines and had to settle for a silver.
Here on the live coverage on Republic TV as we report from outside Raj Thakre's residence. The Chief Minister of Maharashtra vacates his residence. Sena supporters coming out in large numbers showing their support to Uddhav Thakre. The NCP huddle has begun. We're keeping a close track of all the senior leaders coming in and going out.
Shinde will be visiting the state for the first time after assuming the post of Chief Minister. Shinde will take stock of Maratha.
से प्रभावित थे और देश प्रेम और देश सेवा की भावना से ये जो अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सीमा और बॉर्डर इलाके के युवा हैं, ये किस तरह से ओतप्रोत हैं। परिवारजनों का इस वक्त रो रो कर बुरा हाल है, क्योंकि परिवारजन जो हैं वो इस दुख से, इस सदमे से अभी तक नहीं निकल पाए हैं कि उनका अद्वितीय जो है वो उनके बीच नहीं है। अब से चंद मिनटों के बाद ही पंचतत्व में अद्वितीय बल जो हैं वो विलीन हो जाएंगे, लेकिन देश जो है हमेशा इस जाबाज को याद रखेगा। ये जाबाज जिसने हज़ारों ग्रामीणों की ज़िंदगी की परवाह की। जब ये संभावित तौर पर टेक्निकल ग्लिच जो है MiG-21 में आया तो उन्होंने कोशिश की कि MiG-21 को ऐसी जगह पर लैंड करवाया जाए, या फिर अगर क्रैश लैंड भी होता है जहां पर किसी भी तरह की सिविलियन पॉपुलेशन यानी कि आम नागरिक जो हैं वो ना हो, ताकि जान माल की हानि जो है वो किसी तरह की ना हो। तो इस तरह का जाबाज ये था। इस तरह के इसको शिक्षा, प्रशिक्षण और संस्कार परिवार की तरफ से दिए गए थे। देश प्रेम की इतनी भावना से ये ओतप्रोत था कि इसे सिर्फ दिख रहा था तो अपना फ़र्ज़ और वो मासूम जाने, अगर ये जो फ्लाइट जो है क्रैश हुई ये कहीं सिविलियन इलाके में होती तो काफ़ी नुकसान कर सकती थी। अब आखिरी जो गन सैल्यूट है वो भारत के इस जाबाज को दिया जा रहा है। चंद मिनटों बाद ही इन्हें पंचतत्व में विलीन कर दिया जाएगा, लेकिन पूरा देश जो है वो इस जाबाज को शत शत नमन कर रहा है। बस थैंक यू लगातार गौरव आपको यहाँ से विजुअल सिखा रहे हैं कि किस तरह भारतीय वायुसेना के इस जाबाज को अब पंचतत्व में विलीन किया जाएगा। लगातार यहाँ से विजुअल्स गौरव आपको दिखा रहे हैं अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सीमा के आरसपुरा सेक्टर से, जहाँ भारतीय वायुसेना के इस जाबाज को आखिरी श्रद्धांजलि दी जा रही है। शत शत नमन देश के इस जाबाज को जिसने अपना सर्वस्व जो है वो न्योछावर किया है देश की एकता, अखंडता और संप्रभुता के लिए। और अब से चंद मिनटों बाद ही ये पंचतत्व में विलीन होगा। गाँव वाले जो हैं वो कहें अपने अद्वितीय को प्रेरणा स्रोत मानते हैं। प्रेरणा स्रोत इसलिए क्योंकि इन्होंने अपने पूरे गांव का नाम जो है वो रोशन किया है और इन्होंने एक ऐसे गांव जो अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सीमा के बिल्कुल पास से था, वहां से आते हुए भी पूरे देश का नाम जो है वो रोशन किया। सर्वस्व देश के लिए अपना न्योछावर किया भारत माँ के इस शूरवीर ने। और लगातार आप देखिए गौरव आपको विजुअल्स जो हैं वो दिखा रहे हैं। देखिए आसपास के किस तरह बड़ी तादाद में जो हैं वो आम लोग भी यहाँ पर पहुँचे हैं और अब आखिरी जो सलामी है वो भारत के शूरवीर को दी जा रही है। हज़ारों की तादाद में लोग जो हैं वो भारत माँ के जो है घोष लगाते हुए यहाँ पर इस वक्त जम्मू के आरसपुरा सेक्टर में पहुँचे हैं और लगातार गौरव जो हैं वो आपको विजुअल्स यहाँ से दिखा रहे हैं कि किस तरह से आम लोग जो हैं वो श्रद्धांजलि दे रहे हैं। भावभीनी श्रद्धांजलि देश के इस जाबाज को दी जा रही है, आखिरी सलामी। और लगातार जो है देश जो है इस जाबाज को नमन करता है जिसने कि अपना सर्वस्व जो है वो न्योछावर किया। जी लगातार आप देख सकते हैं विजुअल्स जो हैं गौरव आपको दिखा रहे हैं किस तरह से यहाँ पर आखिरी श्रद्धांजलि जो है देश के इस जाबाज को दी जा रही है। अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सीमा के आरसपुरा सेक्टर में जो है आप देखिए भारतीय सेना, वायुसेना, जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस और हजारों की।
And in national news, in a fresh trouble for sacked TMC Minister Partha Chatterjee, sources have now informed that Partha's aides Manik Bhattacharya and Sukanto Acharya have been summoned and will be interrogated in the Bengal cash scam. Following mega cash hauls and back-to-back summons, the TMC has now swung into a huddle mode. Reports suggest Abhishek Banerjee is set to hold a number of meetings to decide the future course of action for the party. More than 30,000 kgs of narcotics to be incinerated in 4 locations across the country in virtual presence of Union Home Minister Amit Shah. According to an official release during the conference, more than 30,000 kgs of drugs will be burnt and disposed of by the Narcotics Control Bureau teams in Delhi, Chennai, Guwahati and Kolkata in front of the Home Minister.
Police vans have also come in right now just to give the security to the BJP legislators right now as they are staying here for a while before the government formation actually takes place. About 17 locations where these searches are being carried out. In all likelihood, the number is going to go up. There could be some arrests. Total of 8 CCTV footages that have been accessed. This encapsulates Kohli's murder that has taken place.
And now let's get you all the updates from the world of sports. Viewers, the opening ceremony of the 2022 Commonwealth Games took place at Alexander. Birmingham was announced as a host on 21st December 2017, marking England's 3rd time hosting the Commonwealth Games after London in 1934 and Manchester in 2002. England's Alex Yee won the first gold medal of the 2022 Commonwealth Games with victory in the men's triathlon at Sutton Park in Birmingham on Friday after New Zealand's Hayden Wild was penalised for unclipping his helmet early during the transition between cycling and running disciplines and had to settle for a silver.
Republic News Network is the only network to get you an aerial view.
सोनिया गांधी से ईडी पूछताछ नहीं कर सकती। इसको रोको यार, तुम हमें रखते हो इधर से। ये क्या मतलब है?
Chandigarh police has applied the water cannon to disperse the protesters.
उद्घाटन कार्यक्रम में मेरे साथ मंच पर उपस्थित डॉक्टर वीरेंद्र कुमार जी, मेरे साथी मंत्री सामाजिक कल्याण, न्याय और अधिकारिता मंत्री, गवर्नर पंजाब, एलजी जम्मू कश्मीर, हरियाणा के मुख्यमंत्री मनोहर लाल जी, श्री भगवंत मान जी, मुख्यमंत्री पंजाब, अजय कुमार भल्ला जी, गृह सचिव भारत सरकार, श्री आर सुब्रमण्यम जी, सामाजिक और न्याय अधिकारिता मंत्रालय के भारत सरकार के सचिव, सत्यनारायण प्रधान जी, जो हम सबके होस्ट भी है, डायरेक्टर एनसीबी, और आज उत्तर के 5 राज्यों से आए हुए सभी प्रमुख अधिकारीगण, भारत सरकार की विभिन्न एजेंसियां जो ड्रग कंट्रोल और बच्चों को ड्रग की आदत से मुक्त कराने की प्रक्रिया में लगी हुई हैं, इस सब का आज मैं भारत सरकार की ओर से स्वागत करता हूं। मित्रों, इस सम्मेलन का विषय बहुत सोच समझ कर रखा है। ड्रग की तस्करी, ड्रग का प्रसार किसी भी समाज के लिए बहुत घातक होता है। एक कोई आतंकी घटना होती है तो उसका नुकसान सीमित मात्रा में होता है, मगर ड्रग तस्करी के बाद ड्रग का जब प्रसार बहुत घातक होता है। एक कोई आतंकी घटना होती है तो उसका नुकसान सीमित मात्रा में होता है, मगर ड्रग तस्करी के बाद ड्रग का जब प्रसार समाज के अंदर होता है तो पीढ़ियों को खोखली कर देता है। वो दीमक की तरह हमारे समाज और देश की जड़ों को खोखले करने का काम करता है। कोई भी स्वस्थ समाज, कोई भी समृद्ध राष्ट्र, कोई भी सक्षम और सुरक्षित राष्ट्र ड्रग तस्करी के खिलाफ जीरो टॉलरेंस की नीति के अलावे अपने उद्देश्य सिद्ध नहीं कर सकता है। और ये सामाजिक रूप से भी बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है। देश के अर्थतंत्र को आने वाली पीढ़ी को तबाही और बर्बादी से बचाना तो चाहते ही, ये हमारा सबसे प्रमुख उद्देश्य है, होना भी चाहिए। परंतु साथ साथ नशे के व्यापार से जो डर्टी मनी जनरेट होती है, जो एक प्रकार का धन जनरेट होता है, जिसको देश के खिलाफ उपयोग किया जाता है, उसको भी रोकना हमारी देश की सुरक्षा के लिए इतना ही महत्वपूर्ण। इसलिए जब से 2014 से श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी देश के प्रधानमंत्री बने, तब से भारत सरकार ने ड्रग के खिलाफ जीरो टॉलरेंस की नीति को अपनाया है। और धीरे 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 सैन हम हर प्रकार के जो कोई भी छिद्र दिखाई पड़ते थे व्यवस्था में, इसको पूर कर ड्रग के खिलाफ की लड़ाई को अभेद और बहुत द्रुत गति से, स्पीड से चलने वाली लड़ाई बनाना चाहते हैं। और मुझे आनंद है कि आजादी के अमृत महोत्सव के इस वर्ष के अंदर आज मैं विश्वास से देश की जनता को कह सकता हूं कि कभी भी आजादी के बाद जितनी स्पष्ट दिशा और गति से ड्रग के खिलाफ लड़ाई नहीं चली थी, आज इतनी स्पष्ट दिशा और गति के साथ हम ड्रग की लड़ाई को एक दिशा देने में सफल हो गए हैं। इसके परिणाम भी आए हैं। और मित्रों, मादक पदार्थों का व्यक्तियों पर भी बुरा असर होता है, समाज पर भी होता है, अर्थतंत्र भी पर भी होता है और देश की सुरक्षा पर भी होता है। अतः ये बहुत निश्चित है कि इसको दृढ़ता के साथ मूल समेत देश के अंदर से उखाड़ देने की जरूरत है। और भारत सरकार का गृह मंत्रालय सामाजिक कल्याण मंत्रालय के साथ मिलकर, रेवेन्यू डिपार्टमेंट के साथ मिलकर, आरोग्य विभाग के साथ मिलकर, शिक्षा विभाग के साथ मिलकर ये लड़ाई को बहुत अच्छे तरीके से एक डिजाइन के साथ एनसीबी के माध्यम से हमने लड़ना शुरू किया। ये लड़ाई कोई अकेला गृह मंत्रालय नहीं लड़ सकता। हमने जो बच्चे नशे की आदत में डूब चुके हैं उनको भी बाहर लाना है, उनको नया जीवन देना है। इसके लिए सामाजिक न्याय मंत्रालय और हेल्थ मिनिस्ट्री की भी जरूरत पड़ेगी। आगे प्रसार प्रचार न हो, आगे नए युवा पीढ़ी ड्रग की लत के बलि न चढ़े, इसके लिए शिक्षा मंत्रालय, सामाजिक न्याय मंत्रालय और गृह मंत्रालय ने साथ में मिलकर काम करना पड़ेगा। और देश की सुरक्षा को अभेद करने के लिए ये जो डर्टी मनी जनरेट होता है, इसको देश की सुरक्षा से इसमें सेंध न लगे, देश को बर्बाद करने की जो इच्छा रखकर काम करने वाले हैं उनको उनकी जमीन दिखाने के लिए गृह मंत्रालय ने भी बहुत कठोरता के साथ काम किया। हमारा अप्रोच बहुआयामी है और बहुआयामी अप्रोच के साथ गृह मंत्रालय इस लड़ाई के आगे हम चले हैं। इसके लिए हमने ढेर सारे एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव रिफॉर्म्स भी किए, ढेर सारी नई पद्धतियां भी विकसित की है, राज्यों को इसके साथ जोड़ने के लिए प्रोएक्टिव अप्रोच लिया है। एक और फोरेंसिक साइंस के क्षेत्र में सबसे आधुनिक से आधुनिक फोरेंसिक साइंस की लैब्स भारत में मादक द्रव्यों के लिए उपलब्ध हो, इसके लिए नेशनल फोरेंसिक साइंस यूनिवर्सिटी के कैंपस में हमने एक सेंटर भी स्थापित किया। दूसरी ओर कानून को कठोर करने के लिए सबके साथ हमारी चर्चाएं भी चल रही हैं। तीसरी ओर एनकोड के माध्यम से जिला तक का कहीं भी किसी भी प्रकार का लूपहोल्स न रहे, इस प्रकार का एक समन्वय तंत्र बनाने का काम भी गृह मंत्रालय ने 2019 से करा है। मैं बाद में इसके बारे में आपको बात करूंगा, मगर जो परिणाम मिला है वो परिणाम मैं आपके साथ जरूर बताना चाहूंगा कि परिणाम हमारा हौसला बढ़ाने वाला है। ये परिणाम दर्शाता है कि समस्या ऐसी नहीं है कि जिसका निदान नहीं। ये परिणाम बताते हैं कि समस्या ऐसी नहीं है जिसको मूल समेत समाप्त नहीं किया जा सकता। मैं बड़े विश्वास के साथ कहता हूं कि एनकोड अगर जिला और तहसील तक आगे बढ़ गया, हम सभी डिपार्टमेंटों ने साथ में मिलकर काम कर लिया और आयोजन के साथ द्रुत गति से समाज को समर्पित भाव के साथ अगर हमने काम किया तो कुछ ही सालों में भारत नशा मुक्त करने का मोदी जी का स्वप्न हम चरितार्थ होता हुआ देखेंगे और समग्र भारत के अंदर से ड्रग का उन्मूलन होते हुए। मैं आज इस सम्मेलन के माध्यम से कुछ नतीजे जो 8 साल से मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में सरकार चली, अनेक प्रकार के परिवर्तन किए हैं, मगर नतीजे जो आए हैं मैं बताना चाहता हूं कुल मामले जो रजिस्टर हुए हैं इसमें लगभग 200% की वृद्धि हुई। यही 7 साल के कालखंड में कुछ अरेस्ट में जो अरेस्ट है उसमें 260% की वृद्धि हुई। क्वालिटी केसेस में 800% की वृद्धि हुई है। केस अनेक प्रकार के होते हैं, जैसे भगवंत मान जी ने बताया, एलजी जम्मू कश्मीर ने भी, जो बच्चा ड्रग ले लेता है वो तो बेचारा विक्टिम है। इस पर कठोरता कर कर क्या प्राप्त कर, ड्रग जो उनको पहुंचा रहे हैं वहां पर कठोरता कर। तो मैं क्वालिटी केस की बात करूं तो 800% बढ़ोतरी हुई। और सीज ड्रग की बात करिए तो 1.52 लाख केजी ड्रग पहले 2006 से 2013 के बीच में पकड़ा गया था। 14 से 21 के बीच में 3.3 लाख किलो ड्रग पकड़ा गया, 2 गुने से भी ज्यादा है। परंतु ड्रग की क्वालिटी में भी अंतर है। जो सबसे ज्यादा नुकसान करता है, जो सबसे ज्यादा शरीर को और समाज को खोखला कर देता है, वो ड्रग पर हमने ज्यादा कॉन्सेंट्रेट किया है। इसलिए मूल्य में बहुत बड़ी वृद्धि हुई है। 2006 से 2013 तक 768 करोड़ रुपए का मूल्य का ड्रग पकड़ा गया। मैं फिर से रिपीट करना चाहता हूं, 2006 से 2013 में 768 करोड़ की मूल्य का ड्रग पकड़ा गया था। 2014 से 21 के बीच में 20,000 करोड़ के मूल्य का ड्रग पकड़कर अब इसको नष्ट करने का अभियान भारत सरकार के द्वारा चल। कहां 768 करोड़ रुपया और कहां 20,000 करोड़। यह बताता है कि हमारा अभियान और हमारा रास्ता सही है। जरूरत है वो रास्ते पर गति बढ़ाने, जरूरत है वो रास्ते पर श्रद्धा बनाने की, और जरूरत है वो रास्ते पर अभी भी थोड़े जो लूप होल्स बचे हैं उसको समाप्त कर देने की। और भारत सरकार का गृह मंत्रालय मैं आप सभी को विश्वास दिलाना चाहता हूं कि इस दिशा में बहुत द्रुत गति से आगे बढ़ रहा है। मित्रों, ये सेमिनार बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है। इस विषय को लेकर भारत सरकार की गंभीरता को हम राज्य से तहसील, जिला और जिले से तहसील और तहसील से गांव तक परकोलेट करना चाहिए। इसलिए इस सेमिनार को हमने ये 5 राज्यों का सेमिनार बनाया। देश में 2 क्षेत्र ऐसे हैं, नॉर्थ ईस्ट और देश का उत्तरी विभाग, जहां की सरहदों से ड्रग आता है। और यहां पर क्योंकि सरहद है इसलिए वो राज्यों का भी तो कोई दोष नहीं। ड्रग आने का रास्ता है तो सबसे पहले चपेट में यहां के युवा आए हैं। मगर हम आंख मूंद कर नहीं बैठ सकते, हम हाथ जोड़कर नहीं बैठ सकते। हर समस्या का समाधान होता है, उसको खोजने की जरूरत होती है और दृढ़ इच्छा शक्ति के साथ इसके इंप्लीमेंटेशन की जरूरत हुई। तो इस लड़ाई में राज्यों को साथ लाना और एक सिनर्जी के साथ ये लड़ाई को लड़ना बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है। इसलिए मैं मानता हूं कि ये सेमिनार बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है। नारकोटिक्स के संबंधित जितनी भी एजेंसियां काम कर रही हैं, वो सभी एजेंसियों के बीच में एक प्लेटफॉर्म पर चर्चा हो और सभी के प्रयास एक दूसरे के पूरक हो। सभी अलग अलग दिशा में प्रयास करें तो परिणाम नहीं मिलेगा। सभी एजेंसियां एक ही दिशा में काम करें, सभी एजेंसियां एक दूसरे को पूरक हो तो परिणाम ज्यादा मिलेगा। ये सेमिनार भी नारकोटिक्स की समस्या के संबंधित जितने भी मंत्रालय है, जितनी भी एजेंसियां है, उसको एक प्लेटफॉर्म पर लाने का काम करेगी। इसलिए भी ये बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है। मित्रों, मैं आज इतना ही कहना चाहता हूं कि ये सेमिनार का जो विचार मंथन से अमृत निकलेगा, वो अमृत से हम आने वाली पीढ़ी को बचा पाए। नारकोटिक्स के खिलाफ लड़ाई में हमने हमारे अप्रोच में बहुत बड़ा बदलाव किया। पहले जब भी कहीं पर भी घटना होती थी, पकड़े जाते थे, तो उसको एक केस के रूप में देखा जाता था। अब एनसीबी ने बहुत प्रयास के साथ एक एसओपी डेवलप की है कि ज्यादा मात्रा में नारकोटिक्स पकड़ा जाता है, बल्क नारकोटिक्स पकड़े भी गए देश में। दरिया के बीच में जाकर हमारी एजेंसियां पकड़कर लाई हैं। तो जब ज्यादा मात्रा में पकड़े जाते हैं, तब वो कहां जाना था वहां तक जांच को ले जाना है। और अगर कोई सेवन करने वाला पकड़ा गया है तो वो पदार्थ देश की सरहदों में कहां से आया तब तक जाना है। तो ऊपर से नीचे और नीचे से ऊपर की जांच का ये अप्रोच है, ये समग्रता का अप्रोच है, इसने परिणाम लाने में हमें बहुत बड़ी मदद की। और मैं मानता हूं इस अप्रोच को हमने आगे भी ले जाना है। मित्रों, हमने देखा अभी लगभग 30,000 करोड़ के ड्रग को हमने 4 शहरों में 30,468 किलोग्राम ड्रग को आज जलाने का काम किया है। ये अभियान कई दिनों से चल रहा है और 15 अगस्त तक हम बहुत बड़ा ड्रग को जलाने का काम कर देंगे, क्योंकि कभी कभार ड्रग का धंधा करने वाले लोग ये जब्त ड्रग का भी उपयोग अलग अलग प्रकार से करते हैं। उनके लिए हम कोई जगह छोड़ना नहीं चाहते। इसके लिए देश की सुप्रीम कोर्ट और हाई कोर्ट ने भी कुछ आदेश पारित किए हैं, जिससे इसको जल्दी नष्ट करने में हमारी सरलता है। आज एनकोड पोर्टल का भी शुभारंभ हुआ है। एनकोड पोर्टल के माध्यम से देश भर की सभी एजेंसियां एक पोर्टल पे न केवल इंफॉर्मेशन ले पाएगी, इंफॉर्मेशन तो ले ही पाएगी, इसकी बेस्ट प्रैक्टिसेस का एक्सचेंज भी होगा। देश भर में जितने नारकोटिक्स के केसों के बारे में लैंडमार्क जजमेंट आए हैं वो सभी उस साइट पर उपलब्ध होंगे और इसके माध्यम से ट्रेनिंग और प्रोसिक्यूटर दोनों होगी। पब्लिक प्रोसिक्यूटर का भी ट्रेनिंग हो पाएगा और थ्रस्ट एरिया क्या है इसको भी जिले कक्षा के पुलिस स्टेशन को भी आसानी से हम इस इंफॉर्मेशन को पहुंचा सकेंगे। मेरा 5 राज्यों के पुलिस विभाग से संबंधित और नारकोटिक्स को डील करने वाली जितनी भी एजेंसियां, सबसे अनुरोध है कि ये एनकोड पोर्टल का आप जरूर उपयोग करिए और इसका उपयोग ही हमें आने वाले देश में, समग्र देश के अंदर एक ही तरीके से नारकोटिक के खिलाफ जो लड़ाई लड़नी है इसके लिए मदद कर सकता है। निदान डैशबोर्ड भी इंटर ऑपरेशनल क्रिमिनल जस्टिस सिस्टम के सहयोग से एकीकृत डेटाबेस का निर्माण हुआ है और एनडीपीएस अधिकृत एजेंसियां और एनसीबी के समस्त नार्को अपराधों का डेटा निदान के अंदर उपलब्ध है और कई प्रकार के अलग अलग मॉड्यूल्स भी इसके अंदर रखा है। तो मेरा आप सभी से अनुरोध है कि निदान डैशबोर्ड का भी हम ढंग से अभ्यास करें, इसका उपयोग करें। आज स्वान दल का भी शुरुआत हुआ है और आगे पर मैं इतना भरोसा देता हूं कि हम प्रयोग कर रहे हैं। स्वान में भी हम आत्मनिर्भर बनने की दिशा में आगे बढ़ेंगे। भारतीय स्वान ही नारकोटिक्स के लिए ट्रेन करने का काम भी हमने शुरू कर दिया है और बहुत कम समय के अंदर ये दिन आएगा कि नारकोटिक्स को आइडेंटिफाई करने वाले स्वान हमें बाहर से नहीं लेने। मित्रों, गृह मंत्रालय ने त्रिसूत्रीय फॉर्मूला पर काम शुरू किया है, संस्थागत संरचना की मजबूत। मैं आगे बात करूंगा एनकोड की। सभी नार्को एजेंसियों का सशक्तिकरण और समन्वय। सभी नारकोटिक्स के खिलाफ लड़ने वाली एजेंसियां, चाहे स्टेट की हो, सेंटर की हो या किसी और डिपार्टमेंट की, उसका सशक्तिकरण करना बहुत जरूरी है। अच्छे से अच्छे इंस्ट्रूमेंट, अच्छे से अच्छी सुविधाएं, जागरूकता अभियान और नशा मुक्ति अभियान, ये 3 मोर्चों पर हमने लड़ाई को डिवाइड की है और ये तीनों मोर्चों पर उसका सशक्तिकरण करना बहुत जरूरी है। दुनिया भर की बेस्ट प्रैक्टिसेस, बेस्ट अच्छे से अच्छे इंस्ट्रूमेंट और अच्छे से अच्छी इनके लिए सुविधाएं उपलब्ध कराना और विस्तृत जागरूकता अभियान और नशा मुक्ति, ये 3 मोर्चों पर हमने लड़ाई को डिवाइड की है और ये तीनों मोर्चों पर हम तेज गति से काम कर रहे हैं। मोदी जी हमेशा कहते हैं होल ऑफ गवर्नमेंट अप्रोच से ही समस्याओं का समाधान हो सकता है और ये समस्या तो एक प्रकार से ऐसी है जिसमें अगर होल ऑफ गवर्नमेंट अप्रोच नहीं है तो विफलता के अलावे कुछ काम। अगर हम युवाओं को नशे की लत से मुक्त कराने का अभियान तेज नहीं करेंगे तो कितनी भी नारकोटिक्स पकड़ लो हम फेल हो जाए। और अगर कितने भी युवाओं को आप नशे से मुक्त कराओगे, अगर नए युवा इसके अंदर जोड़ने का अभियान, जागरूकता अभियान नहीं करोगे तो फेल हो जाओ। और ये दोनों कर लिया मगर नारकोटिक्स को नहीं रोक पाए तो भी फेल हो जाओ। अतः ये तीनों चीजों पर, ये तीनों बिंदुओं पर हमने एक समान होल ऑफ गवर्नमेंट अप्रोच के साथ आगे बढ़ना पड़ेगा। मित्रों, एनकोर को जुलाई 2019 में हमने रिस्ट्रक्चर किया। इसके अंदर 4 स्तरीय एनकोड मैकेनिज्म बनाया गया है। 6 स्तरीय एनकोड समिति है, कार्यकारी स्तरीय एनकोड समिति है, राज्य स्तरीय एनकोड समिति है और जिला स्तरीय एनकोड समिति जो डीएम की अध्यक्षता में है। राज्य स्तरीय समिति मुख्य सचिव की अध्यक्षता में है और भारत सरकार के अंदर 2 लेयर और है। ये 4 स्तर पर एनकोड मैकेनिज्म काम करता है और अब इसकी बैठकें भी मुझे कहते हुए आनंद हो रहा है कि रेगुलर हो रही है। फिर भी हमने डिस्ट्रिक्ट लेवल की बैठकों पर ज्यादा थ्रस्ट देना पड़ेगा, ज्यादा वजन लेना पड़ेगा, क्योंकि अंततोगत्वा परिणाम लाने वाली एजेंसी तो डिस्ट्रिक्ट में ही है। जिसे सबसे पहले इस समस्या से मुकाबला करना है वो एजेंसी डिस्ट्रिक्ट में बैठे, तो डिस्ट्रिक्ट जिला स्तरीय एनकोड समिति की बैठक है।
Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be addressing the first ever inaugural session of the first national meet of District Legal Services Authorities at Vigyan Bhavan today at around 10 a.m. Union Home Minister Amit Shah scheduled to address the National Conference on Drug Trafficking and National Security in Chandigarh today. Chief Ministers of Haryana, Himachal Pradesh and Punjab, officers from the Border Security Force, National Investigation Agency and Narcotics Control Bureau, as well as Anti-Narcotics Task Force chiefs of respective states and members of Narco Coordination Center will also be present at the conference.
Me and my VJ are together. Absolute pandemonium, chaos, tracked, massive security thrown around. Big push diplomatic visit, which is going to be, of course, capped by the Quad leaders meets. Uddhav surrounded himself with unelectable coterie. You expect these people to dictate terms to a grassroots strong leader like Eknath Shinde?
And in other national news, in a fresh trouble for sacked TMC Minister Partha Chatterjee, sources have now informed that Partha's aides Manik Bhattacharya and Sukanto Acharya have been summoned and will be interrogated in the Bengal cash scam. Following mega cash hauls and back-to-back summons, the TMC has now swung into a huddle mode. Reports suggest Abhishek Banerjee is set to hold a number of meetings to decide the future course of action for the party. More than 30,000 kgs of narcotics to be incinerated in 4 locations across the country in virtual presence of Union Home Minister Amit Shah. According to an official release during the conference, more than 30,000 kgs of drugs will be burnt and disposed of by the Narcotics Control Bureau teams in Delhi, Chennai, Guwahati and Kolkata in front of the Home Minister.
हम सब आगे बढ़े। एनसीबी ने डाकथान प्रतियोगिता की भी संकल्पना की है और डाकथान संबंधी प्रॉब्लम स्टेटमेंट भी जारी कर दिया है, जिसके माध्यम से हम समाधान ढूंढने का पूरा प्रयास करें। ड्रग, डिजिटल और संबंध फॉरेंसिक्स। मित्रों, एनसीबी और नेशनल फॉरेंसिक साइंस यूनिवर्सिटी के बीच एक समझौता ज्ञापन हुआ है। इस समझौते के तहत हम मॉडल फॉरेंसिक लैब कैसी हो सकती, किसी भी राज्य को मॉडल फॉरेंसिक लैब बनानी है तो हम
एंड नेशनल फॉरेंसिक साइंस यूनिवर्सिटी उनको पूरा गाइडलाइन देगा, एनसी भी पूरा गाइडलाइन देगा। और इस दिशा में एक एसओपी भी बनाने के लिए दोनों प्रयास कर रहे हैं। आज पंजाब के मुख्यमंत्री यहाँ बैठे हैं, सब लोगों ने कहा कि पंजाब में समस्या ज्यादा है। मैं मानता हूँ पंजाब में समस्या ज्यादा है, बॉर्डर का स्टेट है और समस्या ज्यादा है, इसलिए हमें प्रयास भी ज्यादा करना पड़ेगा। भगवान मान साहब हमें जमीन और मकान दे दे, हम फॉरेंसिक लैब भारत सरकार की
Australia enjoyed a successful opening day of the track or cycling competition as they led the way with 3 golds and a bronze, while New Zealand won 2 events. Paracyclist Neil Fashy claimed his first 5th gold medal overall and Scotland's first this year at the paracycling event of the Games on the first day. Australia dominated at the swimming pool on the opening day of the competition, which included 2 all-Australian podium lockouts in the men's 400-metre freestyle and women's 200-metre freestyle finals. And England has become the first nation to win 3 successful gold medals for the Commonwealth Artistic Team Gymnastics events. Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Livestream with you everywhere. Republic Livestream, India's #1 streaming news.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be addressing the first ever inaugural session of the first national meet of District Legal Services Authorities at Vigyan Bhavan today at around 10 a.m. Union Home Minister Amit Shah scheduled to address the National Conference on Drug Trafficking and National Security in Chandigarh today. Chief Ministers of Haryana, Himachal Pradesh and Punjab, officers from the Border Security Force, National Investigation Agency and Narcotics Control Bureau, as well as Anti-Narcotics Task Force chiefs of respective states and members of Narco Coordination Center will also be present at the conference.
Me and my Vijay are together. Absolute pandemonium, chaos. In fact, massive security thrown around. Big push diplomatic visit, which is going to be, of course, capped by the Quad leaders meets. Uddhav surrounded himself with unelectable coterie. You expect these people to dictate terms to a grassroots strong leader like Eknath Shinde?
उसका क्लासिफिकेशन फिर से एक बार हम देखेंगे और मुझे भरोसा है कि इसको एक बार जब राज्यों को कहेंगे तो राज्यों भी इसको कठोरता के साथ आगे बढ़ाएंगे। ये तो समुद्री मार्ग से तस्करी रोकना ये बहुत महत्वपूर्ण। भारत सरकार की एजेंसियों ने कोस्ट गार्ड के साथ और समुद्री तट पर बसे राज्यों के साथ मिलकर बहुत बड़ी मात्रा लगभग विगत 1 साल में वैल्यू की दृष्टि से कीमत की
Amity University has India's largest scholarship program, from which over 25,000 brilliant students have already benefited. Students with over 95% in Class 12 boards get 100% scholarship, and students with over 90% get 50% scholarship. Join brilliant, like-minded students who want to be successful. Apply at amity.edu/scholarships.
Shinde will be visiting the state for the first time after assuming the post of Chief Minister. Shinde will take stock of Marathwada and parts of Western Maharashtra. During the visit, the Chief Minister will also meet several local leaders to discuss local level issues in Aurangabad, Silod, Yewala, Vijaypur, Pune areas and also review problems and development work in each district with the collector. In a big order by the Kerala High Court, it has been observed that transgender persons must be permitted to participate in categories of their choice in the absence of a separate category for them to compete in sporting events.
This week, watch Checkmate to know why India is buying the latest arms and ammunitions. Why is India getting the latest defense technology from the world? Why is India arming itself at such a rapid rate? But I will tell you what I believe. I believe India has global ambitions. I believe India wants to be a global leader. When India says that it wants to become a Vishwaguru, it is not just talking about intellectual pursuit. It's not just talking about soft power. India is also talking about hard power.
Australia enjoyed a successful opening day of the track of cycling competition as they led the way with 3 golds and a bronze, while New Zealand won 2 events. Paracyclist Neil Fashey claimed his first 5th gold medal overall and Scotland's first this year at the paracycling event of the Games on the first day. Australia dominated at the swimming pool on the opening day of the competition, which included 2 all-Australian podium lockouts in the men's 400-metre freestyle and women's 200-metre freestyle finals.
The headlines at this hour. Amidst a mega backlash over the excise duty policy, Kejriwal government forced to roll back liquor policy. BJP hits out at Aam Aadmi Party government over policy rollback decision, asks did CBI probe compel Kejriwal to go back on the policy? Home Minister Amit Shah attends National Drug Trafficking Conclave, says zero tolerance towards drug trafficking. Mega crackdown on terror in the valley. 1 terrorist gunned down in Baramulla operations, 1 still tracked.
महाराष्ट्र विशेष करके मुंबई थाने यहाँ से गुजरातियों को निकाल दो और राजस्थानियों को निकाल दो तो तुम्हारे यहाँ कोई पैसे बचेगा ही नहीं.
Maharashtra Governor Sparksar Rao says Mumbai is nothing without Gujaratis and Rajasthanis. You're watching Live and Breaking on Republic. I'm Rukma, and in our top story at this hour, the BJP hits out at the Kejriwal government over the Delhi government rolling back the new excise policy. Let's listen in.
ये ईडी की धमकी देके, सीबीआई की धमकी देके चाहते हैं कि लीगल शराब का धंधा यहाँ भी बंद हो और इलीगल धंधे को बढ़ावा मिले, नॉन ड्यूटी पेड धंधे को बढ़ावा मिले, स्पिरिट्स लिकर को बढ़ावा मिले. ये इनका पुराना धंधा था, ये वापस उस धंधे को लाना चाहते हैं. अगर दिल्ली में लाइसेंस शुदा दुकानों की कमी होती है, अगर वैध तरीके से उपलब्ध शराब की कमी होती है, तो नकली शराब का कारोबार बढ़ता है, वो इनको फ़ायदा देता है. इसीलिए इन्होंने ईडी और सीबीआई की धमकी दे के दिल्ली सरकार के अफसरों को भी इतना डरा दिया है कि अब जो दुकानें खाली हो रही हैं उनका कोई लाइसेंस करने को तैयार नहीं है. दुकानें जैसा मैंने बोला बहुत सारी खाली हुई, अरबी और भी होंगी, लेकिन इन्होंने ईडी और सीबीआई की धमकी दे के अफसरों को इतना डरा दिया है कि अब कोई
सांसद है और दिल्ली के इश्यूज पे उनसे बात कर रहे हैं, वो तुरंत उसी टाइम पे गुजरात पहुंच जाते हैं. गुजरात के केस में गुजरात ने खुद ही बड़ी इंक्वायरी शुरू कर दी है.
और आपने ये भी कहा कि इसमें कहीं ना कहीं हो सकता है कि मनीष सिसोदिया और अरविंद केजरीवाल गैंग का हाथ हो, ऐसा बोला आपने.
जब इन्वेस्टिगेशन होगा तो इस मुद्दे पे तो देखा जाएगा. मैं बिल्कुल, मेरा ये मत है, ये मेरा व्यक्तिगत मत है कि अरविंद केजरीवाल और उनका गैंग जितना गिरा हुआ हरकत करता है, ये गुजरात के जो लोग मरे हैं ना, ये हो सकता है इन सबों ने ही जहरीली शराब परोसी हो, इन सबों ने ऐसी साजिश करी होगी, ऐसा मेरा शंका है। और मेरी शंका उस जांच के बाद मैं इंतजार कर रहा हूं क्या निकलता है।
जी का असली चेहरा बाहर आ रहा है। अब बैकफुट पर होगी केजरीवाल सरकार। उनका ये फ्री की पॉलिसी भी, वो कितने कर्जे में जा रहे हैं, सारी चीजें जनता को पता चल रही है। जनता त्राही त्राही मचा रही। उत्तर प्रदेश बिहार की जनता को बेवकूफ बनाते हुए वोट लेते रहे। अब वो समय गया, केजरीवाल सरकार को जवाब देना चाहिए। बैकफुट पर गई, ये क्यों उन लोगों क्या, ये झूठ की सरकार है। झूठ की राजनीति करके सरकारी पैसों से और सरकारी बोझ जो एक लोन लेके आप फ्री बांट रहे हैं, ये जो उन्होंने एक नया फंडा अपनाया था, अब वो फ्लॉप शो हो रहा है।
And joining us now is our correspondent Harsha, who's been on this story ever since it broke. Harsha, well, we're continuing to get in reactions of the BJP in particular to the Delhi government mulling the rolling back or going back to the former excise policy. Tell us more. What's happening right now? The BJP earlier had said that it would demand Manish Sisodia's resignation. Sardar R.P. Singh of the BJP, Harsha, joining us now. We'll be coming back to you, but let's go across to R.P. Singh to find out his thoughts, his reactions. Mr. R.P. Singh, when we talk about the BJP's reaction, the BJP coming down heavily on the Aam Aadmi Party government, saying that it is rolling back the excise policy because it is guilty. It is an admission of guilt and it is an admission of corruption. Your thoughts?
Well, there's no doubt that it's a clear admission of guilt because there's an inquiry which has now been conducted on the bungling which they have done because of excise policy. But the issue is, why they're rolling back now? Till a few months back, they used to say this old policy has led to a lot of corruption, although under their regime only, it has led to a lot of corruption. Then why are they getting back the same policy which led to a lot of corruption in the system? It clearly shows that there's a bigger game plan behind it. And I'm accusing Aam Aadmi Party that when they brought the new policy, the policy which they are rolling back now, they have gathered a lot of funds, a lot of money for their election objectives. And since that objective is fulfilled, now they want to go back to the old policy because there's a CBI inquiry being conducted on way the bunglings were done. I mean, it's a clear case of 174.36 crore which was bungled, which was favor was given to certain cartels and certain individuals at the cost of loss to the accession of Delhi finance.
Well, ever since this news broke, Mr. R.P. Singh, the BJP has been saying that it's a victory for citizens of Delhi. Earlier, the demand was, as far as we know, of the protesters, it was that Manish Sisodia, Deputy Chief Minister, who was in charge of the excise policy, that he should resign. Is the BJP continuing with this stand or the rollback, is that enough?
Well, rollback has nothing to do with the corruption. The corruption has been done in the policy. As I told you, that 144.36 crore was waived off without any proper cabinet approval, and 30 crore was returned to the L1 without the cabinet approval. So there could have been quid pro in that case, and that's why the clear case of corruption, and that the resignation of the minister is mandatory. But yes, rollback is the victory of Delhi woman of Delhi, the citizen of Delhi, who have been asking for rollback of the policy.
The BJP says that it's a 144 crore rupees scam. Are there documents, Mr. Singh, to prove this? On what basis are these allegations being made?
Yes, there are documents on record. There are documents on record, one. Secondly, there are documents on record of their own department, where it is categorical that they have waived off 144.66 crore rupees to cartel on the excise tax, saying that we waived off it because of the corona thing, whereas there was no such terms and conditions in the original contracts and agreements which they have done with the cartels. And in any norm worldwide, when a tender is given to some person as L1, then the earnest money which the person deposits, if he doesn't fulfill the conditions of the tender, then the earnest money is forfeited. In this case, the earnest money has been given back against the against any norm of the tender process. It's not only the excise, this liquor tender. Otherwise, also in a normal course also. This categorically shows that favors were given, and there are charges that it was done because of quid pro being made with the concerned party.
Well, Mr. R.P. Singh, many thanks for joining us and speaking with the Republic. Mr. R.P. Singh there. So the BJP coming down heavily on the Aam Aadmi Party. While it says that it's a vindication of its stand, it also says it's a big victory for the citizens of Delhi, the rolling back of the excise policy for the next 6 months. Harsha, our correspondent who is on this story, who has been on this story, giving us all the updates. It's going back to her once again. Harsha, what are you hearing from the BJP as far, well, we are hearing the reactions of their leaders. They're saying it's a victory for the women of Delhi. We saw how the women protested just a few days back in the national capital. What are you hearing about the BJP strategy from now onwards?
Exactly, talking about various BJP MPs and BJP leaders, be it we talk about Amit Malviya, R.P. Singh, Tarun Chugh or Shehzad Poonawalla, even Adarsh Gupta, these all were the people who had protested, staged protests outside the residence of Manish Sisodia and even as well outside Aam Aadmi Party office as well. And they have been staging protests saying that this new liquor policy is against the welfare of Delhi public. And now we are seeing war of words which have started between BJP government and Aam Aadmi Party as well. While Pravesh Verma and Shehzad Poonawalla were stating several things about this new excise policy, how the rolling back of this new excise policy is clearly the win of BJP, because BJP took this issue, highlighted it and staged the protest as well. But on the other hand, Manish Sisodia clearly says that till the time they will not get the approval of LG and till the time the new things will not be added, the violations which is being said are wrong, till the time the approval will not be happen, till that time the new liquor policy won't be implemented, till that time the old liquor policy, which is the older one in which the government is handling the vents, those will continue in Delhi. Clearly, the rolling back is being seen as a win-win for BJP. Though CBI probe has also been ordered in this entire new liquor policy, and after CBI probe only, BJP is thinking this is a clear win, because clearly their protocols, the guidelines, the violations clearly happened in that new liquor policy. How the private bidders who were blacklisted in their state, they were given the vents. Not only that, 144 crore were illegally earned through private bidders through this new excise policy, and even the places where the vents should not have been opened, at those places private bidders were given the vents. Clearly there were so many things in this new liquor policy which were against the Delhi Excise Act 1956. So clearly these entirely things tell us that BJP is in a clear win. And if we talk about the BJP strategy, till now they were holding the protest, but now clearly they are asking for Manish Sisodia resignation. They are asking that a probe investigation should be conducted against Manish Sisodia as well, because he is the head of excise department, and clearly under his nose the liquor mafias were clearly being benefited out of this new excise policy. Now they have rolled back because somewhere they knew that when CBI investigation will start, the illegal things which were started by Aam Aadmi Party government, which was happening under the nose in knowledge of Manish Sisodia, those things will come and highlighted. So these things, Manish Sisodia resignation should happen, and Aam Aadmi Party government should take resignation from Manish Sisodia as Mamata Banerjee has done with Partha Chatterjee. So these things are clearly being stated by BJP government. Back to the studio.
Right, Harsha. Well, many thanks for joining us there. So the CBI to go on with its probe as recommended by the Lieutenant Governor of Delhi, and the excise policy which ends tomorrow. The current excise policy will see a going back to the old excise policy. Well, that's the latest in this case, even as the political war of words continues. And, well, let's take a look at this 1-minute report.
Incessant rainfall and flash floods wreaks havoc in Uttarakhand's Pauri Garhwal. While some places respite after rain showers, places like Pauri Garhwal of Uttarakhand's National Highway 58 gets shut. NH 58 has been closed due to large stones and boulders rolling down the hill. Notably, to avoid any mishap, the highway has been closed and vehicles going towards Rudraprayag and Chamoli district has been diverted from Pauri Chungi to Khirsu. Meanwhile, police forces have been deployed to take stock of the situation. While police officials take charge of the situation, many college students were rescued by the teachers as they were stuck due to the road blockage. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Union Home Minister Amit Shah attends National Drug Trafficking Conclave, says zero tolerance towards drug trafficking. All the news coming up ahead on Republic TV. Stay with us. Also coming up, mega crackdown on terror in the valley. One terrorist gunned down in Baramulla operations, one still trapped.
Amity University has India's largest scholarship program, from which over 25,000 brilliant students have already benefited. Students with over 95% in Class 12 boards get 100% scholarship, and students with over 90% get 50% scholarship. Join brilliant, like-minded students who want to be successful. Apply at amity.edu/scholarships.
Amidst a mega backlash against Kejriwal government's liquor policy, officials have now informed that the Delhi government is mulling rolling back the policy. This comes after Lieutenant Governor recommended a CBI probe into the implementation of the new excise policy of the government of Delhi. Hitting out at the Kejriwal government over the decision to roll back the liquor policy, BJP IT cell head Amit Malviya asks, if the new excise policy of Kejriwal is not a mega scam, why is the government rushing to revert to the old policy after CBI inquiry was ordered? In other words, it is an admission of violations, corruption and lost to exchequer, as pointed out. Those to that last salute once again. Ranchi's Birsa Munda Airport receives a threat to blow up the airport on July 29th via text message with a demand of 20 lakh rupees. Following the threat, airport officials have informed that police are taking the necessary action and an investigation too has been launched into the case.
This week, watch Checkmate to know why India is buying the latest arms and ammunitions. Why is India getting the latest defense technology from the world? Why is India arming itself at such a rapid rate? But I'll tell you what I believe. I believe India has global ambitions. I believe India wants to be a global leader. When India says that it wants to become a Vishwaguru, it is not just talking about intellectual pursuit. It's not just talking about soft power. India is also talking about hard power.
Australia enjoyed a successful opening day of the track of cycling competition as they led the way with 3 golds and a bronze, while New Zealand won 2 events. Paracyclist Neil Fashie claimed his 5th gold medal overall and Scotland's first this year at the paracycling event of the Games on the first day. Australia dominated at the swimming pool on the opening day of the competition, which included 2 all-Australian podium lockouts in the men's 400-metre freestyle.
As rains continue to lash parts of the country, many students from Mahgaon Inter-College of Bhandara Belt were stuck and had to be rescued by teachers. Parts of Badrinath National Highway were washed away due to rising waters in the Kachra drain located in Lambagarh, following which pilgrims were left stranded, triggering massive rescue operations. As incessant rainfall continues to lash several parts, National Highway 58 has been closed due to debris and boulders coming from the hills near Srinagar Garhwal Parasu Hanuman Temple were seen rolling down. Rescue and clearance operations are now underway. Principal Secretary of Disaster Management and Revenue Department has informed that heavy rains have resulted in damage worth 450 crore rupees. In the state of Himachal Pradesh, and nearly 133 people have lost their lives in the last 1 month.
नुकसान काफ़ी हो रहा है क्योंकि बहुत हैवी रेन हो रहे हैं और जगह जगह हमारे फ्लैश फ्लड आ रहे हैं जिससे कि जान माल को नुकसान हो रहा है। अभी तक लगभग 133 लोगों की जो डेथ है इस मानसून के दौरान हुई है।
Incessant rains across Dakshina Kannada has left many low-lying areas in Mangaluru and other parts of the district waterlogged. Among the areas affected because of waterlogging in the city are Kallappu Patla, Kotakar, Nelishala Temple and Uchila Gudde of National Highway 66. In the wake of rain with thunderstorms and lightning in Mangaluru city, holiday has been declared throughout Mangaluru considering the safety of children.
हम लोग इस बात की आदी हो जाते हैं कि हम अपने कंफर्ट जोन में रहना चाहते हैं। कॉलेज की पढ़ाई है तो 4 साल की डिग्री है, 3 साल की डिग्री है, डिग्री खत्म होगा तब देखते अभी तो डिग्री करना है। और जब डिग्री कर रहे हो तब से दिमाग चलना चाहिए कि डिग्री की बात क्या है।
Police vans have also come in right now just to give the security to the BJP legislators right now as they are staying here for a while before the government formation actually takes place. About 17 locations where these searches are being carried out. In all likelihood, the number is going to go up. There could be some arrests. Total of 8 CCTV footages that have been accessed. This encapsulates Kola's murder that has taken place.
On the live coverage on Republic TV as we report from outside Raj Thakre's residence. The Chief Minister of Maharashtra vacates his residence. Sena supporters coming out in large numbers showing their support to Uddhav Thakre. The NCP huddle has begun. We're keeping a close track on all the senior leaders coming in and going out.
Amidst a mega backlash against Kejriwal government's liquor policy, officials have now informed that the Delhi government is mulling rolling back the policy. This comes after Lieutenant Governor recommended a CBI probe into the implementation of the new excise policy of the government of Delhi. Hitting out at the Kejriwal government over the decision to roll back the liquor policy, BJP IT cell head Amit Malviya asks, if the new excise policy of Kejriwal is not a mega scam, why is the government rushing to revert to the old policy after CBI inquiry was ordered? In other words, it is an admission of violations, corruption and lost to exchequer, as pointed out. To that last salute once again. Ranchi's Birsa Munda Airport receives a threat to blow up the airport on July 29th via text message with a demand of 20 lakh rupees. Following the threat, airport officials have informed that police are taking the necessary action and an investigation too has been launched into the case.
This week, watch Checkmate to know why India is buying the latest arms and ammunitions. Why is India getting...
Next 4 days. A lot of people over here with tricolors commemorating the victory of Draupadi Murmu.
And breaking development now, India's first monkeypox patient recovers. A Kerala man who was India's first monkeypox patient and was being treated at the Government Medical College here has recovered from the disease, State Health Minister Veena George said on Saturday. The 35-year-old hailing from Kollam would be discharged later in the day, she said. So India's first monkeypox patient recovers. Let's go across to our correspondent Ashwin to know more. Ashwin, what can you tell us about this breaking development? Our first monkeypox patient recovering. What details emerging about his treatment, and well, what does he have to say? What do doctors have to say after the recovery?
Good afternoon, Rikma. Definitely, we can have a heave of relief because now the health minister has confirmed that the very first case of monkeypox that was afflicted to a 35-year-old who had returned from UAE has now recovered completely from the disease itself. He was found positive on July 14th, after which there has been quarantine measures that took place, including his family members. Now, Health Minister Veena George has also stated that the family members who had kept under observation has shown negative, and there is no instances of this disease spreading. The case has been poignant only because this is not just the first case in the country, but even the first case in Southeast Asia as well. Now it's a big relief that this person has recovered from the illness, and Veena George has stated the other two people who are also afflicted with the monkeypox disease are also slowly recovering, and the quarantine measures and all the other measures are put in place by the health department. Rukma.
Well, many thanks, Ashwin, for giving us those details. So India's first monkeypox patient recovers, a huge relief there. And Ashwin, our correspondent on that story, giving us every update as it happens. And moving on now, as part of the Har Ghar Tiranga campaign, Indian Coast Guard performed an underwater flag demo at sea. The idea behind the initiative is to invoke feelings of patriotism in the hearts of people and to promote awareness about the Indian national flag. Take a look. And in other national news, in a fresh trouble for sacked TMC Minister Partha Chatterjee, sources have now informed that Partha's aides Manik Bhattacharya and Sukanto Acharya have been summoned and will be interrogated in the Bengal cash scam. Following mega cash hauls and back-to-back summons, the TMC has now swung into a huddle mode. Reports suggest Abhishek Banerjee is set to hold a number of meetings to decide the future course of action for the party. More than 30,000 kgs of narcotics to be incinerated in 4 locations across the country in virtual presence of Union Home Minister Amit Shah. According to an official release during the conference, more than 30,000 kgs of drugs will be burnt and disposed of by the Narcotics Control Bureau teams in Delhi, Chennai, Guwahati and Kolkata in front of the Home Minister.
Police vans have also come in right now just to give the security to the BJP legislators right now as they are staying here for a while before the government formation actually takes place. About 17 locations where these searches are being carried out. In all likelihood, the number is going to go up. There could be some arrests. Total of 8 CCTV footages that have been accessed. This encapsulates Kole's murder that has taken place.
On the live coverage on Republic TV as we report from outside Raj Thakre's residence. The Chief Minister of Maharashtra vacates his residence. Sena supporters coming out in large numbers showing their support to Uddhav Thakre. The NCP huddle has begun. We're keeping a close track of all the senior leaders coming in and going out.
Amidst mega backlash against Kejriwal government's liquor policy, officials have now informed that the Delhi government is mulling rolling back the policy. This
Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Let's dive right into the top story this hour on Superfast 50. Amid an ongoing investigation by Delhi Police's Economic Offences Wing and a face-off between the Delhi Lieutenant Governor and the Delhi government, the liquor policy row in the capital has taken a fresh turn. With only 2 days left for the current excise policy to expire, the Delhi government has decided to go back to the old regime of retail liquor sales for 6 months, which is a remarkable turnaround and a loss of face for the Arvind Kejriwal-led dispensation.
हमने तय किया कि फिलहाल जो नई पॉलिसी है उसको बंद करके सरकारी दुकानें खोलने के आदेश हमने दिए हैं, क्योंकि इन्होंने दुकानदारों को डरा रखा है, इन्होंने अफसरों को डरा रखा है। इसलिए नई पॉलिसी बंद करके सरकारी दुकानों के जरिए अब लीगल लिकर सेल करने का हमने ऑर्डर दिया है, ताकि दिल्ली में कोई इलीगल शराब ना बेच पाए, ताकि दिल्ली में कोई स्पिरिट शराब ना बेच पाए।
In the wake of the Delhi government reverting its liquor policy, BJP spokesperson Shehzad Poonawalla spoke about how, while West Bengal Minister Partha Chatterjee had been arrested, when will Delhi's own Partha Chatterjee, that is Delhi's Education Minister Manish Sisodia, be arrested? This comes in the wake of the BJP taking on Sisodia on a number of fronts, from the liquor policy to a schoolroom upgradation controversy.
बंगाल का पार्था तो इस्तीफा देकर गया, पर अब दिल्ली के पार्था पर केजरीवाल जी बंद करो ये दया। इन दोनों ही मंत्रियों का आपको त्वरित रूप से इस्तीफा लेना चाहिए।
Hitting out at the Kejriwal government over the decision to roll back its liquor policy, BJP IT cell head Amit Malviya asked that if the new excise policy of the Kejriwal government isn't a mega scam, then why is his government rushing to revert to the old policy after a CBI inquiry was ordered? BJP leader Manoj Tiwari also made a statement on the Aam Aadmi Party, claiming that the Aam Aadmi was being looted.
कट्टर भ्रष्टाचारियों की सरकार है और 2 इन्वेस्टिगेशन ने आम आदमी पार्टी को हिला के रख दिया। एक इन्वेस्टिगेशन सीबीआई, जो दिल्ली के माननीय एलजी ने दिल्ली की महिलाओं, बच्चों, दिल्ली के सांसदों, दिल्ली के कार्यकर्ताओं, दिल्ली के अभिभावकों की मांग पे किया। और दूसरा, कल हमारी शिकायत जो हमने करी थी लोकायुक्त में कि 5 लाख का कमरा ये 30 लाख में बना रहे हैं, एक बड़ी लूट है, लगभग 2600 करोड़ की लूट है।
Delhi BJP chief Adesh Gupta claimed that huge corruption has happened under the liquor policy of the Delhi government, and soon the true scope of the scam will come out. BJP Member of Parliament Ravi Kishan, while speaking to Republic with regards to the Delhi liquor excise policy, said that the Delhi government was on the back foot and that it was a government of lies.
धीरे धीरे केजरीवाल जी का असली चेहरा बाहर आ रहा है। अब बैकफुट पर होगी केजरीवाल सरकार। उनका ये फ्री की पॉलिसी भी, वो कितने कर्जे में जा रहे हैं, सारी चीजें जनता को पता चल रही है। जनता त्राही त्राही मचा रही है। उत्तर प्रदेश, बिहार की जनता को बेवकूफ बनाते हुए वोट लेते रहे। अब वो समय गया, केजरीवाल सरकार को जवाब देना चाहिए। बैकफुट पर गई, ये क्यों उन लोगों क्या, ये झूठ की सरकार है। झूठ की राजनीति करके सरकारी पैसों से और सरकारी बोझ जो एक लोन लेके आप फ्री बांट रहे हैं, ये जो उन्होंने एक नया फंडा अपनाया था, अब वो फ्लॉप शो हो रहा है।
The Prime Minister addressed the All India District Legal Service Authorities meeting at the Vigyan Bhavan in New Delhi. He spoke about how the legal infrastructure of the country would have to shift towards a more technologically reliant environment.
न्याय का ये भरोसा हर देशवासी को ये एहसास दिलाता है कि देश की व्यवस्थाएं उसके अधिकारों की रक्षा कर रही है।
In the All India District Legal Service Authorities meeting, Chief Justice of India, N.V. Ramana, emphasized on the importance of the judicial officers as they are the first points of contact, and he asserted that strengthening the district judiciary is an utmost need.
The district judiciary is the backbone of the justice delivery system in the world's largest democracy. The district judicial officers are the first point of contact for much of the population. Public opinion about the judiciary is primarily based on their experience with the district judiciary.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi also participated in the grand finale of the Ujjwal Bharat, Ujjwal Bhavishya event via video conferencing. Take a look.
बिजली के बिना जीवन इसकी कोई कल्पना ही नहीं कर सकता है। और मुझे खुशी हुई कि बिजली उत्सव का जो आपने रिपोर्ट किया, इतने स्थानों पर ये कार्यक्रम हुए, मेरे लिए बहुत संतोष का विषय है कि बीते वर्षों में हमने ऊर्जा के क्षेत्र में पिछली बहुत सी कमियों को दूर कर पावर सेक्टर को मजबूती दी है।
Speaking on the power distribution sector via video conferencing, the Prime Minister spoke about revamping the sector and laying the foundation stones of various green projects to be taken up by the National Thermal Power Corporation or NTPC. He went on to talk about the revamp of the power distribution sector as a single system had become a great strength of the country.
रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी के हमारे लक्ष्यों, ग्रीन टेक्नोलॉजी के हमारे कमिटमेंट और ग्रीन मोबिलिटी की हमारी आकांक्षाओं को बल देने वाले हैं। इन प्रोजेक्ट से देश में बहुत बड़ी संख्या में ग्रीन जॉब्स का भी निर्माण होगा। ये प्रोजेक्ट भले ही तेलंगाना, केरला, राजस्थान, गुजरात और लद्दाख से जुड़े हैं, लेकिन इनका लाभ पूरे देश को होने वाला है।
The mortal remains of Flight Lieutenant Aditya Bal, one of the two martyred pilots of the MiG-21 fighter jet that crashed in Rajasthan, were brought to his hometown in Jammu. Thousands of people gathered with tricolors to pay their last respects and to issue a final salute as they mourned the loss of the brave heart, chanting "Veer Jawan Amar Rahe." Maharashtra Governor Bhagat Singh Koshyari has kicked up a row saying that if Gujaratis and Rajasthanis are removed from Maharashtra, especially from Mumbai and Thane, no money would be left in the state and it would cease to be the financial capital of the country.
कभी कभी मैं यहाँ लोगों से कहता हूँ महाराष्ट्र में कि भाई महाराष्ट्र में विशेष करके मुंबई थाने यहाँ से गुजरातियों को निकाल दो और राजस्थानियों को निकाल दो तो तुम्हारे यहाँ कोई पैसे बचेगा ही नहीं।
After the remarks of Maharashtra Governor Bhagat Singh Koshyari, a number of political leaders, including MNS Chief Raj Thackeray, Maharashtra Congress Chief Nana Patole, and others had hit out. Amid the row, Governor issued a string of tweets essentially recalling his remarks and clarifying them, upholding his respect for the Marathi people and what they've built in economic terms. In Punjab, Dr. Raj Bahadur has resigned as the Vice Chancellor of the Baba Farid University of Health Sciences after the Punjab Health Minister's rude behavior towards him. This comes after the minister asked Dr. Bahadur to lie on a dirty patient's bed, further demanding an explanation from the VC for not having clean mattresses at the hospital. A terrorist has been neutralized in an encounter that broke out between security forces and unidentified terrorists in the Wanigam Bala area of Baramulla district on Saturday morning. The encounter was carried out by the Jammu and Kashmir police and other security forces that are on the job still.
कश्मीर घाटी में लगातार 9 घंटों से यहाँ पे ये सर्च ऑपरेशन जो चल रहा था, यहाँ पे आखिर तौर पर एक मिलिटेंट को मार दिया गया है। आप मेरे विजय आपको क्लोजली दिखा सकते हैं किस तरह से यहाँ पे जो कम्प्लीटली पूरे इस एरिया को अभी भी कोऑर्डिनेट सर्च ऑपरेशन में रखा गया है। फिलहाल जहाँ तक अभी कॉम्बिंग ऑपरेशन चल रहा था, तो कॉम्बिंग ऑपरेशन से यही मिल पाया यह जानकारी कि एक डेड बॉडी को वहाँ पे रिकवर किया गया, जिससे काफ़ी मात्रा में गोला बारूद भी रिकवर हुआ है। उसके बाद ही आप देख सकते हैं, मेरे विजय आपको दिखा सकते हैं किस तरह से यहाँ पे अभी भी, चाहे अगर हम बात करें सीआरपीएफ की या राष्ट्रीय राइफल्स के साथ साथ जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस की बात करें, लगातार पूरे इस इलाके को फिलहाल अभी कोऑर्डिनेट सर्च ऑपरेशन में ले लिया है।
Following the brutal murder of Fazil in Karnataka's Mangaluru, Section 144 against unlawful gathering continues to be imposed in the area for a second day. Additionally, a peacekeeping meeting has also been organized at the Deputy Commissioner's office with the community leaders.
Body has reached masjid where the cremation is going to be done, and all across the commissionerate we have imposed 144 and strict bandobast is in place. Investigation part we are doing. Once we get some breakthrough, not revealing any details of investigation to an extent of clarifying confusion and rumors which are spread among the region. So I am going to clarify that.
Nearly 21 people have been detained for questioning in connection with the Mangaluru youth murder case. The police have informed that the investigation is underway and arrests will be made soon. As per sources, a senior BJP leader stated that the resignation of BJP Yuva Morcha office bearers, including the social media management team of the party across the state, in connection with the murder case of BJP youth leader Praveen Nettaru, is likely to pose a major setback for the party in the upcoming elections. The party has seen further outrage against the leadership of BJP state president Nalin Kumar Katil in his home constituency. Trinamool Congress Member of Parliament Shougata Roy said that sacked leader and former Minister Partha Chatterjee had embarrassed and dishonored the party following his arrest in connection with the alleged teacher recruitment scam case in which multiple crores of recoveries have been made. He stated that he didn't know if Partha was a victim of some kind of conspiracy and that the former minister had dishonored their party.
शर्म की बात है कि इसे रुपया रखा गया। मैं आशा करता हूं कि जो जांच हो रहा है उससे सभी सत्य नजर में आए हैं। हम लोग को तो कोई पता नहीं था कि ऐसा हो रहा है, तो अभी जब पता चला तब तो हम उसके खिलाफ कदम उठाए। ममता बनर्जी उसको मंत्रिमंडल से ड्रॉप कर दिए, उसको पार्टी का सब पोस्ट ले लिया गया है। अभी निकले।
In the wake of the ongoing row over the sexist Rashtrapatni remark, Congress Member of Parliament Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary said that he had demanded a chance to respond to the complaints filed against him in Parliament. Chaudhary added that even though he was at the center of the controversy, the BJP is attacking Congress interim chief Sonia Gandhi.
अभी तक राष्ट्रपति जी की तरफ दफ्तर से आज भी हम लोग चेक किए हैं। आज भी वहाँ हम सोचा कि राष्ट्रपति जी की दफ्तर से मुझे मिलने का कोई अपॉइंटमेंट मिलेगी, लेकिन मिला नहीं अभी तक। आज भी मैंने कोशिश किया हमारी ऑफिस के तरफ से कि एक अपॉइंटमेंट अगर मिल जाए तो मैं राष्ट्रपति के साथ एकदम आमने सामने बात करना चाहते हैं।
Congress Lok Sabha Member of Parliament Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary, in a letter to Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla, alleged that Union Minister Smriti Irani was yelling the name of President Draupadi Murmu without prefixing Madam or Srimati during her address in the House, which he claims amounts to degrading the stature of the highest office of the country. Rich comments from an MP who has had to apologize for calling the President Rashtrapatni multiple times. The Delhi police has denied permission to the PFI to hold a rally that was scheduled to be held in the national capital. Notably, the PFI was scheduled to hold a rally that they were planning to call Save the Republic at Ambedkar Bhavan in Jhandewala area of New Delhi.
They don't have any right to talk about the Republic when they don't believe in the Republic. वो जिस प्रकार की जिहादी प्रोवोकेशन करते हैं स्थान स्थान पर, देश के अनेक राज्यों में हिंसक घटनाओं के पीछे इनका हाथ होने की जांच चल रही है। तो ऐसे संगठन को स्वतंत्रता दिवस के आसपास देश की राजधानी का वातावरण खराब करने के लिए इस प्रकार के कार्यक्रमों का आयोजन करने की अनुमति देना, ये दिल्ली पुलिस और जांच एजेंसी जितनी भी सुरक्षा है उनको ध्यान देना चाहिए।
Telangana Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao, who is once again said to be trying to cobble together an anti-BJP alliance for the 2024 general elections, met Samajwadi Party Chief Akhilesh Yadav at his residence in the national capital and discussed national issues. SP leader Ram Gopal Yadav was also accompanying the duo in the meeting with KCR, who is on a 3-day visit to the capital. A discussion has been listed in both houses of parliament next week on the issue of price rise. Nearly 2 weeks after the commencement of the monsoon session, the Lok Sabha has listed the discussion on the issue on Monday. The mega auction for the 5G spectrum continues for the 5th day today after the 23rd round of bidding ended on Friday. A government official said that bids worth nearly 1.5 lakh crore rupees have been received so far, which is a new record, up from the previous high of 1.09 lakh crore rupees in the 2015 auction. In visuals from Uttar Pradesh's Ghaziabad, prisoners were seen making tricolors in Dasna jail for the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav celebrations. Ranchi's Birsa Munda Airport received a bomb threat via text message with a demand for 20 lakh rupees. Following the threat, airport officials have informed that the police are taking the necessary action and an investigation too has been launched into the case. A Lucknow court granted bail to the accused who offered namaz at Lulu Mall in Lucknow with several bail conditions and a bond of 20,000 rupees. The court has further ordered the accused to not tamper with evidence or threaten witnesses, and all the accused will appear in court whenever asked to. In a major crackdown on the Lawrence Bishnoi gang, 2 youths associated with the gang have been arrested in Rajasthan's Sri Ganganagar. Following the arrests, a mega search operation was conducted in the area. India has reported over 20,000 fresh COVID cases in the last 24 hours. The active caseload stands at above 1.43 lakh, with the daily positivity rate at 5.05%. A flood alert has been issued in several districts of Uttar Pradesh due to an increase in the water level and the Ganga and Yamuna rivers. The police officials have alerted the locals and advised them to not step out of their homes unless absolutely necessary. As heavy rains continue to lash parts of the country, many students from Mahagaon Inter-College of Bhandara Belt in Uttarakhand got stuck and had to be rescued by their teachers. Parts of the Badrinath National Highway were washed away due to the rising water in a drain located at Lambagad, following which pilgrims were left stranded, triggering massive rescue operations. As incessant rainfall continues to lash several parts of the country, particularly Uttarakhand, National Highway 58 has been closed due to debris and boulders flowing down from the hills near the Srinagar Garhwal Farasu Hanuman temple. Rescue and clearance operations are now underway. In nearby Himachal Pradesh, the Principal Secretary of Disaster Management and Revenue Department has informed that heavy rains have resulted in damage worth 450 crore rupees in the state, and nearly 133 people have lost their lives in the last month.
नुकसान काफ़ी हो रहा है क्योंकि बहुत हैवी रेन हो रहे हैं और जगह जगह हमारे फ्लैश फ्लड आ रहे हैं, जिससे कि जान माल को नुकसान हो रहा है। अभी तक लगभग 133 लोगों की जो डेथ है इस मानसून के दौरान हुई है, जिसमें कि डूबने के कारण हुई है, कुछ लैंडस्लाइड के कारण हुई, कुछ रोड एक्सीडेंट के कारण हुई है, आगजनी के कारण। तो इस प्रकार की इसमें इतनी डेथ हुई है और फ्लैश फ्लड के कारण हमारे लगभग 6 लोग अभी भी मिसिंग हैं।
Incessant rains across Dakshin Kannada have left many low-lying areas in Mangaluru and other parts of the district waterlogged. Among the areas affected because of waterlogging in the city are Kalappupalta, Kotekar, Nelisthala Temple and Uchilagudde off National Highway 66. In the wake of rain with thunderstorms and lightning in Mangaluru city, a holiday was declared throughout Mangaluru considering the safety of children. Heavy rainfall lashed several parts of the national capital as well, from the central areas of Lutyens Delhi to the satellite cities of Noida and Gurugram, with the odd road and underpass being inundated as well. Pope Francis again asked for forgiveness after meeting with residential school survivors in the Arctic territory of Nunavut, the last stop in his 6-day visit to Canada, to apologize to the indigenous people there for abuse in government schools run by the Roman Catholic Church. The Pope added that hearing survivors' stories renewed the indignation and shame that he had felt for months. Amid the harvest in Ukraine, many fields have been burnt near the front lines due to Russian shelling. The Ukrainian servicemen blamed Russia and the Russian forces for destroying their crops and even for their food crisis. Also in Ukraine, a ship waited at a port in Odessa region as crews prepared terminals to export grains trapped by Russia's 5-month-long war. With the United Nations and Turkey acting as mediators, Russia and Ukraine have agreed last week to facilitate the shipment of wheat and other grains from 3 Ukrainian ports, as well as fertilizers and food from Russia. US President Joe Biden issued a major disaster declaration for the state of Kentucky as record flash flooding killed at least 16 people and swamped entire Appalachian towns. The White House announced that their hearts are with the families of those who've lost their lives or are missing, and to all those who have been impacted.
The White House is continuing to closely monitor the devastating flooding in eastern Kentucky, and President Biden is receiving updates very regularly. Our hearts break for the families of those who have lost their lives or are missing, and to all those who have been impacted. The President reached out to Governor Beshear.
The US House of Representatives passed a legislation to revive a ban on semi-automatic guns, the first vote of its kind in 18 years, and a direct response to the firearms often used in mass shootings in the US, especially some of the more recent and horrific ones. Speaker Nancy Pelosi moved forward with the ban, highlighting that the previous such ban had saved lives.
The yeas are 217. The nays are 213. The bill is passed. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid upon the table.
During their bilateral talks at the Pentagon, the South Korean National Defense Minister and the US Defense Secretary reaffirmed their commitment to the US Republic of Korea alliance and the defense of South Korea. The two ministers recognized the value of close communication and remaining ready to increase deterrence in the face of North Korea increasing its nuclear saber rattling.
But our alliance remains resolute and ready in the face of these dangerous and destabilizing actions. As the recent joint statement from both of our presidents noted, and so President Biden affirms the U.S. extended deterrence to commitment to the ROK using the full range of defense capabilities, including nuclear, conventional, and missile defense capabilities.
Brazil's health ministry confirmed the South American nation's first death related to monkeypox. The Brazilian Ministry of Health said that the victim had low immunity and comorbidities. The cause of death provided was a septic shock aggravated by monkeypox. The Indian team has defeated Pakistan 5-0 in the opening matches of the badminton mixed team event in the Commonwealth Games 2022. Ace Indian shuttler Kidambi Shrikant said it was important for them to start well as they were under pressure. The Pakistani team did try to stage a comeback in the second game of the tie, but Shrikant kept his momentum.
Well, again, I'm just very happy with the way how things went for me. It's just about getting better from here. We moving forward in the tournament. We will be facing tougher opponents. So it's just about getting better from here.
After a thunderous day one of the 2022 Commonwealth Games in Birmingham, Team India looks to retain momentum on the second day with all eyes on weightlifter Mirabai Chanu, the Tokyo Olympic silver medalist and 2018 CWG gold medalist. On one hand were wins for PV Sindhu and Kinnambi Srikanth in badminton, and on the other, the women's hockey team is about to enter their second group stage tie as well. England's Alex Yee won the first gold medal of the 2022 CWG in the men's triathlon at Sutton Park in Birmingham on Friday after New Zealand's Hayden Wild was penalised for unclipping his helmet early during the transition between cycling and running. Australia dominated the swimming pool on the opening day of the CWG, which included two All-Australian podium lockouts in the men's 400-meter freestyle and women's 200-meter freestyle finals. Also at the CWGs, England has become the first nation to win 3 successive gold medals for the Commonwealth Artistic Team Gymnastic events. And Australia enjoyed a successful opening day of the track cycling competition as well, as they led the way with 3 golds and a bronze, while New Zealand won 2 events.
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge. I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be addressing the first ever inaugural session of the first national meet of district legal services authorities at Vigyan Bhavan today at around 10 a.m. Union Home Minister Amit Shah scheduled to address the National Conference on Drug Trafficking and National Security in Chandigarh today. Chief Ministers of Haryana, Himachal Pradesh and Punjab, officers from the Border Security Force, National Investigation Agency and Narcotics Control Bureau, as well as Anti-Narcotics Task Force chiefs of respective states and members of Narco Coordination Center will also be present at the conference.
Me and my VJ are together. Absolute pandemonium, chaos, in fact, massive security thrown around. Big push diplomatic visit, which is going to be, of course, capped by the Quad leaders meets. Uddhav surrounded himself with unelectable coterie. You expect these people to dictate terms to a grassroots strong leader like Eknath Shinde?
And in other national news, in a fresh trouble for SAC TM.
High drama ensued at Punjab's Baba Farid University when Punjab Minister Chetan Singh Jaura Majra questioned the VC of the university as to why the patients' beds were untidy. The minister's approach seemed to upset the VC. Watch how the minister asked the VC to lie on an untidy patient's bed. Further questioning, or rather scolding the VC for not having clean mattresses for the patients. While the VC stepped down from his post soon after the video of the incident went viral, questions over the health and lives of patients have been many. Bureau Report for Republic TV.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Live Stream with you everywhere. Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news.
Australia enjoyed a successful opening day of the track or cycling competition as they led the way with 3 golds and a bronze, while New Zealand won 2 events. Paracyclist Neil Fashie claimed his fifth gold medal overall and Scotland's first this year at the paracycling event of the Games on the first day. Australia dominated at the swimming pool on the opening day of the competition, which included 2 all-Australian podium lockouts in the men's 400-metre freestyle and women's 200-metre freestyle finals. And England has become the first nation to win 3 successful gold medals for the Commonwealth Artistic Team Gymnastics events.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic live stream with you everywhere. Republic live stream, India's #1 streaming news. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be addressing the first ever inaugural session of the first national meet of district legal services authorities at Vigyan Bhavan today at around 10 a.m. Union Home Minister Amit Shah scheduled to address the National Conference on Drug Trafficking and National Security in Chandigarh today. Chief Ministers of Haryana, Himachal Pradesh and Punjab, officers from the Border Security Force, National Investigation Agency and Narcotics Control Bureau, as well as Anti-Narcotics Task Force chiefs of respective states and members of Narco Coordination Center will also be present at the conference.
Me and my VJ are together. Absolute pandemonium, chaos, fact, massive security thrown around. Big push diplomatic visit, which is going to be, of course, capped by the Quad leaders meet. Uddhav surrounded himself.
Top headlines at 3:30 p.m. Amidst mega backlash over the excise duty policy, Kejriwal government forced to roll back liquor policy. BJP hits out at Aam Aadmi Party government over policy rollback decision. Ask, did CBI probe compel Kejriwal to go back on the policy? Home Minister Amit Shah attends National Drug Trafficking Conclave, says zero tolerance toward drug trafficking. Home Minister Amit Shah says drug trafficking and cryptocurrency are interlinked and it's a threat to national security. Mega crackdown on terror in the valley. 1 terrorist gunned down in Baramulla operations. 1 is still trapped. Viewers, we continue to be live and breaking on Republic TV. I am Shivangi Shukla. It's a super newsy Saturday today because we're getting visuals right now coming in from Kolkata where the BJP is protesting at this point of time. The BJP keeps protesting, asking for action against Partho Chatterjee as the Bengal cash scam explodes. Visuals there on your screen, viewers, of the BJP protest over the SSC scam. That's the big news we're getting at this point of time. Hectic developments happening this Saturday. Remember, just a short while back as well, Arpita Mukherjee had disclosed names of 14 people. Just a short while back, while ED has seized 8 bank accounts. So that is the latest update coming in. But BJP continues to demand answers from the TMC government over what really happened in the Bengal cash scam. I'm being joined by Piyush Ori, who's reporting every... Right. Piyush is joining me back. Piyush, you are seeing visuals on a screen. Outrage over the Bengal cash scam for a very long time now. BJP is demanding answers from the TMC over what really happened. How did Partho Chatterjee get involved in the scam? And also, big question about how almost 50 crore worth of assets, jewelry, cash was recovered from his aide, Arpita Mukherjee. What is happening on ground, Piyush, right now?
दिखाने के लिए तो गणतांत्रिक तरीके में हम लोग प्रतिवाद करेंगे, लेकिन हम लोग जब आके चाय की दुकान में खड़े हुए हैं और हम तो अकेले चाय पी रहे थे, उस चाय की दुकान से हमको अरेस्ट कर लिया, पुलिस वालों ने हमको अरेस्ट किया और बोला कि यहाँ पर किसी भी तरह का प्रोटेस्ट नहीं करने देंगे। आज हाजरा जैसी जगह पर जो शहर का केंद्र बिंदु है, वहाँ पर हम लोग प्रतिवाद नहीं कर सकते, गणतांत्रिक तरीके में हम लोग आंदोलन नहीं कर सकते हैं। हम लोग सबको वहाँ पे अरेस्ट किया गया, गिरफ्तारी ली गई, हम लोग सब अलग अलग जगह पे खड़े थे, लेकिन उसके बावजूद भी यहाँ पर किसी भी तरह का प्रदर्शन करने से रोक लगाया गया, जबकि ना यहाँ पर 144 है ना कोई दूसरा कानून लगा हुआ है। लेकिन यहाँ पर जो स्वेराचारी सरकार है, इसको हटाने के प्रतिवाद में ये जो सारा पैसा पकड़ा गया, ये अकेले पार्थो चटर्जी का पैसा नहीं है, ये ममता बनर्जी का पैसा है और उनसे वो जुड़ी हुई है, उसका भतीजे का पैसा है, उनसे जुड़ी हुई है। इसका प्रतिवाद करने के लिए हम सब यहाँ इकट्ठे हुए थे, लेकिन उसके पहले ही अरेस्ट करके ले आया गया और जिस गाड़ी में हमको अरेस्ट किया उसमें एक भी महिला पुलिस नहीं थी। पुलिस वाले ने बदसलूकी की मेरे साथ में, मेरे कपड़ों को मेरे साथ में बदसलूकी की।
तो क्या आप लोग कितने लोग थे कि पुलिस को अचानक इतना आके यहाँ पे आप लोग को अरेस्ट करना पड़ा?
लोग आ रहे थे, अभी 2 बजे की कर्मसूची है, लोग आना शुरू किए थे, लेकिन उसके पहले ही पुलिस वालों ने अलग अलग जगहों पे खड़े हुए लोगों को उठा लिया वहाँ से और उठा के बोला आप यहाँ पर कोई भी आंदोलन नहीं कर सकते। लेकिन इस आंदोलन से इस तरीके से हम लोग डरने वाले नहीं, हम लोग कालीघाट का घेराव करेंगे, हम लोग नवान्नों में जाके वहाँ पर घेराव करेंगे और ममता को बताएंगे, साधारण जनता को बताएंगे कि ये पैसा ममता का, ये पैसा उनके भतीजे का है। शशि अग्निहोत्री, स्टेट कमेटी मेंबर।
दीदी क्या हुआ आज, क्या हुआ?
All right, so the BJP protesting there in Kolkata and police has detained BJP leaders. We just heard some of the sound bites coming in. Also, viewers, West Bengal Minister Partho Chatterjee's aide Arpita Mukherjee's mother spoke to us. Her mother has stated that Arpita is being framed in the West Bengal cash scam. Her mother has also stated that Arpita is a victim of larger conspiracy. And she has demanded an impartial and detailed probe. So Arpita's mother has spoken to us and saying that Arpita is a victim of conspiracy. It's a big claim coming in from Arpita's mother.
माता जी नमस्कार।
नमस्कार।
आप जो है अर्पिता मुखर्जी के बारे में जो पूरा केस चल रहा है, इस पर आप क्या कहेंगी? पहले मैं आपसे आपकी प्रतिक्रिया जानूंगा। जी बताइए।
আমার মেয়েকে ফাঁসানো হয়েছে, ষড়যন্ত্রের শিকার হয়েছে।
My daughter is being framed.
আমার মেয়ের অত টাকা পয়সা থাকতে পারে না, ও এমন কিছু করেনি।
My daughter never had so huge amount of money.
ষড়যন্ত্রের শিকার।
She is being framed.
मेरी बेटी को फंसाया जा रहा है और मेरी बेटी ऐसा कोई भी गलत काम नहीं किया कि उसके पास इतना सारा रुपया पैसा आए, उसके खिलाफ कुछ षड्यंत्र किया जा रहा है, उसको फंसाया जा रहा है। मेरी बेटी वैसी लड़की नहीं है।
आप अपनी बेटी से कब मिली थी? इससे पहले कब मुलाकात हुई थी? और अर्पिता मुखर्जी इस घर में कभी रही हैं?
मैं अपने ये घटना होने से 4-5 दिन पहले भी वो यहाँ आई है।
আমার সাথে দেখা করে যাচ্ছে, কথাবার্তা বলেছে, আমি ওষুধপত্র ঠিকমতো খাচ্ছি কিনা, ঠিকমতো খাওয়া দাওয়া করছি কিনা, বিশ্রাম নিচ্ছি কিনা, লোকজনের কাছে জিজ্ঞেস করেছে, নজর রাখবে মাকে, মা ঠিকমতো থাকে, কিছু খাবার দাবার হলে বলে কি রান্না করেছো। হ্যাঁ
माता जी, इतना पैसा मिलना, 50 करोड़ रुपए सोना मिलना, इस पर आप क्या कहेंगे?
तो सब শুনছি বাবা, সব তো খবরই শুনছি। আমাকে কোথায় দেখতে গেছি, তারপর যে খবরে শুনছি, পেপারে দেখছি।
ও বললে যে এতগুলো টাকা পাওয়া গেছে, সোনা জুয়েলারি পাওয়া গেছে, এই ব্যাপারে আপনি কিছু বলবেন?
এগুলো কোনোটাই হবে না, কোনোটাই না। বলছি তো ফাংশন হচ্ছে, কতবার বলবো, ষড়যন্ত্রের শিকার এবং সত্য একদিন উদ্ঘাটন হবে। সত্য উদ্ঘাটন হলেই সকলেই স্বস্তিতে থাকবে, মাও তো স্বস্তিতে থাকবে।
माता जी, पार्थ चटर्जी का नाम सामने आ रहा है, जो मंत्री थे। आपकी कभी उनसे मुलाकात हुई है? मैं अभी बात कर रहा हूँ, रोशन बताओ जरा।
বলছে যে মিনিস্টার ছিলেন পার্থ চ্যাটার্জি, ওনার সাথে আপনার কোনোদিন মুলাকাত হয়েছে, দেখা হয়েছে?
আমার সাথে আলাপ হয়নি, এই বাড়িতে একদিন শুধু এসেছিলেন।
अच्छा आपने ऐसा
ও এসেছিলেন কি ব্যাপারে আমি জানি না ঘোরাঘুরি করে চলে গেছে বাস আমার বাড়িতে কোনো আমার বাড়ি কি ঘর বাড়ি আছে লোককে বসতে দেওয়ার মতো না
इनके साथ मुलाकात कभी नहीं हुई है, लेकिन वो एक बार यहाँ आया था, यहाँ घूम घाम के देख दाख के गया है, लेकिन माताजी से मुलाकात नहीं हुई है।
कब आए थे वो, कब आए थे पार्थ चटर्जी?
আমার আর সঠিক মনে নেই, একবারই এসেছিলেন। এখানে কোনো অনুষ্ঠান ছিল হয়তো, অনুষ্ঠানে এসে বোধহয় এসেছিলেন।
यहाँ आसपास में कोई अनुष्ठान चल रहा था जिसमें वो आए थे, उनको ठीक से मालूम नहीं है कि कब आए थे, लेकिन एक ही बार आए हैं।
माता जी ये बताइए कि आप यहाँ कब से रह रही हैं?
আমি আমি বিয়ে থেকেই আছি, আমি তো এই বাড়ির বউ তো।
अच्छा
ঠিক আছে আমি বাবা
एक मिनट माता जी, एक मिनट। आप सरकारी नौकरी में रही हैं?
अवश्य।
और जो है चूंकि ये पूरा मामला बड़ा बनता जा रहा है, कल अर्पिता मुखर्जी रो रही थी और कह रही थी कि कुछ कह नहीं पा रही थी, लेकिन रो रही थी। आप इस पर क्या कहेंगे? एक माँ के लिए कितनी मुश्किलें हैं इस वक्त अर्पिता मुखर्जी पर इतना सारा आरोप लगा है?
কালকে উনি কাঁদছিলেন, ঠিক আছে? তো এই ব্যাপারে আপনি মানে কি বলতে চাইছেন যে আপনি একটা মা হয়ে আপনার মেয়ের উপরে এরকম আরোপ লাগানো হচ্ছে, বিরক্ত করা হচ্ছে?
ভালো লাগে, সে তার ব্যাপারে সে কাঁদছে, মা হিসেবে দেখলে তো খারাপই লাগে। ठीक है
माता जी एक सवाल और बस एक सवाल। आप जो है इस घर में रह रही हैं, अर्पिता मुखर्जी एक आलीशान जिंदगी जीती थी, तो कभी उन्होंने आपको मदद की? आपने पूछा नहीं ये पैसा कहाँ से आ रहा है? लो रोशन बताओ जल्दी।
বলছে যে আপনি যে এখানে থাকছেন এই ঘরে এরকম আপনার আপনি মেয়ে যে আলিশান জীবন মানে যাপন করছে ওখানে, তো আপনি কোনোদিন ওকে জিজ্ঞেস করেননি যে তুই যে এগুলো এইভাবে যে তোর পথে থেকে এগুলো টাকাগুলো আসছে, তুই এত সুন্দর লাইফ
কোনো ছেলে মেয়ে যদি মা বাবার কথা শোনে, মা বাবা কি চেয়েছে? তাহলে একটা চাকরি করে বলেছিলাম যে ওই চাকরি করে যা, তখন তো মা তো বলেছিল যে চাকরি যখন আছে রিজার্ভ রেখে দিয়েছি, চাকরিটা করো। এবার সে তার নিজের লাইফস্টাইলের সিনেমা থিয়েটার সিরিয়াল মডেলিং হেনা তেনা করে গেছে, ঠিক আছে।
अब आप क्या चाहते हैं? क्या होना चाहिए? बस हो गया। अब आप क्या चाहते हैं? आगे क्या हो?
আমি তো বলছি যে ষড়যন্ত্রের শিকার, সত্য উদ্ঘাটন হোক, আমার মেয়ে সাজা হোক, যদি হয় আইনে সাজা হবে, আবার কি চাই? ঠিক আছে।
बोला है कि माता जी का कहना है कि ये षड्यंत्र का शिकार हुई है, सच्चाई एक बार सामने आएगा, अगर दोषी होगा तो कानूनी रूप से उनको सजा मिलेगी।
तो अर्पिता की माताजी हमारे साथ एक्सक्लूसिव रिपब्लिक भारत पर मौजूद थी। हमने उनसे बातचीत की, उन्होंने कई सवालों के जवाब दिए। उन्होंने कहा कि अर्पिता मुखर्जी अभी जो है षड्यंत्र का शिकार हुई हैं, और ये जरूर उन्होंने कहा कि पार्थ चटर्जी एक बार इस घर में
Viewers, we're getting some more updates right now. This one is coming in from the Teesta Setalvad case. What we have learned is that there's no relief for Teesta Setalvad. That's a big news coming in at this point of time, viewers. That the bail application of Teesta Setalvad and R.V. Srikumar has been rejected. Priyanka's joining me on the phone line. Priyanka, take us to the latest development.
Well, absolutely, Shivangi. Right now, the Sessions Court has denied the bail application of Teesta Setalvad and R.V. Srikumar, who has been the former IPS officer, and also the allegations that have been made by the Ahmedabad Crime Branch and the SIT that they are investigating into the matter of the fabrication of evidence against R.V. Srikumar and Teesta Setalvad. It means the court has accepted those arguments and have stated and accepted the arguments of the Ahmedabad Crime Branch that these are the people who are very high profile and that they have antecedents, which is why the bail should not be granted to these accused, that is Teesta Setalvad and R.V. Srikumar. And also during the proceedings of the court, it has also come to light that there are senior Congress leaders also involved in this matter, and that the late Congress leader Ahmed Patel himself had been leading this entire operation of fabrication of the evidences, and that these people had been working at the behest of Ahmed Patel. And all of those points that had been put forth by the Ahmedabad SIT have been accepted by the court, and that is why the bail of Teesta Setalvad and R.V. Srikumar have been rejected as of now. And of course, the court has also stated that there were many startling revelations that had been made. So that, of course, is also something that we need to take note of and also put this into perspective of the earlier arguments. that had been made by the Ahmedabad crime branch inside of the courtroom, where they have said that new evidences have come to light that goes to tell them that Teesta Setalwad and RB Srikumar are needed in custody, and that even if they are not in the police remand, they need to be in the judicial custody, since they are high-profile people, and that they might try to tamper with the evidence, and that they are also well connected with influential political leaders. And that is why it is not safe for the investigation, the sanctity of the investigation for Teesta Setalwad and RB Srikumar to be denied bail, and that seems to have been accepted by the court, since the court has taken cognizance of this and have also said in this order, and I quote, that there were many startling revelations that had been made in the official investigation that was being done, and that the Congress leader, late Ahmed Patel, gave 30 lakh rupees to Teesta Setalwad in phases. Now, considering all the matters, the court has rejected the bail.
All right, we're getting some breaking news at this point of time, and what we have learned that India has got its first gold for India in the Commonwealth Games 2022. That's the big news coming in at this point of time, viewers, that India has finally got its first gold in the Commonwealth Games. Remember that this is one of the big wins coming in at this point of time. This is the big news coming in. In fact, remember that this was a sporting event which we were in fact looking very closely at, because India's performance in the Commonwealth Games was something that everybody was looking at, and we have multiple sports people at this point of time. Now, who has won that gold? We're learning right now that Sanket Sargar has bagged the gold for India. I'm being joined on the phone line by Yogesh Dutt on the phone line. All right, thank you for joining us here. What is the first reaction coming in at this point of time on this big win for India?
नमस्कार। और हमारे लिए बड़ी खुशी की बात है कि भारत के लिए पहला गोल्ड मेडल वेट लिफ्टिंग शे में मिला है। संकेत ने ये कारनामा किया है और कॉमनवेल्थ खेलों का आगाज गोल्ड के साथ स्टार्ट हुआ है। और जैसे ओलंपिक में मेरा भाई चानू ने सिल्वर के साथ हमें ओलंपिक मेडल की खुशी दी, ऐसे यहाँ भी खाता वेट लिफ्टिंग खुला है और बड़ी खुशी की बात है। हमें उम्मीद है कि भारत इस कॉमनवेल्थ गेम्स में अपना प्रदर्शन दोहराएगा और टॉप 3 में हम रहेंगे, और सभी खिलाड़ी बड़ी अच्छी फॉर्म में हैं और बेहतर प्रदर्शन की हम उम्मीद करते हैं। और संकेत को बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं कि उन्होंने पहला गोल्ड मेडल भारत की झोली में डाला और देश का मान बढ़ाया।
Right. We have got a correction that India's Sanket has won the silver medal right now in the men's 55 kilogram category in the weightlifting. So that essentially means this is India's first medal right now in the Commonwealth Games. Could you also take us through that? What are the expectations do you think that India has right now? Because we have potential around 26 gold medals for India that India is eyeing right now at Birmingham. This is just the beginning. All right, so the big news coming in at this point of time is that India has got its first medal in the Commonwealth Games. It is a silver medal which has come in at this point of time. Sanket Sargar has won the first medal for India, and this is the big news coming in. This is in fact in the weightlifting category, as you can see, and for India it's a very big win, because a lot of hopes, a billion hopes, for India at the Commonwealth Games as they take on the other nations. Remember that shooting is also one of the sports that might get us more medals there, because last time India had won 7 gold medals 4 years ago in shooting. So this is just the beginning for India. First medal for India in the Commonwealth Games 2022. Big news coming in, viewers, for us at this point of time. And many in fact athletes which are super fast and great at their sport are right now competing, trying to get a medal for India. Remember that Neeraj Chopra had to withdraw from the Commonwealth Games due to injury, but there are many other sportsmen right now who are playing right now in men's long jump and triple jump. Lot of medals can be expected from there, but for now, India has got a medal in the 55 kilogram category in weightlifting.
In a school bus accident that was reported in Punjab's Hoshiarpur, now the death toll has been climbed to 2 after the death of class 9 student in this entire accident. Now the bus conductor has also succumbed to injuries during the treatment. Meanwhile, the entire incident has been recorded in a CCTV camera that was installed nearby. In that CCTV camera, it was clearly visible that how a truck, an overspeeding truck in fact, rammed from the rear side in a stationed bus that was parked on the right side of the road, and in fact the truck driver has lost the controls who was on the wheels, and leading to the death of class 9 student and a bus conductor. The developments are happening in this school bus incident where earlier class 9 student died in this accident, and later on a bus conductor has also succumbed to injuries. Meanwhile, 14 students are under treatment, and in fact they has been hospitalized. The administration is concerned about the treatment of the students as well as the investigation in this entire matter.
Much more coming up on the other side. BJP hits out at Aam Aadmi Party government over policy rollback decision. Asked, did CBI probe compel Kejriwal to go back on the policy? Home Minister Amit Shah attends National Drug Trafficking Conclave, says zero tolerance towards drug trafficking.
Amity University has India's largest scholarship program, from which over 25,000 brilliant students have already benefited. Students with over 95% in Class 12 boards get 100% scholarship, and students with over 90% get 50% scholarship. Join brilliant, like-minded students who want to be successful. Apply at amity.edu/scholarships.
Those to that last salute once again. Ranchi's Birsa Munda Airport receives a threat to blow up the airport on July 29th via text message with a demand of 20 lakh rupees. Following the threat, airport officials have informed that police are taking the necessary action, and an investigation too has been launched into the case.
This week, watch Checkmate to know why India is buying the latest arms and ammunitions. Why is India getting the latest defense technology from the world? Why is India arming itself at such a rapid rate? But I will tell you what I believe. I believe India has global ambitions. I believe India wants to be a global leader. When India says that it wants to become a Vishwaguru, it is not just talking about intellectual pursuit. It's not just talking about soft power. India is also talking about hard power.
Australia enjoyed a successful opening day of the track of cycling competition as they led the way with 3 golds and a bronze, while New Zealand won 2 events. Paracyclist Neil Fashie claimed his 5th gold medal overall and Scotland's first this year at the paracycling event of the Games on the first day. Australia dominated at the swimming pool on the opening day of the competition, which included 2 all-Australian podium lockouts in the men's 400-metre freestyle and women's 200-metre freestyle finals. And England has become the first nation to win 3 successful gold medals for the Commonwealth artistic team gymnastics events. Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Livestream with you everywhere. Republic Livestream, India's #1
is the only network to get you an aerial view.
सोनिया गांधी से ईडी पूछताछ नहीं कर सकती। इसको रोको यार, तुम हमें रखते हो इधर से। ये क्या मतलब है ये?
Chandigarh police has applied the water cannon to disperse the protesters.
All right, so India's opened its medal account at Commonwealth Games in Birmingham, and that is that picture, viewers. India's bagged the first medal at Commonwealth Games 2022. India has secured a silver in weightlifting. So this is a big news coming in at this point of time in the Commonwealth Games, where we saw that India has got its first medal there, a silver medal coming in. But this is just the beginning, because very soon, in fact, there'll be many other sports played. A lot of hope coming in from women's discus throw, men's singles and badminton is just the beginning. So right now, this is just the first medal which has come in. This is in the weightlifting category, and India lifts its first medal at the Commonwealth Games 2022. Big news coming in at this point of time. Weightlifter Sanket Sargar has brought home India's first medal at the ongoing Commonwealth Games as he returned with a silver medal in the 55 kilogram men's final today. All right, I'm being joined by Srijini from the newsroom at this point of time. Srijini, this is the big news coming in that a boy from India has lifted its first medal at the Commonwealth Games 2022. All right, Karna Maleshwari, India's weightlifter, is joining us. She's a weightlifter. Now from Karna, this is the big news coming in. And you know, this is from the weightlifting category, something that you're very, very familiar with. What does this really mean for India when a silver has been acquired by India in the weightlifting field?
हाँ जी, बहुत खुशी की बात है। ओपनिंग मेडल वेटलिफ्टिंग में आई है एंड संकेत ने काफी अच्छा परफॉर्म किया और उम्मीद है अभी आने वाला दिनों में और भी मेडल्स आएंगे वेटलिफ्टिंग में।
हाँ जी, we can hear you. कर्णव मलेश्वरी, इफ यू कैन हियर मी, अगर आप मेरी बात सुन सकते हैं तो आप बोल रहे थे कि बहुत बहुत बढ़िया किया है संकेत ने और ये पहला मेडल है इंडिया का एंड वी हैव लॉट ऑफ होप। पूरे इंडिया का होप है कि इंडिया में बहुत सारे गोल्ड मेडल्स और सिल्वर मेडल्स आए और ये बस शुरुआत है ना कर्णव मलेश्वरी?
जी बिल्कुल खुशी होती है। जैसे 98 एशियन गेम्स हुए थे तो उसमें मेरा मेडल इंडिया का ओपनिंग मेडल था। तो जब आप कोई मेडल जीतते हैं तो जो बाकी हमारे इंडियन एथलीट हैं उन लोगों को भी मोटिवेशन मिलती है, उनके अंदर भी एक पॉजिटिव एटीट्यूड आता है कि भी हाँ हम भी कुछ अच्छा कर सकते हैं, हम भी मेडल ले सकते हैं। तो हमारी शुरुआत हो गई तो अब बहुत अच्छी बात है और आने वाला टाइम में और भी मेडल्स आएंगे।
हाँ जी, तो आपको क्या लगता है कि जो आपका बहुत एक्सपीरियंस है यहाँ पे वेट लिफ्टिंग फील्ड पे, ऑफ कोर्स यू हैव आल्सो डन वेरी वेल इन दिस फील्ड, what do you think must have meant, what does this mean for India when it comes to weightlifting? weightlifting के लिए क्या माने रखता है जो हमने मेडल पाया है, सिल्वर मेडल है लेकिन सुपर सिल्वर मेडल है इंडिया के लिए?
देखिए अभी बच्चे काफी मेहनत कर रहे हैं, वेट लिफ्टिंग में काफी अच्छा परफॉर्म कर रहे हैं कि जैसा अगर लास्ट ओलंपिक्स अगर लेते हैं तो हमारा मेरा भाई का भी मेडल आया है, जर्मनी बहुत अच्छा कर रहा था और इसमें भी अच्छा करेगा वो। और ये इंडिया में अगर वेट लिफ्टिंग अच्छा परफॉर्म करती है, हम लोग 90s से बहुत अच्छा कर रहे थे अप टू 2000 के बाद थोड़ी बहुत हमारी परफॉर्मेंस डाउन हो गया, अब दोबारा बहुत अच्छा कर रहे हैं हमारे बच्चे। तो अगर ये मेडल्स आते हैं तो हमारे हिंदुस्तान में और भी जो वेट लिफ्टर्स है, न्यू कमर्स है, उन लोगों को मोटिवेशन मिलती है, उनको प्रोत्साहन मिलता है तो हम भी अच्छा करें। तो जब कंट्री के लिए आप मेडल जीतते हैं तो वो खुशी अलग होती है।
हाँ जी, और कर्णव मलेश्वरी, एक आखिरी सवाल है आपसे एट दिस पॉइंट ऑफ टाइम, जस्ट अ शॉर्ट सवाल, बिकॉज आई एम आल्सो बीइंग जॉइन्ड बाय विनेश फोगाट ऑन द फोन लाइन। विनेश, आपने तो बहुत अच्छा काम किया है, इनफैक्ट आपकी पूरी जो फैमिली है बहुत मेडल्स लाए इंडिया के लिए, आपका रिएक्शन क्या है? All right, Srijani is going to join me from the newsroom. Srijani, we were trying to get through Vinesh Fogart as well. a lot of athletes right now joining on Republic TV and really talking about this big feat for India. And Srijani, the big question right now is that this is just the first medal for India. Much more and many more to go, Srijani. This is just the beginning. I think you would agree with me when I say that.
Oh, well, absolutely. Who could have thought that Sankit Sagar, a Sangli boy from Maharashtra, would get us the first medal, a silver medal at the Commonwealth Games. In fact, in the last few attempts, we saw that he injured himself in his attempts, but quickly, he grabbed the top position, but then faltered to the second position, and he lost to a Malaysian opponent and grabbed 248 kgs in total and overall. But at the end of the day, he got us the silver medal, India's first medal at the Commonwealth Games.
Yeah, Srijani, and what is very interesting right now is that this is the weightlifting category as well. India has done quite well in the weightlifting category, also in the boxing and wrestling category. So when it comes to weightlifting, this is a big feat for India, because weightlifting is one of the sports where I think we need more medals there, because we are seeing a lot of medals come in badminton as well, and of course with Neeraj Chopra getting medals for India. So we are seeing that Indian youth is extremely talented, and when it comes to getting a medal, it doesn't matter which sport you play. What matters is that do you excel in that sport, isn't it, Srijani?
Oh, well, absolutely. In fact, on that very note, all eyes were fixated on the Mirabai Chanu, the Tokyo Olympics silver medalist. But who could have thought that a boy from Maharashtra, Sankit Sagar, whom not many knew about him, but he would get us the first medal for India. I mean, this is absolutely spectacular. This is absolutely unbelievable. But well done, Sankit. Well done.
Right. So let's tell our viewers exactly what happened right now. Srijani is getting us all the updates at this point of time. Srijani, while I'm telling our viewers, about what's happened, could you just also take us all the reactions coming in on social media? I'm just going to tell our viewers in the meanwhile what's happening. So weightlifter Sankit Sagar has brought home India's first medal, and Sankit hails from Maharashtra. And this happened at the Commonwealth Games as he returned with a silver medal in the 55 kilogram men's category. Earlier, Sankit had lifted 135 kilograms in his first attempt of clean and jerk before missing a weight of 139 kgs in his second and third attempt at the men's 55 kilogram weightlifting event. He had lifted a highest of 113 kilograms in a snatch in his third attempt and was leading the race in the men's weightlifting final. So this is the big news coming in. So he has, in fact, I would say that he came second to Mohammad Anik bin Kasdan, who surpassed him by a narrow margin to win the gold. So Mohammad Anik bin Kasdan has surpassed him by a very narrow margin, which means that Sankit has lost by a very narrow margin to the gold, but still a silver for India at such a big event is a very big deal. Srijani, if you can just take us to the reactions coming in on social media on this big feat by our own Indian golden boy.
Well, as reactions keep flowing, I would also like to say, like you mentioned, narrow margin. By narrow margin, it was just a matter of 1 kg. The gold position was acquired by the Malaysia, and it was just a matter of 1 kg. Sankit lifted only 248 kgs, and while the Malaysian opponent lifted 249 kgs, which is a big deal. And also Sankit Sagar, the way he came back from injury, and the way he had lifted a silver medal for India, it's really a big deal. And also as things stand out, we also get the reactions from Twitter right now. Well, a lot of several ministers and other sports personalities are about to tweet one by one. We also had Karnam Maleshwari, the Olympian, the historic Olympian, who has also congratulated Sankit Sagar. But as reactions come in, we have several reactions we have several reactions coming in on Twitter, but as it stands out.
Hold on for a second, Srijani. I'm going to come back to you, because I will come back to you. We are being joined by Jeevan Sagar, brother of Sankit. Thank you for joining us. Thank you very much. Dhanyavad. आपका रिएक्शन क्या? आपके भाई ने एक सिल्वर मेडल जीता है वेट लिफ्टिंग कैटेगरी में, ये बहुत बड़ी न्यूज है, आपके फैमिली के लिए भी बहुत बड़ी न्यूज है, लेकिन पूरे इंडिया के लिए भी बहुत बड़ी न्यूज है ये।
हाँ मैडम, आई एम प्राउड ऑफ माई ब्रदर मैम। हेलो हेलो।
हाँ जी
मैडम, आई एम प्राउड ऑफ माई ब्रदर, और मुझे बहुत खुशी है कि उसके मेहनत रंग लाई। हेलो। मेरे भाई की मेहनत रंग लाई। आई एम प्राउड ऑफ, और हमारे भाई हमारे फैमिली की तरफ से थैंक यू।
हाँ, आई मीन पूरा इंडिया बोल रहा है थैंक यू, बिकॉज पूरे इंडिया बहुत प्राउड है आज। इंडिया इज प्राउड क्योंकि आपके भाई ने एक मेडल जीता है, और इंडिया का पहला मेडल कॉमनवेल्थ गेम्स 2022 का। अभी आपसे पूछना है कि आपके भाई ने बहुत मेहनत की होगी, अप्स एंड डाउन्स होंगे उसके जर्नी में। अपने भाई के बारे में एक बार कुछ बोलिए कि कैसे उन्होंने ये अपने प्रैक्टिस सेशंस किए हैं, और कैसे how did he actually win this medal? Because ये सुन के इंडिया का पूरा यूथ बहुत मोटिवेट होगा।
यस सर, मेरा बड़ा भाई बहुत हार्ड वर्क करता था। कम से कम दिन में 12 आवर टू 14 आवर वो एक्सरसाइज करता था वो अपने इसमें, और उसने बेसिक पे बहुत अपने ध्यान दिया था, और उसने बहुत हार्ड वर्क किया है।
जीवन जी
बोलो ना।
जीवन जी, संकेत सागर आपका भाई तीन बार नेशनल चैंपियन रह चुका है, और क्या घर पे आप लोग सबको मतलब मालूम था कि ये इस बार मेडल जीतने वाला है? शायद सिल्वर नहीं, ब्रॉन्ज नहीं, शायद गोल्ड जीतने वाला है। क्या लगा था आप लोगों को?
हाँ, हमको लगा था वो कोई ना कोई मेडल लेके आएगा। हमको पता ही था हमारा भाई कोई तो कोई मेडल लेके आएगा ही, इसके लिए हमको पहले से मालूम था।
जी, किस तरीके से सेलिब्रेशन हो रहा है अभी घर पे? आपका उत्सव का माहौल होगा शायद घर पे।
हाँ, अभी तो सबको पड़ोसियों को मिठाई दे रहे हैं, मिठाई सबको स्वीट्स दे रहे।
जीवन, तो आप बोल रहे हैं कि मिठाई मिल रही है और सेलिब्रेशन हो रहा है। मैसेज क्या देना चाहते हैं आप अभी टू इंडिया राइट नाउ? बिकॉज आपके भाई ने जो किया है, फर्स्ट मेडल जीता है, और उसकी जो जर्नी है अभी ऑफ कोर्स हिज जर्नी इज लॉन्ग। वी वांट कि आपका भाई और मेडल जीते, तो आपका मैसेज क्या है आफ्टर योर ब्रदर हैज वन दैट सिल्वर? जीवन। All right, that was Jeevan Sargar, Sanket's brother. This is big news coming in, viewers, that India has finally opened its account there, and India has got a medal. This medal has come in the form of a silver. Sanket from Maharashtra, a boy from Maharashtra, has secured a super silver, and the Republic has spoken to the brother, where he said a couple of things, that he's proud of his brother, and that his brother has worked very, very hard, putting in around 12 to 13 hours a day for the feat that his brothers achieved today. Really, gives a kind of a clue about how anything is possible if hard work is put in, if dedication is put in. But for India, this is a very, very big deal, because India has got its first silver in weightlifting in the Commonwealth Games 2022, and which in a way means that more medals are yet to come, because this is just the beginning of the Commonwealth Games. Many more sports, from badminton to weightlifting to many other sports, discus throw. We have a lot of very, very strong athletes playing in different sports, boxing, or of all the categories as well. Nikhat Zareen is also there. We have Sanjeet Kumar in the men's as well, all competing for the medal. Srijani, I want to get you back now. Srijani, we just heard the brother speak right now, where he's extremely, extremely happy. And what is very interesting, Srijani, is what he said, that hard work really pays off. And right now they are celebrating this medal win for India. Shijani, so also take us through exactly, the reactions coming in. You just told us that many politicians have reacted to this feat. Just take us through what they are saying at this point of time.
Shivangi, before we jump to the reactions, let's also follow his personal story, the hardships, the struggles. He has been a student of Shivaji University in Kolhapur, who competed in the 55 kg men's category for India on Saturday, and his teammates were confident. Not just his family, but his teammates, his colleagues were all confident that the 21-year-old was a strong medal contender for India. He is a resident of Maharashtra's Sangli. He's a 3-time national champion whose father runs a pan shop. Well, that's interesting. He had also broken the Commonwealth and national record earlier as he lifted 256 kilos at the Singapore Weightlifting International in February this year. He was a gold medalist in the Commonwealth Championships in December last year. He was a gold medalist in the Commonwealth Championships. Again, notably, Sagar also struggled for a stable job.
Right,
and used to help his father's pan shop and food stall.
Shijani, I will come across to you. I'm being joined by Arjun awardee. Shijani, hold on for a second. Arjun awardee Deepa Malik is joining me on the phone line. Thank you so much, Deepa Malik, for joining us. We are seeing a medal coming from Sanket. Someone who was suffering from injury has pulled through and he has won against all the odds for this medal. आपका reaction क्या है?
संकेत ने तो शुरू से ही ये संकेत दे दिए थे कि वो वहाँ मेडल जीतने ही जा रहा है. His past 3 years of progress in his sport and his dedication, and again it puts a smile on our faces because if we go back to Tokyo, I think the first medal, the cheerful medal, came from weightlifting, and now again weightlifting has opened the score for India. So well, that's a happy news coming in, and it's just the beginning. Once again, congratulations to Sanket. बहुत अच्छा लगता है. Humble backgrounds के बच्चे अब इस नए भारत का future हैं. He humble background से rural areas से उठकर आ रहे हैं. I think these will be the new inspirations and true Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, and definitely inspiring the youth of today.
Right. Deepa, when it comes to hard work and proving yourself against all odds, who would know it better than you, Deepa? Because you're the first Indian woman to win a medal in the Paralympic Games. So, you are the perfect person to, really talk about that. What can the Indian youth really do if they really put their mind to it? And Sanket is just one example of that.
They have to start believing in themselves. We've all got into this mentality of either chalta hai, ho jayega, ya dekhenge. I think all these words have to get erased, and you have to start believing. Now India is ready to don the superpower status in sports as well, and their confidence is what is going to take India forward. It just needs the right kind of dedication, consistency, and hard work. And clearly you can see it does not take any other magic other than your own passion and hard work and self-belief. And Sanket has just drawn our attention once again to the same fact. You pick up any success story and you will find these three major ingredients, and top being self-belief. You have to believe that you can be on the podium and not just a participant.
Right, Deepa. Also, I have one more question for you, because Anurag Thakur just tweeted and he has said that missed the gold by a whisker, but India is really proud of you. That's Anurag Thakur's tweet on your screens, viewers. Deepa, so when, of course, Sanket has missed the gold by a whisker, even though what he has done is extremely, extremely great, and we feel very proud of him. But who do you think right now at this point of time? Because we have many, many strong athletes there competing. We have Deepika Palikal, we have Nikhat Zareen there. Very strong athletes in different fields who are competing. What expectation do you have? Do you think that we can get more medals? When I say more medals, I mean many, many gold medals.
Yes, we definitely need the golds coming in to get ourselves on the ranking, and we had already hit a score of 100 even the last time, and we are definitely going to do better. And like you just took some names of Nikhat, and you took Deepika Palikal, coming back to her sport. And we do have Mirabai Chanu, PV Sindhu out there. So there's a lot of women power out there, and I'm really looking forward to these medals. And of course, being the president of Paralympic Committee of India, I am also going to speak about my para athletes there, and we are definitely looking at some medals coming in there for addition to the tally. And so happy that this time the medals won by anyone, whether athletes or para-athletes, are going to be going into the same kitty, same counting, and that goes to show my sport as an inclusive sport, and that's why Commonwealth Games become very special to me.
Deepa ma'am, I have a question for you. Interestingly, all eyes were fixated on Mirabai Chanu, and she was believed to be the only medal hope for gunning for glory, gunning for golden glory at the Commonwealth Games. But nobody could have thought Sanket Sagar, Maharashtra boy, could have also won a medal for India. Any reactions on that?
Yes, indeed a great underdog. But if you look at his previous medals and his continuous consistent performances, even in the Commonwealth Championship, and if you see his national performance, I think he was definitely out there. But then coming up with a silver definitely puts silver smiles on our faces.
Well, we also have Mirabai Chanu, who is going to also compete in the finals later today. What do you expect out of Mirabai Chanu, ma'am?
She is a champion. She has that winning streak in her. Having the Olympic medal under her belt, she rides on confidence. She knows people love her. She has had a great experience of big championships. I think all that is going to work, and we are rooting for her. Definitely, as a woman athlete, I'm cheering for a woman to get that medal. And it's just a little bit of time, and I think we'll be cheering again.
All right, thank you, Deepa Malik, Paralympic champion, and Padma Shri, for joining us here. Thank you for sharing your story as well, because when it comes to fighting against odds, you're an example of that. And we are seeing Sanket Sagar there winning a silver. Now, before the game, Sanket had said something. Let's have a look at what Sanket had said just before he won that big medal, which is coming in from India.
जय हिंद, मैं संकेत सरगर, इंडियन वेट लिफ्टर। मैं एनआईएस साई पटियाला में 2 साल से ट्रेनिंग कर रहा हूँ, और अभी इधर बर्मिंघम में कॉमनवेल्थ गेम्स के लिए आया हूँ। तो मैं साई का और टॉप्स का कहना चाहूँगा कि उन्होंने 1 महीना से मुझे इधर 1 महीना पहले ही ट्रेनिंग के लिए इधर भेजा है। तो हमने ट्रेनिंग अच्छा किया है, और हम ऐसे आशा करते हैं कि कंपटीशन भी अच्छा करेंगे और देश के लिए मेडल लेके आएंगे। जय हिंद, जय भारत।
The second day of the Commonwealth Games goes underway as India wins across several sports such as boxing, cycling and badminton as it prepares to participate in at least 11 events today. Here is the full story.
Even as India faced a minor setback in the T20 cricket event, the women's hockey team seized the win against Ghana. The Indian mixed badminton team aced it in their match against Pakistan, with PV Sindhu and Kidambi Shrikant securing wins in their respective matches. The Indian table tennis team also managed 2 consecutive wins against South Africa and Fiji. Meanwhile, India's Shiva Thapa beat Pakistan's Suleiman Baloch 5-0 in the 63.5 kg light welterweight round of 32. Many more events are lined up for the athletes at the event being played at the United Kingdom. The first day passed eventfully, with Australia dominating several sports across events, as over 5,000 athletes from 72 member countries compete in 280 events of 20 sports till the 8th of August. The opening ceremony of the Games saw a vibrant display of lights and colour. As an animatronic bull was brought at the centre of the Alexander Stadium, the ceremony was held at. England's Alex E won the first gold medal of games with victory in the men's triathlon after New Zealand's Hayden Wilde was penalised for unclipping his helmet early during the transition between the cycling and running disciplines and had to settle for silver. Teams of various countries participated and gained medals across events. As Australia took the top spot in events such as swimming, with two of their athletes taking the top spot at the men's 400-meter freestyle as well as 200-meter freestyles for women. England became the first team ever to win 3 successive gold medals for the artistic events for gymnastics. Australia further enjoyed a successful opening day of the track cycling competition in London, as they led the way with 3 golds and a bronze. New Zealand, meanwhile, won 2 events and paracyclist Neil Fachie claimed his 5th gold medal overall and Scotland's first of these Commonwealth Games. India will be a part of several events on the roster for the second day of this event. The athletes will be part of several sports such as lawn bowls, cycling, and weightlifting, among others. The event in England marks the 3rd time the country is hosting the Commonwealth Games. Agency Report, Republic TV.
Let's take a look at some national stories now. Maharashtra Governor Bhagat Singh Koshyari landed in a soup for saying that if Gujaratis and Rajasthanis are removed from Maharashtra, especially Mumbai and Thane, no money would be left in the state and it would cease to be the financial capital of the country. Koshyari's comments attracted massive flack, with Congress and Shiv Sena and MNS slamming the governor for his remarks.
कभी-कभी मैं यहाँ लोगों से कहता हूँ महाराष्ट्र में कि भाई महाराष्ट्र में विशेष करके मुंबई थाने यहाँ से गुजरातियों को निकाल दो और राजस्थानियों को निकाल दो तो तुम्हारे यहाँ कोई पैसे बचेगा ही नहीं.
Amid the mega backlash, Governor Koshyari issued a clarification saying that he respects the Marathi-speaking people and their contribution to the state's economy. The Federation of Resident Doctors Association condemned derogatory behavior met the highest respectable doctor of the medical services of Punjab, further demanding urgent intervention by the Chief Minister of Punjab, Bhagwant Mann. This comes after Dr. Raj Bahadur resigned as the Vice-Chancellor of Baba Farid University of Health Sciences after Punjab's Health Minister's rude behavior in asking the VC to lie down on a dirty hospital bed. More than and viewers, our biggest story at the moment remains India's enormous historic success in the CWG, where Sanket Sargar has won the silver medal in the 55 kilos weightlifting. We have MOS Nitesh Pramanik on the phone line with us. Minister, please tell us your first response to this enormous success for India.
संकेत महादेव सरगार जी ने, जो 21 साल की युवा है महाराष्ट्र की नागपुर की, उनकी इस आज की जो ये जो सफलता है 55 kg वेट लिफ्टिंग में, उन्होंने जो आज पहले दिन जो सिल्वर मेडल जीता, जिन्होंने सिर्फ आज पूरे भारत की 130 करोड़ जनता की जो सपना है उसको धीरे धीरे साकार करने का जो काम है, वो ही नहीं, पूरा देश की मान सम्मान और विश्व पटल पर तिरंगा की मान सम्मान बढ़ाने का काम भी किया है. और मैं ये सोचता हूँ कि जी जैसे ओलंपिक्स में भी हम लोगों का शुरुआत सिल्वर मेडल से ही हुआ था, मीराबाई चानू जी ने पहले दिन ही जिस तरह से सिल्वर मेडल जीत के जो उन्होंने शुरुआत किया था, बिल्कुल वैसे ही आज संकट महादेव सागर जी ने भी एक बहुत बेहतरीन शुरुआत किया और पूरा देश के साथ साथ भारत सरकार की ओर से बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं उनको भी, उनका परिवार को भी, और उसके साथ साथ उनकी कोचेस और उनका जो मैनेजमेंट टीम है सभी को। और हम लोग ये कह ही सकते हैं कि और
जी बिल्कुल,
गोइंग टू क्रिएट ए न्यू हिस्ट्री इन कॉमनवेल्थ गेम्स।
Mr. Pramanik, congratulations, of course, to the entire setup. You are the MOS for sports. Now, we've spoken to Sanket's brother, Jeevan. उनसे हमने बात की और उन्हें हमें बताया कि वो कैसे 12-13 घंटा हर दिन प्रैक्टिस करते थे। आपको क्या कहना है इस टाइप ऑफ अग्रेशन जो है, नया जो आया है इंडियन एथलीट्स में, जो फुल फोर्स से ट्रेनिंग करते हैं इन इवेंट्स के लिए, उनको फैसिलिटीज और इंकरेजमेंट दिया जाता है, और इसलिए है कि हमें ऐसे रिजल्ट्स मिल रहे हैं?
बिल्कुल, देखिए, जिस तरह से 2014 के बाद से माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने जो विजन रखा है कि कैसे न्यू इंडिया को स्पोर्टिंग इंडिया में बदला जाए, और उसके तहत जिस तरह से टारगेट ओलंपिक पोडियम स्कीम और हम लोगों का देश की जो एलिट एथलीट है उन लोगों के लिए सभी प्रकार की सुविधाएं देने का जिस तरह से उन्होंने एक प्लानिंग भी बनाया, और 2014 से निरंतर उसमें डेवलपमेंट भी हो रहा है। अगर चाहे आप इंजरी मैनेजमेंट हो या फिर स्पोर्ट्स साइंस हो, हर एक विषय में जिस तरह से भारत सरकार की खेल मंत्रालय ने माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का मार्गदर्शन पर चल के जिस तरह से डेवलप किया है, मुझे लगता है कि आने वाली पीढ़ी में जिस तरह से शुरुआत हुआ है, ऑब्वियसली मैं कहना चाहूंगा उनकी मेहनत, महादेवन जी की ऑब्वियसली जो मेहनत है और उनका जो एकाग्रता है वो तो इसमें दिखाई दे रहा है। उसके साथ साथ हर एक प्रकार की जो सुविधा है भारत सरकार की ओर से, भारत सरकार की हर एक एथलीट को देने का जो प्रयास है, मैं सोचता हूं आगे जाके कहीं ना कहीं इंडिया भी एक स्पोर्टिंग हब बन सकता है।
जी बिल्कुल, I thank Nisit Pramanik, Minister of State for Sports, for joining us and sharing with us his first response, and congratulations to Sanket Sargar, who has scripted history for India by winning the silver medal, our first medal and the first of many at the Commonwealth Games in Birmingham 2022, viewers. And viewers, there is a lot of news coming up. The BJP has slammed the Kejriwal government, which has been forced to roll back its liquor excise policy after a probe was ordered into it. They will revert to the old policy till a new one can come, and the BJP is not letting them off the hook. And also, viewers, a very key conference was addressed by Home Minister Amit Shah, where 3 chief ministers were present on drug trafficking and national security. We'll bring you all the details after a short break. Tune in and stay with Republic.
Amidst mega backlash against Kejriwal government's liquor policy, officials have now informed that the Delhi government is mulling rolling back the policy. This comes after Lieutenant Governor recommended a CBI probe into the implementation of the new excise policy of the government of Delhi. Hitting out at the Kejriwal government over the decision to roll back the liquor policy, BJP IT cell head Amit Malviya asks, if the new excise policy of Kejriwal is not a mega scam, why is the government rushing to revert to the old policy after CBI inquiry was ordered? In other words, it is an admission of violations, corruption and loss to exchequer, as pointed out. Those to that last salute once again. Ranchi's Birsa Munda Airport receives a threat to blow up the airport on July 29th via text message with a demand of 20 lakh rupees. Following the threat, airport officials have informed that police are taking the necessary action, and an investigation too has been launched into the case.
This week, watch Checkmate to know why India is buying the latest arms and ammunitions. Why is India getting the latest defense technology from the world? Why is India arming itself at such a rapid rate? But I will tell you what I believe. I believe India has global ambitions. I believe India wants to be a global leader. When India says that it wants to become a Vishwaguru, it is not just talking about intellectual pursuit. It's not just talking about soft power. India is also talking about hard power.
Australia enjoyed a successful opening day of the track or cycling competition as they led the way with 3 goals.
Amidst mega backlash over the excise duty policy, Kejriwal government forced to roll back its liquor policy. BJP hits out at the Aam Aadmi Party government over its policy rollback decision, asks, did the CBI probe compel Kejriwal to go back on the policy? Home Minister Amit Shah attends the National Drug Trafficking Conclave, says zero tolerance towards drug trafficking.
कहाँ क्या हुआ आप बता सकते हैं?
लौटाते ही आवाज़ आ गया इधर से, तो इधर से डॉक्टर ने बोला अभी गैप बढ़ गया, अभी देखेंगे, अभी डेट के लिए जा रहा है।
फिर आपको जब आप दूसरे बार अटेम्प्ट के लिए गए तो फिर आप तब भी पेन में थे लेकिन आप फिर भी गए क्योंकि आपको गोल्ड की भूख थी?
यस 4 साल से गोल्ड के लिए तैयारी किया था और एक स्टेप पे गोल्ड था, तो मैं करना चाहता था पर बॉडी ने हो गया थोड़ा।
आप भले ही गोल्ड जीतना चाहते लेकिन आपको सिल्वर से संतोष करना पड़ रहा, लेकिन आपके लिए ये देश का ये मेडल कॉमनवेल्थ के स्टेज पे क्या मायने रखता है? कितनी बड़ी उपलब्धि, आपने इतनी मेहनत की।
बहुत अच्छा मैं करता हूँ कि ये मेडल मतलब मिला, मैं खुश हूँ कि देश का पहला सिल्वर मेडल है और खुश हूँ मैं थोड़ा सा।
एक बार आप पोडियम पे चढ़े, ये जज्बा कैसा था?
हाँ बहुत अच्छा था और मतलब अच्छा था एक्सपीरियंस, बस एक ही थोड़ा ये रह गई कि गोल्ड लेना था बस।
And he's speaking about the missed opportunity there because, and it is very important to state this, he came extremely close to winning the gold medal. It was his final lift. He sustained an injury. He completed the lift, but he sustained an injury. And because of that injury, his lift was declared invalid. And that was the only reason that he won the silver medal, viewers. But that was Sanket Sargar. He has done us proud.
अगर हमें उस माहौल का मुकाबला करना है तो सबसे बड़ी ज़रूरत है कि हमें अपने देश के अंदर, अपने घर के अंदर, अपनी चीज़ों के लिए इस चीज़ को कि हम उसे महफूज रखें, हमारी एकता और एकजुटता जो है बरकरार रहे, हम एक सशक्त मुल्क की तरह आगे बढ़ें। पिछले चंद सालों में जिस तरह से और जिस रफ्तार से देश तरक्की कर रहा है और इस रफ्तार से जो तरक्की है इसका जो लाभ होगा वो हर मजहब का, हर धर्म का, हर हिंदुस्तानी को उससे लाभ होगा, उससे फायदा होगा। लेकिन कई अनासर, कई फोर्सेस इस तरह की भी एक नेगेटिविज्म का एक माहौल बनाने की कोशिश करते हैं जिससे देश की प्रगति में बाधा पड़ती है, रुकावटें पड़ती हैं। चंद लोग जो धर्म के नाम पर या किसी और विचारधारा के नाम पर हिंसा का, लोगों के अंदर वैमनस्यता पैदा करने का, लोगों के अंदर में कॉन्फ्लिक्ट क्रिएट करने का प्रयत्न करते हैं, उसका प्रभाव पूरे देश पर होता है, देश के अंदर भी होता है और देश के बाहर भी होता है। उसका कारण यह है कि एक बहुत बड़ी जनसंख्या, एक बहुत बड़ी मात्रा में लोग, आप जैसे लोग शायद अपनी आवाज को उतना बुलंद नहीं करते जितना होना चाहिए। तो माइनॉरिटी एक बहुत छोटे चंद अनासर की आवाज लगता है कि ये शायद हिंदुस्तान की आवाज है। और अगर हमें इसका मुकाबला करना है तो जैसे कि शाहजादा नशीर साहब ने बिल्कुल दुरुस्त फरमाया कि हम लोगों को एक मूक स्पेक्टेटर की तरह, एक चुपचाप रहने वाले स्पेक्टेटर की तरह न होकर जमीन पर काम करना पड़ेगा, अपनी आवाज़ को बुलंद करना पड़ेगा, अपने आप को संगठित करना पड़ेगा और अपने अंदर अगर कुछ गलतफहमियां हैं तो उनको दूर करना पड़ेगा। अगर कुछ लोगों के बीच में कुछ गलतियां हैं तो उनको सुधारना पड़ेगा। हमें अपने पैगाम को घर घर ले जाना पड़ेगा, हर बच्चे को, हर बुजुर्ग को, हर ख़वातीन को, जो समाज के हर तबके को ये महसूस कराना पड़ेगा कि वो दिल से इस चीज़ को महसूस करे कि हमारा एक मुल्क है, एक मुल्क जिस पे हमें फ़ख्र है, जहाँ पर हर धर्म स्वतंत्रता से अपनी धार्मिक को वो कर सकता है, जहाँ पर विभिन्न धर्म सैकड़ों वर्षों से यहाँ पर उन्होंने वो किया और इस देश की तरक्की, इस देश को आगे बढ़ाने में उन सब का एक बहुत बड़ा किरदार है। देखिए, मेरे एक अजीज दोस्त हैं, उन्होंने मुझे ये वाक़या बताया था कुछ वक्त पहले कि हिंदुस्तान के पॉलिटिकल साइंस में जहाज वर्ड कब शुरू हुआ, कब इस पॉलिटिकल साइंस के अंदर में मुस्लिम्स ने ये वर्ड कब यूज़ किया। तो ऐसा था कि 1915 के लगभग अफगानिस्तान के अंदर में हिंदुस्तान के कुछ उलेमाओं ने, 6 उलेमाओं ने जाकर एक प्रोविजनल सरकार बनाई एक्साइल में और उसकी पूरी गवर्नमेंट बनी। उसका एक प्राइम मिनिस्टर था, होम मिनिस्टर था, डिफेंस मिनिस्टर था और वो सारे उलेमाओं ने मिलकर उसके जो प्रेसिडेंट था वो राजा महेंद्र पाल सिंह को बनाया। यानी जिहाद तो था, जिहाद था बुराई के खिलाफ, अन्याय के खिलाफ, विदेशी उसके खिलाफ, लेकिन जिहाद का मतलब ये नहीं था कि ये किसी धर्म के खिलाफ था। सब धर्म के सभी लोग उन्होंने इस हमारे देश के लिए कुर्बानियाँ दी हैं, इसके बढ़ाने में ये खूब किया है। तो इस प्रकार का एक तहजीब के हम वारिस हैं। हमें फ़ख्र है अपने उन बुजुर्गों पर जिन्होंने कि हमें एक इस प्रकार की सोच, एक इस प्रकार की हिस्ट्री, एक इस प्रकार का वो दिया है जिसको कुछ लोग गलतफहमियाँ पैदा करने की कोशिश करते हैं। अब इस माहौल को सही करने की जिम्मेदारी तो हम सब की है, लेकिन हम जब भी किसी काम को करते हैं तो इसके लिए 2 चीज़ों की ज़रूरत होती है। एक तो हमारी नीयत और इरादे की ज़रूरत होती है और एक हमारी काबिलियत की ज़रूरत होती है। आपके पास में वो कैपेसिटी भी होनी चाहिए और वो इंटेंशन भी होना चाहिए। शायद इंटेंशन तो करोड़ों लोगों का है जो आपके मुरीद हैं, आपके फॉलोअर्स हैं, लेकिन कैपेबिलिटी सबकी नहीं है। आप सबसे अधिक सक्षम लोग हैं, आप सबसे अधिक आप लोगों में वो कुव्वत है और ये आज से नहीं, सैकड़ों सालों से हमारे धर्म गुरुओं ने, हमारे संतों ने, सूफी संतों की एक इतनी बड़ी ट्रेडिशन है सूफीज़म की इस देश के अंदर में, जो शायद दुनिया के इस्लामिक वर्ल्ड के अंदर में इतनी बड़ी और इतना कंट्रीब्यूशन इंटेलेक्चुअल, चाहे दीनी तरीके से देखें, मजहबी तरीके से देखें, इंटेलेक्चुअल तरीके से देखें, जितनी बड़ी उनकी कंट्रीब्यूशन हिंदुस्तान में रही है। इसलिए आपकी जिम्मेदारियाँ बहुत बढ़ जाती हैं। आप परमिट नहीं कर सकते कुछ वेस्टेड इंटरेस्ट को, कुछ लोग जिनके निहित स्वार्थ हैं वो समाज के अंदर में बुराइयां पैदा करें, समाज के अंदर में तोड़ फोड़ करें, समाज में एक दूसरे के प्रति लोगों को भड़काएं और देश को कमजोर करें, देश के भविष्य को अंधकार में करें। हम आज की लड़ाई अपने लिए कम लड़ रहे हैं, हमारी आने वाली नस्लों के लिए ज़्यादा लड़ रहे हैं। हम उनको कैसा हिंदुस्तान देके जाएंगे। हमने एक हिंदुस्तान विकसित किया है जो सोशली, कल्चरली, सिविलाइजेशनली बहुत अजीम था। चाहे वहाँ पर हो सकता है कि कभी अंग्रेज़ों का ये था, लेकिन सिविलाइजेशनली और कोई ये देश हमेशा एक बड़ी आज़ाद सोच का देश रहा है और बड़ी इसके अंदर में एक इज्जत थी और एक वो रही है। हमें इसको बरकरार ही नहीं करना है, इसको आगे बढ़ाना है, इसको और मजबूत करना है। और आप सब लोग, आप लोगों के हज़ारों लाखों की तादाद में मुरीद हैं, आप लोगों को मानने वाले, आप लोगों पर भरोसा करने वाले, जिनकी आप रहनुमाई कर सकते हैं। आपने वो काबिलियत दी है और आपका इंटेंशन भी बहुत वो है, लेकिन मेरे ख्याल से दो चीज़ों के ऊपर मैं बल देना चाहता हूँ। एक तो आप में संगठन शक्ति होनी चाहिए, आप लोगों को मिलकर काम करना चाहिए, और इसको मिलने के लिए, इसके इस कॉम्प्रिहेंसिवनेस के लिए आप सभी लोगों को, सभी मुस्लिम्स को, और मुस्लिम के साथ साथ बाकी धर्मगुरु यहाँ पर हिंदू भी हैं, सिख भी हैं, ईसाई भी हैं, हमारे बौद्ध भी हैं, सभी धर्मों के यहाँ पर वो हैं, और जो नहीं भी हैं उन तक भी हमको पहुँचना है और उनको भी इसके अंदर में हमें शामिल करना है। ये देश के पुनर्निर्माण की, ये देश के अंदर एक इनकलाब लाने की ज़रूरत है कि जहाँ पर लोगों के अंदर में ये एक जज्बा पैदा किया जाए, वो इमोशन पैदा किया जाए कि हम किसी को भी अपने देश की अखंडता, अपने देश की यूनिटी, अपने देश की एकजहती, इसको कॉम्प्रोमाइज़ नहीं होने देंगे। हमारे भाई समुदाय के भी यहाँ पर वो आए हैं, मैं उनका बहुत खैर मकदम करता हूँ, तो सलाम करता हूँ, और मैं उम्मीद करता हूँ कि आप सब लोग इस काम में करेंगे। तो एक बात संगठन की है, संगठन के साथ साथ एक दूसरी बात यह है कि हम अपने आप को एक किसी इंस्टीट्यूशंस के तरीके से एक प्लान और एक स्ट्रैटेजिक सेंस के अंदर एक देश के अंदर में इस मजबूती को कैसे बढ़ाया जाए, और हर आखिरी भारतीय के दिल के अंदर में ये हौसला और ये विश्वास पैदा किया जाए कि यहाँ हर हिंदुस्तानी महफूज है, हर एक की जान, माल, इज्जत, सब कुछ जो है, एक हिंदुस्तानी को कहीं पर भी आ जाएगी तो सारे हिंदुस्तानी उसकी रक्षा के लिए खड़े होंगे, उसके साथ में आएंगे। हम सब लोगों को एक होकर वो करना है। हम सब लोग एक जहाज में हैं, अगर हम डूबेंगे तो साथ डूबेंगे, और हमारा बेड़ा अगर पार होगा तो साथ ही होगा। वी विल सेल टुगेदर, वी विल सिंक टुगेदर। ऐसा नहीं होता है कि अगर देश को नुकसान होगा तो इससे किसी की भलाई होगी। देश अगर आर्थिक रूप से कमज़ोर हो, देश मिलिटरी कमज़ोर हो, देश आंतरिक सुरक्षा के हिसाब से कमज़ोर हो, देश साइंस और टेक्नोलॉजी में पिछड़ जाए, तो इसका जो है नुकसान हम सबको होगा, और हमारी आने वाली नस्लों में उन सब की इच्छा होगी। तो आप लोगों में वो भरोसा भी है, वो काबिलियत भी है, आप लोगों के ऊपर लोगों का विश्वास भी है, अब आप लोगों के अंदर में एक उसकी शक्ति है। मैं बहुत शुक्रगुजार हूँ ऑल इंडिया सूफी सज्जा नशीन काउंसिल का कि उन्होंने एक महर की है, और ख़ास तौर से हमारे बहुत ही काबिल और बहुत ही युवा और कर्मठ और होनहार सैयद नसीरुद्दीन चिश्ती साहब का, जिन्होंने इसमें पहल की है, और भी जितने लोग यहाँ पर शिरकत करने आए हैं, मैं आप सब लोगों को बहुत बहुत सलाम और आप लोगों का खैर मकदम करता हूँ। और मैं चाहता तो था कि मैं सबको सुनूं, शायद इतना वक्त मेरे पास में आज नहीं है, लेकिन इंशाअल्लाह ये तो इब्तिदा है, इसके बाद भी हमारे पास में कई मौके होंगे, और इसको अगर आप लोग संगठित करेंगे तो मुझे आपके साथ जुड़ने में मुझे एक फख्र भी होगा, ये मेरा सौभाग्य होगा कि मैं आप लोगों के साथ मिलकर इस देश के लिए।
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge.
I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
Police vans have also come in right now just to give the security to the BJP legislators right now, as they are staying here for a while before the government formation actually takes place. About 17 locations where these searches are being carried out. In all likelihood, the number is going to go up. There could be some arrests. Total of 8 CCTV footages that have been accessed. This encapsulates Kole's murder that has taken place. On the live coverage on Republic TV as we report from outside Raj Thakre's residence. The Chief Minister of Maharashtra vacates his residence. Sena supporters coming out in large numbers showing their support to Uddhav Thakre. The NCP huddle has begun. We're keeping a close track of all the senior leaders coming in and going out.
Amidst mega backlash against Kejriwal government's liquor policy, officials have now informed that the Delhi government is mulling rolling back the policy. This comes after Lieutenant Governor recommended a CBI probe into the implementation of the new excise policy of the government of Delhi. Hitting out at the Kejriwal government over the decision to roll back the liquor policy, BJP IT cell head Amit Malviya asks, if the new excise policy of Kejriwal is not a mega scam, why is the government rushing to revert to the old policy after CBI inquiry was ordered? In other words, it is an admission of violations, corruption and loss to exchequer, as pointed out. To that last salute once again. Ranchi's Birsa Munda Airport receives a threat to blow up the airport on July 29th via text message with a demand of 20 lakh rupees. Following the threat, airport officials have informed that police are taking the necessary action and an investigation.
Heavy rainfalls are expected in Mumbai for the next 4 days. A lot of people over here with tricolors commemorating the victory of Draupadi Murmu.
Viewers, the mortal remains of Indian Air Force Flight Lieutenant Aditya Bal, one of the pilots of the MiG-21 fighter jet that crashed in Rajasthan, were brought to his hometown in Jammu earlier today. 2 pilots were killed when the MiG crashed in Rajasthan's Barmer district on Thursday evening. A wreath-laying ceremony was held at the Air Force station in Jammu as the valley mourned the loss, and thousands gathered with their tricolors to pay their final respects and make a final salute to the brave heart. Take a look.
The nation mourned the loss of its brave heart as Flight Lieutenant Aditya Bal was laid to rest with full military honours. Hundreds gathered for Flight Lieutenant Aditya's final farewell.
ये उनकी फर्स्ट पोस्टिंग थी, ये बाड़मेर में थे और ये MiG-21 उड़ा रहे थे। ये हम एक छोटे से परिवार से ताल्लुक़ रखते हैं। इस बच्चे ने हमारे खानदान का, हमारे गांव का, हमारे जम्मू का नाम रोशन किया है सर। इस बच्चे पे हमें फख्र है।
Hailing from Araspura area of Jammu, the 26-year-old pilot belonged to a family of patriots. Son to an ex-serviceman, Bal wanted to don the uniform and serve the nation right from his childhood. Bal joined the National Defence Academy in 2014 and got commissioned in the Indian Air Force in 2018. The flight lieutenant was posted at Uttarlai Air Force Station in his first posting. With pride and spirit of patriotism in his heart, Flight Lieutenant was looking forward to serve the nation.
कहता था डैडी जी मैं आपको एक दिन कुछ करके दिखाऊंगा, तो मेरे बेटे ने जैसा बोला वैसा ही करके दिखा दिया, लेकिन अभी हमारे से वो चला गया, हम क्या करें भाई। देश के बारे में सोचते बस उसको यही था कि मैं जो भी काम करना है उसका मेरा मोटो यही है कि मैंने आगे बढ़ना है और देश को आगे लेके जाना है।
On Thursday, he spoke to his mother on the new phone he had gifted her. Little did the family know that the phone call will turn out to be their last.
और मैंने दोपहर को फ़ोन लिया, मैंने उसको कॉल की, मैंने बोला बेटा मुझे फ़ोन मिल गया, बोला मम्मा फ्राइडे को पहुंचने वाला था, थर्सडे को मिल गया। मैं हाँ बेटा एक दिन पहले आ गया फ़ोन। हाँ फिर बड़ा ज़्यादा हंसा और मैंने कोई 15 उसको थैंक्स बोला, बार बार थैंक्स, मुझे नहीं पता था मैं कौन सा थैंक्स बोल रही हूँ उसको। जब मैंने बोला पुत्र क्या कर रहे थे आप, बोला मम्मा मैं सोया हुआ था, वो ना मेरी नाइट फ्लाइंग है मम्मा, ट्रेनिंग चल रही है ना। मैंने बोला बच्चे तू सो जा, और मैंने लास्ट बार उसको यही बोला बच्चे सो जा, मेरा बच्चा सो गया। मैंने बोला बच्चे सो जा रात को फिर तू तूने फ्लाइंग करनी है, अभी सो जा मेरा बच्चा। ओ सो मम्मा ठीक है।
At around 9:10 p.m. on Thursday, a MiG-21 fighter aircraft crashed in Rajasthan's Bama. The debris of the aircraft was found scattered on a half-kilometer stretch in Bhimda village. The intensity of the crash was such that it claimed the lives of both pilots on board, and one among them was Flight Lieutenant Aditya Bal. As Bal's mortal remains arrived in his native village, hundreds gathered for the final journey. The young pilot was laid to rest with honor and respect as the nation saluted the young hero. The nation salutes Flight Lieutenant Aditya Bal's sacrifice in his martyrdom, also a wake-up call for India to upgrade its aging fleet. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Ahead of August 15, that marks 75 years of India's independence, and the Har Ghar Tiranga campaign to accompany the celebrations, prisoners of Ghaziabad jail were seen making flags in anticipation of three-day event. The act was witnessed at the Dasna jail at Ghaziabad in national capital. Inmates across jails have reportedly been trained to pay attention to the ratio of the colors in the flags that they produce. The manner in which the flag is to be produced needs to follow strict rules in accordance with the sanctity of the flag. The flags are being prepared as a part of 75 years of Indian independence being commemorated as the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
And viewers, we have a lot of news coming up for you. The BJP has hit out at the Aam Aadmi Party government in Delhi over its policy rollback decision. It has asked whether a CBI probe had compelled Arvind Kejriwal to go back on his liquor excise policy. That's coming up. And also, Home Minister Amit Shah chaired a key meeting along with 3 chief ministers and a conference where he addressed on the topic of drug trafficking and national security. It was a very important speech. We'll tell you all about it after a short break. Stay with Republic.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Live Stream with you everywhere. Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be addressing the first ever inaugural session of the first national meet of District Legal Services Authorities at Vigyan Bhavan today at around 10 a.m. Union Home Minister Amit Shah scheduled to address the National Conference on Drug Trafficking and National Security in Chandigarh today. Chief Ministers of Haryana, Himachal Pradesh and Punjab, officers from the Border Security Force, National Investigation Agency and Narcotics Control Bureau, as well as Anti-Narcotics Task Force chiefs of respective states and members of Narco Coordination Center will also be present at the conference.
Me and my Vijay are together. Absolute pandemonium, chaos, in fact, massive security thrown around. Big push, diplomatic visit, which is going to be, of course, capped by the Quad leaders meets. Uddhav surrounded himself with unelectable coterie. You expect these people to dictate terms to a grassroots strong leader like Eknath Shinde?
And in other national news, in a fresh trouble for sacked TMC Minister Partha Chatterjee, sources have now informed that Partha's aides Manik Bhattacharya and Sukanto Acharya have been summoned and will be interrogated in the Bengal cash scam. Following mega cash hauls and back-to-back summons, the TMC has now swung into a huddle mode. Reports suggest Abhishek Banerjee is set to hold a number of meetings to decide the future course of action for the party. More than 30,000 kgs of narcotics to be incinerated in 4 locations across the country in virtual presence of Union Home Minister Amit Shah. According to an official release during the conference, more than 30,000 kgs of drugs will be burnt and disposed of by the Narcotics Control Bureau teams in Delhi, Chennai, Guwahati and Kolkata in front of the Home Minister.
Police vans have also come in right now just to give the security to the BJP legislators right now as they are staying here for a while before the government formation actually takes place. About 17 locations where these searches are being carried out. In all likelihood, the number is going to go up. There could be some arrests. Total of 8 CCTV footages that have been accessed. This encapsulates Kole's murder that has taken place.
On the live coverage on Republic TV as we report from outside Raj Thakre's residence. The Chief Minister of Maharashtra vacates his residence. Sena supporters coming out in large numbers showing their support to Uddhav Thakre. The NCP huddle has begun. We're keeping a close track on all the...
Viewers, a look at some top national stories now. Maharashtra Governor Bhagat Singh Koshyari landed in a soup for saying that if Gujaratis and Rajasthanis are removed from Maharashtra, especially from Mumbai and Thane, no money would be left in the state and it would cease to be the financial capital of the country. Koshyari's comments attracted massive flack with the Congress, the MNS and the Shiv Sena not taking kindly to his remarks.
कभी-कभी मैं यहाँ लोगों से कहता हूँ महाराष्ट्र में कि भाई महाराष्ट्र में विशेष करके मुंबई थाने यहाँ से गुजरातियों को निकाल दो और राजस्थानियों को निकाल दो तो तुम्हारे यहाँ कोई पैसे बचेगा ही नहीं.
Amid the mega backlash, Maharashtra Governor Koshyari issued a clarification saying that he respects the Marathi-speaking people and their contributions to the state's economy. Also viewers, the Federation of Resident Doctors Association has condemned the derogatory behavior meted out to the highest respectable doctor of the medical services of Punjab and demanded urgent intervention by the Chief Minister of the state. This comes after Dr. Raj Bahadur resigned as the Vice Chancellor of the Baba Farid University of Health Sciences after Punjab's Health Minister's rude behavior towards him and asking him to lie down on a dirty hospital bed. And viewers, we have a lot of news coming up and our biggest story is India has opened its medals tally at the Commonwealth Games in Birmingham. Sanket Sargar has bagged India a silver medal in the men's 55 kilos weightlifting category. More on that after a short break. And also viewers, the Delhi government is rolling back its controversial liquor policy after a CBI probe was requested by the Lieutenant Governor of the state. The BJP is taking on the Kejriwal government and asking if the CBI probe was the reason that it was compelled to do so. More details after a short break. Stay with Republic.
Here on the live coverage on Republic TV as we report from outside Raj Thakre's residence. The Chief Minister of Maharashtra vacates his residence. Sena supporters coming out in large numbers showing their support to Uddhav Thakre. The NCP huddle has begun. We're keeping a close track on all the senior leaders coming in and going out.
Australia enjoyed a successful opening day of the track of cycling competition as they led the way with 3 golds and a bronze, while New Zealand won 2 events. Paracyclist Neil Fashie claimed his 5th gold medal overall and Scotland's first this year at the paracycling event of the Games on the first day.
Australia dominated at the swimming pool on the opening day of the competition, which included 2 all-Australian podium lockouts in the men's 400-meter freestyle and women's 200-meter freestyle finals. And England has become the first nation to win 3 successful gold medals for the Commonwealth Artistic Team Gymnastics events.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Livestream with you everywhere. Republic Livestream, India's #1 streaming news. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be addressing the first ever inaugural session of the first national meet of District Legal Services Authorities at Vigyan Bhavan today at around 10 a.m. Union Home Minister Amit Shah scheduled to address the National Conference on Drug Trafficking and National Security in Chandigarh today. Chief Ministers of Haryana, Himachal Pradesh and Punjab, officers from the Border Security Force, National Investigation Agency and Narcotics Control Bureau, as well as Anti-Narcotics Task Force chiefs of respective states and members of Narco Coordination Center will also be present at the conference.
Me and my VJ are together. Absolute pandemonium, chaos, fact, massive security thrown around. Big push diplomatic visit, which is going to be, of course, capped by the Quad leaders meets. Uddhav surrounded himself with unelectable coterie. You expect these people to dictate terms to a grassroots strong leader like Eknath Shinde?
And in other national news, in a fresh trouble for sacked TMC Minister Partha Chatterjee, sources have now informed that Partha's aides Manik Bhattacharya and Sukanto Acharya have been summoned and will be interrogated in the Bengal cash scam. Following mega cash hauls and
they are saying that they are ready to work anywhere except in the Kashmir Valley.
Congress in prayer, taking their MLAs to Raipur.
Opposition parties have been demanding that there should be justice.
India opens its account with a super silver in the 55-kilogram weightlifting to Sanket Sargar from Sangli. Amid a mega backlash over the excise duty policy, Kejriwal government forced to roll back liquor policy. BJP hits out at the Aam Aadmi Party government over policy rollback decision. Asked, did CBI probe compel Kejriwal to go back on the policy? Amit Shah attends the National Drug Trafficking Conclave, says zero tolerance toward drug trafficking. Home Minister Amit Shah says drug trafficking and cryptocurrency are interlinked and it's a threat to national security. Mega crackdown on terror in the valley. 1 terrorist gunned down in Baramulla, 1 still trapped. Viewers, we continue to be live and breaking this Saturday evening. I am Shivangi Shukla. The top story: Delhi Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia on Saturday, which is today, has announced the rollback of the new excise policy days after Lieutenant Governor's recommendation for a CBI probe into the new regime. The Aam Aadmi Party government has decided to go back to the old regime of retail liquor sales for a period of 6 months until a fresh policy is in place. Let's have a look at all the political reactions coming in on this big developing story.
ये ईडी की धमकी देके, सीबीआई की धमकी देके चाहते हैं कि लीगल शराब का धंधा यहाँ भी बंद हो और इलीगल धंधे को बढ़ावा मिले, नॉन ड्यूटी पेड धंधे को बढ़ावा मिले, स्पिरिट लिकर को बढ़ावा मिले, ये इनका पुराना धंधा था, ये वापस उस धंधे को लाना चाहते हैं। अगर दिल्ली में लाइसेंस शुदा दुकानों की कमी होती है, अगर वैध तरीके से उपलब्ध शराब की कमी होती है, तो नकली शराब का कारोबार बढ़ता है, वो इनको फ़ायदा देता है। इसीलिए इन्होंने ईडी और सीबीआई की धमकी दे दे के दिल्ली सरकार के अफसरों को भी इतना डरा दिया है कि अब जो दुकानें खाली हो रही हैं उनका कोई लाइसेंस करने को तैयार नहीं है। दुकानें जैसा मैंने बोला बहुत सारी खाली हुई, अरबी और भी होंगी, लेकिन इन्होंने ईडी और सीबीआई की धमकी दे दे के अफसरों को इतना डरा दिया है कि अब कोई जो दुकानें खाली हो रही हैं उनका ठेका देने को, उनका ऑक्शन करने को, उनका टेंडर करने को तैयार नहीं है, उनकी नीलामी करने को तैयार नहीं है। और जो एग्जिस्टिंग पॉलिसी है, जो 2021-22 की पॉलिसी है, वो 31 जुलाई को अब खत्म हो रही है। डर के मारे कोई ऑफिसर इन पॉलिसी को भी आगे बढ़ाने को तैयार नहीं है। इन्होंने पूरी सीबीआई की धमकी दे रखी है, सबको ईडी की धमकी दे रखी है। तो कुल मिला के इन्होंने दुकान वालों को डरा के और अफसरों को डरा के दिल्ली में ऐसे हालात बनाने की कोशिश की है जिससे 1 अगस्त से दिल्ली में एक्साइज ड्यूटी देने वाली दुकानें कम से कम होती चली जाएं और इससे इनका अवैध शराब का धंधा फिर से यहाँ पे फलने फूलने लगे, क्योंकि 1 अगस्त के बाद अगर सरकार निर्णय नहीं लेगी तो कोई पॉलिसी यहाँ पे कोई पॉलिसी नहीं होगी, ये लोग चाहते थे। और अगर दिल्ली में वैध शराब की जानबूझ के कमी कर दी गई तो इसके बाद ये लोग गुजरात की तरीके से यहाँ भी धड़ल्ले से नकली शराब बेचना चाहते हैं। दिल्ली में भी फिर हमें बहुत दुख है, लेकिन दिल्ली में भी अगर ऐसा होता है तो नकली शराब बिकती है तो कोई बड़ी चीज़ नहीं है। जैसे जहाँ जहाँ नकली शराब बिकती है वहाँ फिर जहरीली शराब पी के लोगों की मौत होती है, हुश ट्रेजेडी होती है। दिल्ली में भी होने लगेगी, लेकिन हम ये नहीं चाहते और ना हम ऐसा होने देंगे। इसलिए हमने तय किया कि फ़िलहाल जो नई पॉलिसी है उसको बंद करके सरकारी दुकानें खोलने के आदेश हमने दिए हैं, क्योंकि इन्होंने दुकानदारों को डरा रखा है, इन्होंने अफसरों को डरा रखा है। इसलिए नई पॉलिसी बंद करके सरकारी दुकानों के ज़रिए अब लीगल लिकर सेल करने का हमने ऑर्डर दिया है, ताकि दिल्ली में कोई इलीगल शराब ना बेच पाए, ताकि दिल्ली में कोई स्पिरिट शराब ना बेच पाए। और चीफ सेक्रेटरी को मैंने ऑर्डर किए हैं कि किसी भी कीमत पर वो ये सुनिश्चित करें कि सरकारी दुकानों के ज़रिए करप्शन ना हो और किसी तरह की इलीगल मार्केट शराब की दिल्ली में ना खड़ी हो। ये मैंने ऑर्डर किया।
नहीं, हम दिल्ली के सांसद हैं और हम दिल्ली के इश्यूज पे उनसे बात कर रहे हैं, वो तुरंत उसी टाइम पे गुजरात पहुंच जाते हैं। गुजरात के केस में गुजरात ने खुद ही बड़ी इंक्वायरी शुरू कर दी है।
नहीं, और आपने ये भी कहा कि इसमें कहीं ना कहीं हो सकता है कि मनीष सिसोदिया और अरविंद केजरीवाल गैंग का हाथ हो, ऐसा बोला आपने?
जब इन्वेस्टिगेशन होगा तो इस मुद्दे पे तो देखा जाएगा। मेरा ये मत है, ये मेरा व्यक्तिगत मत है कि अरविंद केजरीवाल और उनका गैंग जितना गिरा हुआ हरकत करता है, ये गुजरात के जो लोग मरे हैं ना, ये हो सकता है इन सबों ने ही जहरीली शराब परोसी हो, इन सबों ने ऐसी साजिश करी होगी, ऐसा मेरा शंका है। और मेरी शंका उस जांच के बाद मैं इंतजार कर रहा हूं क्या निकलता है।
धीरे धीरे केजरीवाल जी का असली चेहरा बाहर आ रहा है। अब बैकफुट पर होगी केजरीवाल सरकार। उनका ये फ्री की पॉलिसी भी, वो कितने कर्जे में जा रहे हैं, सारी चीजें जनता को पता चल रही है। जनता त्राही त्राही मचा रही है। उत्तर प्रदेश बिहार की जनता को बेवकूफ बनाते हुए वोट लेते रहे। अब वो समय गया, केजरीवाल सरकार को जवाब देना चाहिए। बैकफुट पर गई, ये क्यों उन लोगों क्या, ये झूठ की सरकार है। झूठ की राजनीति करके सरकारी पैसों से और सरकारी बोझ जो एक लोन लेके आप फ्री बांट रहे हैं, ये जो उन्होंने एक नया फंडा अपनाया था, अब वो फ्लॉप शो हो रहा है।
दिल्ली सरकार सरकारी स्कूल में जो कमरे बना रही है, जो एक कमरा 5 लाख रुपए में बन सकता है, जब हम अपने घरों में बनाते हैं तो 5 लाख में एक कमरा, क्योंकि वो जो कमरा है वो कड़ी टुकड़ी का कमरा है, वो दिल्ली सरकार उसको 28 लाख रुपया 27 लाख रुपए में बना रही है। जब आज मनोज तिवारी जी द्वारा जो कंप्लेंट की गई लोकायुक्त में, उसमें जब हमारे वकील ने कहा कि, और ये सारे फैक्ट्स के आधार पर कहा कि दिल्ली सरकार ने सपोज एक टेंडर किया 100 रुपए का, जो उसमें लोगों ने अपना टेंडर डाला वो उन्होंने रेट डाला 60 रुपए का। दिल्ली सरकार ने 60 रुपए में दे दिया। जब उसकी पेमेंट होती है तो वो 200 रुपए की पेमेंट होती है, और उसके बाद में एक बार 200 रुपए की पेमेंट होने के बाद वो उसको एक आधार बना लेते हैं, दोबारा उसके बाद में कोई टेंडर नहीं करते, और उसी कॉन्ट्रैक्टर को जो 60 रुपए में जिसने काम लिया था उसको कहते हैं कि हमने इसको 200 रुपए की पेमेंट करी है, तो आज के बाद ये जितने स्कूल बनाएगा सारे 200 रुपए में बनाएगा। तो यानी कि जो दिल्ली में ठेकेदार स्कूल बनाने के लिए रेट डालता है टेंडर में, उससे 3 गुना दिल्ली सरकार उसको पेमेंट कर देती है। ये कोई करोड़, 2 करोड़, 5 करोड़ का घोटाला नहीं है। दिल्ली के मुख्यमंत्री कहते हैं कि हमने स्कूलों में 12,000 कमरे बनाए। पहली बात कि वो जो स्कूल के कमरे बनाए उनका कोई बिल्डिंग का नक्शा पास नहीं है, उसका एमसीडी द्वारा कोई लेआउट पास नहीं है, उसमें फायर की एनओसी नहीं है जहां पर बच्चे पढ़ रहे हैं, उसमें डीओएसी का कोई एनओसी नहीं है। तो ऐसे अनऑथराइज स्ट्रक्चर में 5 लाख रुपए का जो कमरा बनना था उसमें उन्होंने 28 लाख की पेमेंट करी। तो लोकायुक्त ने, हमारे माननीय दिल्ली के लोकायुक्त ने इसको बहुत ही गंभीरता से लिया है, और उन्होंने देखा है कि इसमें घपला हुआ है, और उन्होंने दिल्ली के मुख्य सचिव को आज कहा कि आप इसकी जांच करिए, 2 महीने 2.5 महीने के अंदर में अपनी रिपोर्ट दीजिए, और अगली डेट में आपका वकील हमको यहाँ पे एक्सप्लेन करे कि आपने 5 लाख का कमरा 28 लाख का कैसे बनाया।
High drama ensued at Punjab's Baba Farid University when Punjab Minister Chetan Singh Jaura Majra questioned the VC of the university as to why the patients' beds were untidy. The minister's approach seemed to upset the VC. Watch how the minister asked the VC to lie on an untidy patient's bed. Further questioning, or rather scolding the VC for not having clean mattresses for the patients. While the VC stepped down from his post soon after the video of the incident went viral, questions over the health and lives of patients have been a many. Bureau Report for Republic TV.
Viewers, this is the other big story making the headlines. Maharashtra Governor Bhagat Singh Koshyari landed in controversy after he said that if Gujaratis and Rajasthanis are taken out of Maharashtra, the state will have no money left. Here is the full story.
Maharashtra Governor Bhagat Singh Koshyari landed in trouble for saying that if Gujaratis and Rajasthanis are taken out of Maharashtra, the state will have no money left during a speech.
कभी-कभी मैं यहाँ लोगों से कहता हूँ महाराष्ट्र में कि भाई महाराष्ट्र में विशेष करके मुंबई ठाणे यहाँ से गुजरातियों को निकाल दो और राजस्थानियों को निकाल दो तो तुम्हारे यहाँ कोई पैसे बचेगा ही नहीं। ये राजधानी जो है जो कहलाती है आर्थिक राजधानी कहलाएगी नहीं। कभी कभी मैं यहाँ लोगों से कहता हूँ महाराष्ट्र में कि भाई महाराष्ट्र में विशेष करके मुंबई ठाणे यहाँ से गुजरातियों को निकाल दो और राजस्थानियों को निकाल दो तो तुम्हारे यहाँ कोई पैसे बचेगा ही नहीं। ये राजधानी जो है जो कहलाती है आर्थिक राजधानी कहलाएगी नहीं।
This sparked a row of criticism, and Congress leaders Jairam Ramesh and Sachin Sawant also tweeted the video and said that the governor should not have made the remarks. Maharashtra Congress chief Nana Patole condemned the governor's remarks and called for his immediate removal.
महाराष्ट्र के राज्यपाल भगत सिंह कोश्यारी जी ने जो महाराष्ट्र और मुंबई के बारे में जो स्टेटमेंट किया है उसका हम निषेध करते हैं। गुजराती मारवाड़ी की वजह से महाराष्ट्र है, मुंबई है, इस तरह का जो वक्तव्य जो किया है, ये वक्तव्य राज्यपाल जैसे पद पे बैठे हुए महामहिम राज्यपाल के लिए शोभा नहीं देती है।
Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde also broke his silence over the ongoing controversy, saying nobody should belittle the contribution of the people of Maharashtra and the hard work of Maharashtrians making Mumbai the financial capital, as well as the people who come to find work in Mumbai, and the credit for all this goes to the Marathi Manus.
राज्यपाल जी का जो बयान है उसमें हम लोग सहमत नहीं है। हमारी जो हिंदू सम्राट बाला साहेब ठाकरे जी की जो भूमिका मुंबई और मराठी मानुष के लिए है वही हमारी शिवसेना की भूमिका है। उनका वैयक्तिक जो उनके बयान है, लेकिन किसी ने भी मुंबई का जो अस्तित्व है, मुंबई की अस्मिता है, जो 106 हुतात्मा जो उनका बलिदान है, उसे कोई भी नकार नहीं सकता। और ये मुंबई जो है देश की आर्थिक राजधानी है और इसलिए हमें मुंबई के ऊपर नाज है और उसके अस्मिता के साथ कोई भी अवमान नहीं कर सकता है, नहीं करना चाहिए। उन्होंने भी मेरे ख्याल से उन्होंने भी इसका खुलासा किया है।
Koshyari's office issued a clarification saying there is no question of underestimating the contribution of the people of Maharashtra and that appreciating one community is never an insult to another community and political parties should not create controversy over it without reason. He said the people of Maharashtra will never be insulted by him. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Top national updates now. The mortal remains of Lieutenant Advitya Bal, one of the pilots of the MiG-21 fighter jet that crashed in Rajasthan, were brought to his hometown in Jammu and Kashmir. 2 pilots were killed when a fighter aircraft crashed in Rajasthan's Barmer district on Thursday evening. A wreath-laying ceremony was held at the Air Force Station in Jammu and Kashmir as the valley mourned the loss. Amidst Congress sexism and insult row, Union Defence Minister Rajnath Singh met President Draupadi Murmu at Rashtrapati Bhavan. This comes after Union Home Minister Amit Shah and Union Minister Smriti Irani met President on Friday. PM Modi said that the ease of justice is equally important as ease of doing business and ease of living. Addressing the inaugural session of the first All India District Legal Services, PM said that the ease of justice is an important resolution in the Amrit Yatra of the country.
सब यहाँ संविधान के एक्सपर्ट्स और जानकार हैं। हमारे संविधान का आर्टिकल 39A जो कि डायरेक्टिव प्रिंसिपल ऑफ स्टेट पॉलिसी के अंतर्गत आता है, उसने लीगल एड को बहुत प्राथमिकता दी है। इसका महत्व हम देश में लोगों के भरोसे से देख सकते हैं। हमारे यहां सामान्य से सामान्य मानवी को ये विश्वास होता है कि अगर कोई नहीं सुनेगा तो अदालत के दरवाजे खुले हैं।
BJP National President JP Nadda held a mega roadshow from the Baba Saheb Bhimrao Ambedkar statue near Patna High Court to the Jai Prakash Narayan statue near Gandhi Maidan today. The roadshow comes ahead of the National Executive Meet of Frontal Leaders and is the first for Bihar. JP Nadda appointed Mahendra Bhatt as the president of party's Uttarakhand unit, replacing Madan Kaushik. Mahendra Bhatt was an MLA of the Badrinath Assembly seat twice and reportedly has a strong hold in the BJP organization besides his popularity in the Garhwal and Kumaon region. A BJP activist staged a protest against Karnataka's Home Minister there following the murder of BJP leader Praveen Netaru in Dakshin Kannada district. Activists also protested in front of Home Minister official residence in Bengaluru, demanding resignation of the minister, further alleging that the minister was not capable enough to handle the situation. After two recent murder cases, Siddaramaiah attacked Karnataka CM Bommai, further demanding his resignation over the law and order situation in the southern state. Nearly 21 have been detained for questioning in connection with the Bengaluru youth murder case. Police have informed that investigation is underway and arrest will be made very soon. A few Muslim leaders boycotted the peace meeting at the DK District DC office today. The members of the Muslim Central Committee and Dakshin Kannada United Muslim Community instead had held a separate meeting. Reportedly, the leaders are unhappy that CM visited Praveen's house and not Fazl's. In shocking visuals emerging from Rajasthan's Khamera village, a husband ties his wife to a tree for about 7 hours and beat her. The incident was reported on Friday, and after the video went viral, police have launched